All right.
There has been not
Pain in
a
the butt.
scintilla of evidence to suggest that. It's mere speculative extrapolation from evidence that doesn't even provide the necessary foundation for such conclusions to be drawn. This indicates that the nature of Mr. Demons' relationship with the decedents 4 days prior to these to their death. And so we believe it's also relevant to counteract the government's notion, the state's notion that there was some hostility between them. This is a more accurate representation. This is reality. And it actually shows the affection between Mr. Demons and particularly Christopher Thomas in this video. And we think for the sake of completeness, it should come in. Also, that it is also clear that it is something that was produced by somebody other than him. And to the extent that the state is introducing it to try and suggest that he claimed that it was a drive-by shooting, if the rest of the video doesn't come in for context and completeness, that which the state has admitted for an improper purpose and a misleading purpose should be stricken.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Stand on the previous arguments that it's for the purposes of sentencing, self-serving, has no bearing on what this case is about, all the statements of the mother, the grandmother, and all of those issues.
Thank you. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I sustain the objection. All right, so you can have the whole thing marked up.
Yes, we'll mark it.
Thank you. So you have your orders here?
We do, that's the court ruled on the judgment of the court.
That's for ruling. It's not ruling.
Okay.
All right. I'll bring the jury in.
You want me to go get the witness?
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right. So it's just, it's such a pain in the butt when they do all of that. So it's just easier to start a new stream and deal with that on a separate thing. So sorry. And I know I probably had my thinking face because it takes me like full concentration to be like, I've seen clips from the videos before when I'm like paying attention to, or like I'm trying to like read or focus or whatever, but I figured it's easier. Let's just start over here.
So it'd be fair to say that you weren't sure.
Now what?
I was positive.
What just happened? Now what? Hold on. Today. Oh, today is going to be one of those days. Let me get it pulled up. All right, I got to go back. Look, this is what we're going to do because they had to start new too. So I have to swap this over. So I'm going to go back to because we still have people filing in. I want to go back. Let's listen to what the judge says. And then hopefully this is the last of YouTube messing with our day. And then we'll just skip forward when we get to our sidebar and all of that. All right, let's try this again, y'all.
Counsel, this is State Attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry it took so long, that's my fault. But we're ready to start now. So when we broke yesterday, State arrested their case, and now you're involved.
Yes, sir. We're going to call Adrian Davis.
Yesterday, State arrested their case. Mr. Davis? Are you Mr. Davis?
Oh, yes, sir.
Welcome. Come on up here. This is our
Okay,
witness
so this
stand.
is
When you get
AD.
here, just remain standing
This
for a
isn't one of
bit.
the ones
Raise
we
your
said
right hand and be
yesterday.
sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Adrian Shaw Davis.
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
ADRIAN.
Chunk of bacon gets in 5 members. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please have a seat.
Getting caught up, y'all.
Davis, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but does not move back and forth. Okay, you ready to go?
Yes.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Good morning. How old are you?
24.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor, and proper motion.
Thank you. I need to know an answer. Sometime on it.
Do you have a nickname?
Yes.
What is it?
AD.
Okay. First of all, take your hand away from your mouth because you're supposed to have to hear. Okay. And I need you to speak into the mouth. Do you know someone by the name of Anthony Williams?
Yes.
Do you know what his nickname was?
Sack.
Do you know someone by the name of Christopher Thomas?
Yes.
Do you know what his name?
Julie.
Do you know a person by the name of Cortland Henry?
Yes.
And do you know his name?
Yes.
What is it? Do you know,
sorry.
I'm sorry,
Board.
B-O-R-T. Do you know, Jamel?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
AD,
Yes.
Could you point him out for us?
Bennett.
This young man right here?
Yes.
You know him by another name?
Melly.
Do you know someone by the name of Trevon Glass?
Yes.
Do you know his nickname?
Fetty.
Do you know someone by the name of Jacoby Mills?
Yes.
And do you know his nickname?
Kobe.
And how about, do you know someone by the name of Dontavius Withers?
Yes.
And do you know his nickname?
Tate.
Let's start off with the first individual I named, Anthony Williams, also known as Sack. How did you meet him?
9th, 10th grade school.
How about Christopher Thomas? How did you meet him?
During school.
Cortland or Cortland Henry?
Met him in elementary.
How about Mel?
6th grade.
Trevon Glass?
Probably during school, 9th to 10th grade.
And his nickname was
Fetty.
Jacoby Mills?
Since elementary.
Okay. And finally, Dontavius Withers.
Down here, for a lot of the.
Okay.
Thank you, Annie.
So you went to school with Williams, Thomas, Henry, Melly, Glass, and Mills. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Everybody's talking. I'm moving. At any time during school, did any of you have any problems with each other?
No, not at all.
Would you label yourself good friends, associates, close friends, or what?
Good friends, close friends, best friends.
Now, did Melly also have another name besides Melly and Jamel?
Yeah.
What was it?
We only call them that those crazy legs.
Crazy Legs.
Yeah,
And why was he called Crazy Legs?
because he liked to dance.
And that's why he got that nickname.
Yeah.
Was Melly a big kid, normal size kid when you guys were in school?
He's small.
Did there come a time that Melly, and when I'm referring to Melly, I'm referring to this young man, Jamel.
Yes.
Did there come a time that Melly got involved in the music industry,
Yes.
specifically rap music?
Yeah, back then.
Now, you grew up where?
Vero Beach.
And do you still live up in that area?
No, sir.
Where do you live?
West Point.
And by the way, what do you do for a living?
My granddad owns properties, rental properties and stuff, real estate. So we just cut grass, paint, whatever we need to do, keep the properties up.
I want to draw your attention to the year of 2018.
Mhm.
Did there come a time that you came down to Broward County, Miramar, Florida?
Yes.
About when was that?
I don't remember exactly, but I want to say probably like September, July, something.
Okay. And where did you stay?
At Jamel's house.
Who else was living at Jamel's house when you came down in August or September of 2018?
Me, Jacoby, Melly, Sat, Juvie,
Julie was Christopher Thomas.
yes, Tay, and Cortland.
And was Melly in the rap music business at that time?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Did you all get along together?
Yes.
Were there ever any arguments, fights amongst you guys?
No.
And is that where you met Dontavius Withers?
Yes.
And does he have a nickname?
Tay.
So these are a lot of names that y'all that we've heard in like the text and stuff.
Who was paying the bills at the house?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure Melly was.
Let's go to the day of October 25th, and so you have an idea where I am. This incident that we're here on occurred in the early morning hours of October 26th. Okay?
Okay,
And I'm referring to the shootings of Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. On October 25th, the morning of, and during the day, what were you doing?
Just chilling at the house, and smoking and drinking.
Who were you smoking and drinking with?
Jacoby, Tay, everybody who usually be at the house.
Okay. Williams,
Yeah.
Thomas,
Yes.
Portland Henry,
Yes.
Trevon Glass,
Yes.
Dontavius Withers.
Yes.
Barry said that one.
And were there plans to go to a recording studio that evening?
Yes.
Did you in fact go to the recording studio?
Yes.
And that was after you all were lack of a better term, smoking dope, weed,
Yeah,
correct? And having a few drinks.
yeah.
Stew.
What was the drink of choice, out of curiosity?
Hennessy.
Hennessy.
Yeah.
Who all went to the studio?
Me, Jacoby, Melly, Sack, Juvie, Cortland, Trayvon, and Tate.
Did you all go in the same car?
No,
Going to the studio, approximately what time did you get there?
I don't remember.
Was it during the day or at night?
At night,
Did you go in the same car or were there two cars?
we took 2 cars.
What type of cars were they?
A Jeep and a Mitsubishi,
What color was the Mitsubishi?
red.
Will you tell this jury who got into the red Mitsubishi to go to the studio?
Me, Jacoby, Tay, and Fetty, Trayvon.
And who got into the Jeep to go to the studio?
Melly, Sack, Juvie, and Boyd.
Who drove, do you know who drove the Mitsubishi to the studio?
Tay,
That would be Contagious with us.
yeah.
Do you know who drove the Jeep to the studio?
I think Boyd did.
Okay, that would be
Cortland, yeah.
And what was the purpose of going to the studio?
To make music.
Did anyone fall asleep at the studio?
Yes,
Who?
we all did.
That was from the day of smoking weed and having a few drinks.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Did any arguments occur between any of you at the studio?
No, not at all.
Did there come a time that you all left the studio?
Yes,
Did you leave the studio earlier than what was scheduled?
yeah, I believe so. So we were all in their sleep.
Will you tell the jury who got into the red Mitsubishi?
Me, Jacoby, Trayvon, and Tate, Ontavious.
You know who got into the Jeep?
Cortland, Jamel, Sack, and Judy.
Where were you going? Did anyone fall asleep in your car?
Yeah, we about all did except for the driver.
Did there come a time that you were woken up before you got to the house?
Yes.
What happened?
We pulled over and that's when Melly got in the car with us.
Do you know where you pulled over?
And I don't really remember.
Were you woken up?
Yeah, but
Why?
it was like, because I was getting pushed over a little bit.
And are you 100% sure that this young man got into the red Mitsubishi?
Yes.
What happened to the Jeep?
I think they just kept going.
Where'd you go?
Happened.
Did he have to unlock the door?
Yes.
Do you know who has the keys to Melly's house on October 26th in the early morning hours?
Jamel and Borton, they the only one who had keys to the house.
Did you have a key to the house?
No,
Did Williams have a key to the house?
no,
Did Christopher Thomas have a key to the house?
no,
Did Trevon Glass have a key to the house?
no,
Did Jacoby Mills have a key to the house?
no,
And how about Dontavius Williams? Did he have a key?
No,
Okay, so the only two people you know who had a key to the house was this young man
yes,
and Cortland Henry.
yes,
Did you see this young man unlock the door of the house?
yes.
Who was the last person to get out of the red Mitsubishi to go inside the house?
Trayvon, he was in the car still asleep.
He was in the car asleep when you got to his house?
Yeah,
Did you see where Melly went?
to his room.
And where was his bedroom?
When you first walk in the house, can't miss it, it's right down the left.
Okay. This is a 1 or 2 story house.
2,
Where did you go? Where did Dontavius Withers go?
Gentleman, compound question.
I'll break it up.
Thank you.
Do you know where Dontavius Withers went?
to his room upstairs,
Do you know where Trevon Glass went?
to the room upstairs.
Do you know where Jacoby Mills went?
He slept on me.
So the 3 of you, the 4 of you went upstairs, correct? And this young man went into his bedroom.
Objection leading.
Yes,
Same. Rephrase.
How many people went upstairs to go to sleep?
3,
And you?
yeah.
That would be,
Me, Jacoby, Melly. Well, no, Melly was downstairs in his room. Me, Jacoby, Fetty, and Kay. So 4 of us.
okay? And Melly went to his bedroom.
Yes,
Did there come a time in the early morning hours that you were woken up and heard some distressing news?
yes.
What did you hear?
That second Julie was shot.
When you heard that, did you see Melly in the house?
Yes,
Did you see Melly how he was dressed in the house?
yes.
What was he wearing?
Shorts and a t-shirt, I think.
Upon hearing that Sack and Juvie, and I really should use the correct names, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas were shot. What did you guys do?
We were already dressed and stuff, so we just left with Fredo's house.
Was anybody upset or crying?
Yeah, we all were crying.
Was this young man crying?
Yes,
Are you sure of that?
positive.
Your Honor. That's what I said.
And where'd you go?
Fredo's house.
That would be Fredo Bang.
Yeah,
Do you know Fredo Bang's real name? Frederick Gibbons, by any chance?
yeah, I think I seen it.
Did there come a time after you got to the house of Fredo Bang that Cortland Henry showed up?
Yes,
Did Cortland Henry tell you all what happened?
yeah, he said it was a drive-by.
Same.
When Cortland Henry arrived at Fredo Bang's house, was Melly there?
Yes,
Did you eventually leave that house?
yes.
Approximately what time did you leave that house?
I really don't remember.
Where'd you go?
Back to Jamel's house.
Who went with you?
Me, Trayvon, Jacoby, and Fetty.
By the way, when you first learned that Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas were shot at the house with Melly,
Mhm.
Did anyone get on the phone?
Yeah,
Did anyone have any problem locating their phone?
yes,
Who was that?
Jamel.
You, when I backed up for a minute, you were telling the jury that you went back to Melly's house.
Mhm.
You got an answer, yes or no?
Oh, yes.
She can't sit down. How'd you get in?
The door was unlocked.
Were you aware whether or not Melly had a contractual agreement to do a video shoot that day?
Yeah, it was something like that. I know he probably would have lost a lot of money if he didn't go to the music video. He was upset.
Was Melly crying at Frito Bank's house?
Yes,
And you crying?
yes.
Because you all grew up together.
Mhm. Yes.
Now, did you in fact tell this what happened on October 25th and 26th to this particular prosecutor?
Yes.
Were any of us, any of the lawyers present?
Objection, Robinson.
Same.
Did you tell the prosecutor, when you spoke to the prosecutor, were you under oath,
Yes.
sworn to tell the truth?
Yes.
Objection, Proper Holster.
Sustained.
Are you 100% sure
Objection has been answered.
that Melly got into the red Mitsubishi to go home?
Yes.
Are you 100% sure that this young man learned of the shooting of his friends at the exact same time you learned of it?
Yes.
And that was at the house.
Yes.
Are you 100% sure that when people were getting on the phone, that this young man was looking for his phone to call people?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're ready to make proceed?
Yeah. Mr. Yates, you said you're 100% sure that Mr. Dennis found out at the same time you did.
Yes.
No questions about that. You're sure he was at that house?
Yes.
And you were upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
He was downstairs.
Yes.
But you're sure he was there, you could see him?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you are 100% sure his phone was missing?
Yes.
Where in the statement on May 5th did you ever say that?
Objection.
Subject.
It was never asked.
Thank you. Counsel, I guess the objection is improper impeachment, so rephrase your question. I sustain the
So,
objection.
you met with me on May 5th, 2022, you remember that?
Yes.
And you remember sitting down, you were present? That's yes?
Yes.
Your two attorneys were present that you brought. That's a yes.
Yes.
And I asked you questions for quite a number of hours. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember being asked if you had met with anyone else with regards to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember being asked if you had met prior to speaking with me with the attorney sitting over to my left?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't know who they were, and my lawyers told you that.
Okay.
I didn't know their names.
But you remember meeting with them?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember asking and being asked a question about what you talked about with them?
Yes.
Did you remember what you told them?
No.
Do you remember what you told them now?
Yes.
So are you telling this jury that when you were speaking with me, you forgot?
As in, what I'm telling them now, as of right now, yes.
So on the phone on that, do you remember if Mr. Devins had a passcode on his cell phone back then?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? And in terms of, would you be surprised to find that there was one on that cell phone?
No.
Did you know passcode?
I don't think so. I don't even remember if we had one. We all use this phone sometimes. We all use each other's phones.
So you would use his cell phone? Why?
Talk to females.
You pretend to be him to get women? Because you couldn't get them on your own?
Objection.
Why would you use his cell phone?
Let me rule before you ask the next question, all right? It's overruled. Go ahead, answer your question. Go ahead, ask the next question.
So, with regards to your living situation there, you were not paying any rent, right?
Oh, no.
And nobody was paying any rent in that house except for the defendant.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So, do you remember that evening driving to the studio?
Yes.
Do you remember who was in which car?
On the way there, yes.
Do you remember who was on each car on the way back?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any threats that were made to anyone that night?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone have any other conversations or discussions about threats from outside parties?
No, ma'am.
Was anyone worried about their safety?
No, ma'am. But Melly's a rapper. Always gonna be a target.
Oh,
I said
so
he's a rapper, so he's always gonna be a target.
he's a rapper, so he's always going to be a target, but he wasn't in the car now.
And do you remember stopping on the side of the road?
Yes.
Where did you stop?
I don't remember. It's like flashes and blinks, drinking and smoking, so I just know we stopped.
You know you stopped.
Yeah.
And do you remember if that was on a highway?
Not at all.
Okay, do you remember if it was on a divided 4-lane road?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember if you guys were using GPS to get home?
No, ma'am.
And do you remember if you knew the route home?
No.
Do you remember what phone number you had back then?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember your phone number?
5 years ago, so.
Do you remember if you were awake or asleep?
Just told you. We were asleep.
You were asleep.
Yeah.
And you said you were intoxicated?
You did answer out loud.
Yes.
Do you know why the car stopped?
No.
Do you have any conversations or messages with the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a phone call with the defendant?
No, ma'am.
When you stopped, was the gray Jeep in front of the red Mitsubishi?
Yeah, I believe so.
Have you ever answered that question differently?
I don't think so.
If I were to show you your statement from May 5th of 2022, would that help you in answering if you'd ever said something different than what you just testified in?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, approaching page 33 of the statement, counsel. Just read silently to yourself.
One line?
Lines 18 through 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
I basically told you I don't remember.
Okay, so now your answer is I don't remember if the Jeep was in front or the Mitsubishi was in front.
If we watched the video, they put off it, so I just knew it was in front of us.
Oh, so you watched the video?
You showed it to me.
In terms of the trial, have you been watching that online?
No, ma'am.
In terms of when you got home, you mentioned that you said Mr. Demons went to his room.
Yes.
Have you ever answered that question differently?
No.
On May 5th, 2022, remember that statement?
Mhm.
At that point, did you say, I don't know where he went? I assume his room.
I don't know.
You don't. But looking at your statement, I'll refresh your recollection on that.
Yes.
Okay, page 34, lines 12 and 13, counsel.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you previously give a different statement that you didn't know where he went and you were assuming he went to his room?
Yeah.
So with regards to the car, you're saying that you got pushed over when somebody got in the car?
Yeah.
And with regards to being pushed over, did you wake up when that happened?
Like it was flashes. Like I guess you could say I woke up.
Okay. And did they move you over or climb over you?
I don't remember.
Have you ever made a statement that's different than that?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay. Again, page 33. Question was asked, did they climb over to get you to the middle, over you to get to the middle of the back seat? Your answer was, I think I was at the window, so no, I think they might have climbed over.
Okay.
So is it your testimony that somebody climbed over you or you pushed over?
I mean,
Or that you don't remember?
yeah, I don't really remember.
You don't really remember?
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the phone, right? Did you see anyone get into that gray Jeep?
No.
You remember going to Frito Bank's house?
Yes.
And you remember seeing the defendant there? Is that a yes?
Yeah, he was there with us.
And you remember leaving there afterwards?
Yes.
And you remember going back to the defendant's house?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember at that point that when you went back to the defendant's house, it was you, Travion Glass or Fetty,
Mhm.
and Jacoby Mouse. That's it.
Yes, I believe so.
And you said that you were in and out of sleep and intoxicated.
Yes.
And in terms of you remember that Travion was the last person to get out of the car?
Mhm. Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Do you believe so or do you remember? Which is it?
Yes.
And you know, and you mentioned about Mr. Demons looking for his phone, right?
Yes.
So of course he used your phone to call it and try and find it, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember how he was trying to find his phone?
Just in the house looking for it, just like you would do if you lost yours.
So he didn't, try and find my iPhone or anything like that. Of course he used yours to do that, right?
I don't remember.
Of course he used something like, an Apple iWatch and set it up.
Objection, there's no testimony that he had
I
it.
don't remember.
Excuse me.
Okay.
One at a time, you ask the question, objection noted, overruled.
So of course he did all that. He went on, find my iPhone and he's looking for it.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember, okay. And of course he is using everybody else's phone to try and find it.
I don't know.
You don't remember, okay. But conveniently, the phone's missing that one.
Objection to the form.
Sustained.
Yes.
I sustain the objection.
So with regards to your conversation, you texted back and forth with the defendant prior to this event occurring, right?
Yes.
And he had sent you a picture of his driver's license from that phone number.
Yes.
So you knew Mr. Demons, the defendant Melly, to use that cell phone 772-713-9807.
I don't know what the numbers is.
You have it saved in your phone, right?
Yeah, but I can't just remember that phone number like that. That number, but
And you testimony is that he's looking all over the house.
Yeah.
So in terms of the phone, did you see it again that day?
I don't remember.
Don't. And in terms of the phone traveling up to the video shoot up in Cocoa, you don't know how the phone was got up there.
I don't know.
And you didn't shoot Mr. Williams or Mr. Thomas, right?
No.
But you know who we're talking about, right?
Chris and Anthony.
Yes. And in terms of the messages and things for Mr. Henry, you're aware that his phone was broken at that time, right?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
In terms of Mr. Dean, do you know he was dating Mariah Hanks?
Yeah.
And you know that Mr. Deans would FaceTime her on a regular basis?
Objection.
Objection.
There's no evidence of that.
I don't know.
So you know, and Mr. Deans would,
Excuse me, use the correct name.
Mr. Demons, my apologies. Mr. Demons would FaceTime and video chat frequently.
Yes, that's what you got a phone for.
And Mr. Davis, you never met with Detective Mark Money? You never gave a statement?
No, ma'am.
And so the first time that you ever said anything about the phone being missing was today, July 18, 2023?
Yes, I believe so.
Nothing further yet.
Few questions.
Is there any regret? Go ahead.
Detective Moretti never even talked to you during this investigation, did he?
No, sir.
And the bottom line is, at the time you learned that Christopher and Anthony were shot, Zach and Juvie were shot, this man was at his house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell that to the state?
Yes.
And then were they the first ones who contacted you about this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
This witness excused?
Yes.
Sir, thank you very much. You may step down. You're excused. Counsel?
We would, at this time, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need a few minutes with the attorneys. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Certainly no research. All right, just leave your heads on the chairs. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out, counsel remained, along with the defendant. And I guess, Mr. Demons, I need to talk to you, ask you a few questions, all right? You heard what your attorney said. He said he's rested, no further witnesses. Do you hear that?
Yes.
All right, now, I don't know what discussion you had with your attorneys. You've got competent lawyers here. I mean, you've seen them perform here. You've discussed things with them, I assume, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have a right to testify, and you also have a right not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand that if you do testify, I'm going to instruct the jury that they have to consider your testimony as they would any other witness. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And if you don't testify, I'm going to instruct the jury that you have a right not to testify, and they can't consider that, hold that against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So my question, I guess, is did you have enough time to talk about this issue about you testifying or not testifying? Did you have enough time to discuss that with your attorneys?
Yes, sir.
Did they answer all your questions?
Yes, sir.
And what is your decision?
I will not be testifying.
You will not be testifying.
No, sir.
Is anyone forcing you or coercing you to make this decision?
No, sir.
Anybody make any promises or on the contrary, make any threats to get you not to testify?
No, sir.
This is your free and voluntary decision.
Yes, sir.
So let me go further. You heard your attorney said he rests, he's not going to call any other witness. That includes you, but no other witnesses. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other witnesses that you wanted your attorneys to call and present to the jury?
No, sir.
Any other evidence that you wanted your attorneys to present to this jury?
No, sir.
You good? You satisfied with their performance?
Yes, sir.
All right. And everything that you wanted the jury to hear and listen to is before the jury. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask, State, are you going to call any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
So the state's going to rest as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened with Mr. Brendan Collins? He's not going to be used, I guess?
No,
sir. Defense emailed me last night saying that they were not going to be calling him and he could be excused. I forwarded that email to Mr. Collins.
Thank you. So both sides have rested.
That's correct.
And now the pleasure is we can talk about the jury instructions, but what about the closing argument? We're going to do that on Thursday.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'll tell the jury that come back Thursday. That's what the parties agreed to, and tell them to pack a bag. And Tom and Gary, you're going to talk to the jury about that, tell them what they need and what they can anticipate.
Yes, sir.
Right? And about the cars, where they park the cars.
Yes, sir.
There's a whole host of things he has to go over with the jury when they come back on Thursday about food and things like, if there's special dietary things that they have to have and such. They have a list they go over with. All right? So, yes, sir, you have hand raised. Something to discuss?
Yeah, as a legal matter, Your Honor, we'd like to, at the close of the defense case, renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, and renew all other motions and objections made. But our argument is the same with respect to the judgment of acquittal, that no reasonable jury could find proof beyond a reasonable doubt based upon the evidence that was presented, and that it invites to give this case to the jury would invite a verdict based upon speculation.
Thank you. They wish we heard.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would submit that reasonable minds could differ. There is plenty of evidence and mountain in front of Your Honor upon which the jury could find and either should find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as to both defendants. If Your Honor wants additional information as to each element on that, but the state would submit that the case speaks for itself.
Thank you. As I said, I'll defer ruling on it. So I'm going to bring the jury in and send them home. All right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Bring the jury in, please. Judge. Now we're in recess for a minute.
Thank you.
So here's the thing. I don't believe him. And the reason I don't believe him is because none of the evidence supports his story. Him saying that they pulled over. Because, okay, look at it like this. Let's say if you're basing it on which story you're going to believe. You're going to either believe Travion Glass that he didn't get in the car, or you're going to believe AD that he did get in the car. You have to pick one of those stories to believe. Evidence only supports one of those stories. So, evidence only supports one of those stories. So, y'all know me, I am a data girl. I want to see the data. I want to see the evidence. I want to see the things that you can't argue, the things that you can look at and know that this is real stuff. That's what I want to see. And witness testimony, to me, is only effective if it is corroborated by that. There's only one of those stories that is corroborated by evidence. So if they got, okay, let's say, AD's story is the right one and not Travion's. Okay, when did Melly get in the car? When they pulled over, but they don't know where they pulled over. Okay, none of the data from the cell phones shows like where they stopped. None of the data from the security footage is consistent with them stopping. It all goes straight along the timeline as if they are going straight home. Only one of these stories is corroborated with evidence. So for me, that's the one I'm going with. So I like to base things not on just one person or the other. I like to base it on actual facts that can be verified. And only one of those stories is corroborated with facts that can be verified. So for me, that's the one I'm going with. I don't believe that they stopped because there's literally not even one piece of evidence that shows that they stopped. I don't believe that he was looking around for his phone, because we know that he had his phone and he was messaging, trying to get a ride. We know that he FaceTimed Mariah, and Mariah and Felicia both heard, and he was hiding in the bushes. I don't believe him. I think if anything he said had been corroborated by any one piece of evidence, it would have been easier for me to believe that. But none of it was. There's no communication between any of them on the way home that says, hey, pull over, I'm going to get in the car with y'all. There's no communication that says, anything about Melly getting out of that car and getting into the red one. So if there's no evidence, if I'm having to pick one of those versions of what was being told as the truth, I can only pick the one that is supported by evidence. And so that's the way I would look at it. Also, what he's saying now doesn't, everything doesn't match up with his deposition. Look at motives behind telling the story too. If you want to look at that too, that's not as concrete as data and facts, but it's something you can weigh out if you want to too. What reason would Travion have had to lie?
Let's back on the record.
They know everything except for his call to Felicia. No, they even know about that because Felicia said, or to Mariah, because Felicia said that she saw him on FaceTime. Closing argument, I think, Thursday, yeah.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of defendants, the counsel, the assistant attorneys, and the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. As you've heard, ladies and gentlemen, the state is, the defense has rested their case. The state has no additional evidence or witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the state is also rested. There's no further evidence in the case. So what I need to do is get the jury instructions done. I need some time to do that with the attorneys, and then they're going to present their closing arguments. There's an issue we had here that I can't be in session on this case tomorrow morning. So my thought is we're going to do closings all in one day on Thursday. All right. So don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research. Now, when you come back on Thursday, Gary's going to discuss with you the sequestration. He'll talk about different things with you, what you need to pack and everything else. But typically on that first night, we're going to, you'll be in a hotel. All right, and that's the whole idea of sequestration. We talked about a little bit before Dyer. So Gary's going to talk to you about it. He's going to explain where to park, what issues may come up, things like that, how to get in contact with us, and things like that. If you have family members or friends want to get a hold of you, he'll explain all that, how that works. All right, so when you come back Thursday, you're going to bring a bag with you. All right, so and Gary will give you more explanation on that as well. All right. So just remember the admonition we gave you not to discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. No research, and we'll see you back here Thursday. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 9 a.m. Thursday.
Good morning again.
All right, let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remained along with the defendant. Anybody need a restroom break?
Yes.
All right, so I'll always see everybody back in about 10 minutes and we'll start with the jury instructions.
Yes, sir.
Mayor McKee, counsel, and your honor, a memorandum of law case law on the felony murder issue. I know we talked about it briefly quite a number of months ago.
Remember that I have your memorandum here. I assume you have it, counsel?
Yes.
All right, thank you. We're recessed.
So that's that. I guess their expert that they were going to bring in, the one that, the ones that they had that showed, like the autopsy and the trajectory, the crime scene recreation and all that kind of stuff. All of that is really hard to, I don't even know what to say. I think that it's interesting because okay, let's think about it like this. Let's say Melly did get out of the car. Let's take a look at the timeline. Let's say he did get out of the car. I think that the defense didn't have any other witnesses because a lot of this evidence is going to be hard to dispute, and they can't dispute it. So all they can do is try to create doubt. So the only way that they can really create doubt is to make people think Melly wasn't in the car. So there is nothing showing that the car stopped. None of the data aligns with that story. There's just nothing. There's nothing that corroborates that at all as far as data goes. And I like the data. You can't lie about data. You can't fake it. You can't argue with it. It is what it is. And it is the thing that I like the most, that makes the most sense to me because it's the most honest. I am on a search for the truth, and that's what I want to find. That's what I would like to look for, is the truth. So the truth is always in the data, and whatever truth you can find in the data, if your story doesn't match that, then I don't believe your story. So let's look at the timeline. I have to make this bigger because I know we can't see it. One more. Now you can see it. All right, so let's see. Let's scroll down to when it happened. Okay, if Melly didn't have his phone, if he was missing his phone, all right, so let's do this. For those of you who think he's innocent and that the second story was the right one, I want to ask a few questions. If AD's story was right, then why are there so many steps? Who had his phone? Who had his phone? Because all those steps that were done, who had his phone? The car pulls into the hospital at 4:35 a.m. 5 minutes later, he calls track. He sends the location drop at 4:42. Less than 10 minutes after they're dropped off at the hospital. No, I'm asking the people who believe he's innocent. All the Free Melly. Where you at, Free Melly? Come tell me. Come tell me what you think. Who had his phone? Yes, the car did stop at the location the murders took place. But there's all of the evidence and all of the data and all of the everything is consistent with it not stopping until that moment. So what happened? All right, Free Melly, explain it to me. Who had his phone? How did he get his phone back if he was missing it? How did he get his phone back within 5 minutes of them going to the hospital? If y'all can make something else make sense, then my mind is open. And who got into the back seat? That's my thing. Let's look at the facts. The facts are what matter to me. I will choose to put weight, like a different amount of weight on different things based on how much it makes sense. But the facts are the facts. So I put my facts in a timeline, and then everything else I build around that. And whatever makes sense, I give it more weight. And whatever doesn't, I don't give it as much weight. Madam CJ Walker, the car was, I think they said the next time that it left, I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. They were, and they had Tay's phone evidence too. And I can't remember, it's on one of the spreadsheets or charts or something that I have, but it didn't leave again until way after. So the red SUV is home. And the phones. Yeah, I'm talking about factually innocent. I'm talking about Free Melly. I want all my Free Melly people to tell me if he's innocent. Tell me, and I'm not saying not guilty or I don't think the state proved it or what. I'm saying if he's innocent, make it make sense. Because my mind is always open. But I also have common sense. So if nothing aligns with the facts, then I ain't going that way. I'm looking. I'm waiting. I want to see, I want to see. If you have something that makes sense, then I want to hear it. Because here's the thing. If Melly's guilty, these are two victims. This is two families that will never see their kid again. So if you're coming in here hollering Free Melly, but you're not taking into consideration that these are families that will never see their child again and he's guilty, then shame on you. If you're coming in here saying Free Melly because you think that he's innocent, make it make sense. They didn't make Fredo Bang testify because the questions that they were wanting to ask him through his attorney, he pled the fifth because it could incriminate him or whatever if he, let's say he picked him up, he could be accessory after the fact, whatever, theoretically, depending on his level of, what he knew and all that. So he pled the fifth for those. And then the subpoena, he said he didn't get it. They left it on his door. Sack, Juvie, and Bortland had the phone. The clothes were in the back seat. It's why blood never sprayed on that side. The clothes were in the back seat. Oh, Caleb, me too. I'm really interested to see what else comes out at that trial and to see how that one's handled, because that's going to be it's going to be totally different. And, and Borland don't have, the same amount of money, for all these alleged payoffs. I'm curious. I am. That's going to be an interesting one. Oh yeah, on the jury, I tell them, be like, all right, y'all give me a spreadsheet. Give me a spreadsheet. If I were on the jury and had to vote right now, would I vote guilty or not guilty based on the state's case? Okay, so here's the thing. If I had just sat and listened and not taken notes and put things together myself, it's hard to say. The reason that, at this point now, everything's rested. Looking at it from the timeline, let's look at the facts. They were killed from somebody sitting in that back seat. We saw Melly get in that back seat. There is two versions of the story. One that Melly got out before this happened and one that Melly didn't. Of the two stories that we were told, one of them is supported by evidence, and that's the one that Melly, never got into the other car. Every piece of the evidence, because evidence, data can't be paid off, data can't get scared, data can't do anything. I go with data. Every single piece of the evidence shows that car did not stop until it got to the crime scene. Then you look at the Jeep pulls into the hospital at 4:35 in the morning. 5 minutes later, Melly is calling track. 2 minutes after that, he's dropping his pin location to Fredo Bang, asking him to come get him. He's telling him that, everything's crazy. Nobody's picking up. And Fredo says, on my way, I got you. He dropped his location again, 11 minutes after that first time he did it. Both of those locations are not far from, it's kind of in between the hospital and the neighborhood. So if he didn't do it and he was missing his phone when they found out about this happening at whatever time, how'd he end up in the street? How's he calling track 5 minutes after it happened? How's he saying everything's crazy if they haven't been told about it yet? So if we know that the shots came from that back seat and we know that he was in that back seat, his phone shows him going all the way to the crime scene and then back out of the crime scene and then contacting people to come get him FaceTiming. We didn't get to hear everything. The jury didn't get to hear everything about everything, but they did hear Felicia testify that she saw his face on, and they said, was it FaceTime? She said, well, I don't know. I assumed it was FaceTime. She didn't say anything. They wouldn't let her, her sudden amnesia, she wouldn't say hiding in the bushes or whatever. None of that stuff. But we know based on her stuff that he had his phone and was FaceTiming her, after this happened, waiting on somebody to come pick him up. So this is one of those things where every single piece of evidence points to him being guilty. And if there's no other scenario that makes sense with the data that can't be argued with, then I don't know how. Reasonable doubt has to be reasonable, and I can't find anything reasonable about any of that. not, I mean, everything seems to point in one direction. Because even if, you know, oh, cool, he's coming home. Make it make sense. Tell me, make it make sense. If there's another reasonable explanation, because I've said from the beginning, I want to believe that he didn't do this, because I want to believe that, you know, because doing that would be really cold-blooded. I want to believe that he didn't. I have been looking this entire time for something else that makes sense. And I haven't been able to come up with anything that does. I think that it would be, well, that's not factual at all. If you're going to debate, at least get your facts right. Who am I ignoring? People that are making sense. Now, look, if y'all are saying wrong information, yeah, I'm ignoring you. I don't deal with all that. But if you're giving stuff that makes sense with the facts, then yeah, let's talk about it. I want to change my mind. But also keep in mind, we have more than 700 people in here, so I'm trying to get to all the comments. But thank you, Isaac B. If they are all going home, as AD said, why would Melly switch cars unless something already occurred? Nobody asked Melly why. Doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me either. One of the things that was said in one of the depositions was that they were fighting in the Jeep. But now keep in mind, jury did not hear this. This is not something the jury heard. This is just in one of the depositions that there was fighting in the Jeep, which is why he wanted to get out. But again, you know, that was one of the stories, and now they're saying no, nobody ever fought. There were no problems. Nobody ever fought. So yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so if they had the phone, that phone was in a whole different location than the hospital when it was sending those location drops. So it is factually impossible for Bortland, Sack, or Juvie to have had that phone. It is factually impossible. To use the word innocent is irresponsible because it's not about whether he's innocent. It's no jury instruction. No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking innocent. I'm asking the people who are saying innocent. I'm not saying guilty, not guilty. This is a whole different conversation. I'm asking for the people who truly believe that he's innocent. That's what I want to know. This isn't about the state proving their case or guilty, not guilty. I am asking about the people who truly believe that he's innocent. Which is a totally different thing. Let's see. Okay, if you know he's innocent, can you explain this stuff? Because look, my mind is open. That's why I'm asking. My mind is open. If you know he's innocent, make all of the things that point the other direction, make it make sense. You're acting like the state's evidence is strong. It's not at all. The stuff they're relying on isn't even reliable. Okay, so him dropping the location, that's reliable. That has nothing to do with the step stuff. That's reliable. And that was minutes after they were in the hospital. So that's reliable. Frankie's World, I think that's going to be one of the biggest problems is that, if the jury gets in there and they put everything together in a timeline, then, we'll see what they think or what they come up with. But the way that it was presented in trial is not a cohesive picture of everything. Like there are things that, that I didn't see until I put all of the stuff that they gave us into one big timeline. I think that's one of the biggest problems with the state's case is that they didn't do it in a way that you can look at it and it seems like it makes sense or, to where you can really tell what's going on. The clothes that Borland had on. Now, keep in mind when he was leaving the studio, he had on the same clothes when he went to the hospital, but he just had a hoodie on over the t-shirt he had on. But when you see him leaving the studio, he had a hoodie in his hand. So he put the hoodie on at some point in between the shootings and making it to the hospital. That would be my thing too. Why? That's another good point. Why switch vehicles? If y'all are all going home, you're all going to the same place. Then why swap cars? Yeah, court resumes on Thursday. They're going to do closing arguments. He dropped his location on his phone, the 9807, and he dropped it to Fredo. And this is around the same time that he was FaceTiming Mariah. Okay, but who grabbed his phone then? Who took his place in that back seat? And how did he get his phone back 5 minutes later? And how did he end up, if he went home, how did he end up back out in the streets hiding in bushes? Or back out dropping pin drops asking for a ride? Who got his phone? We saw them leave. We watched their location data go where they went. It was corroborated by the security footage. So who would have gotten his phone? Who would have gotten in there? My mind is open. It's only open to things that will make sense, that are reasonable. Reasonable. She said that she saw Melly's face on the screen when he FaceTimed her. It's not reliable, and you know that. What's not reliable? Which part? You keep saying I'm ignoring comments. I see you, but make it make sense. Make it make sense. You think he's covering for the other guy, but I don't. You think who's covering for who? Latoya, I'm not following. Oh, Alyssa K has a conspiracy theory that fits the data. Thank God. I'm tired of just hearing the stuff that's already been proven. It's not possible. Track purposely setting him up. It fits the data. Okay, so explain it to me, Alyssa. Because Alyssa likes facts too. And that's what I like about Alyssa. Because even when we disagree on stuff, we can understand where each other's coming from. Alyssa K, explain it to me. If Track set them up, who do you think could have done it? When would Melly have gotten out of the car? And all of that. I want to hear it. I want to hear the whole thing. They'll do closings on Thursday. So he says, I believe he was there and I believe he knows what happened, but it's other people in play. I don't think that this was like him. I don't think this was like his own, big master plan. I really don't. I think that there is someone else pulling those strings. I believe without a reasonable doubt at this point that he did it, because that's where all of the evidence has led me. That's the conclusion that I've come to. But I don't believe that this was his plan. I think that he did it because of some kind of outside something, whether it was Track or the Bloods or whatever. I want to know how everyone found out about the murders if Portland didn't have a phone. How did they find out about the murders? Did they say that? And I don't remember. Alyssa. Okay, if you think he was there but he didn't do it, who did it? And if he was there, he would have had to get out of his seat and let somebody else sit there. So who? I totally agree, Madam CJ No Walker. I totally agree. The way that this was laid out, it was all over the place. It made it difficult to follow. If I had not put everything together myself in a timeline, I would not have been able to follow things the way that I have. Oh, see the rest of the stock? Scroll down a bit. How far you want to go? This goes way, way, way. Thank you. Yeah, she heard, and she says that, y'all keep in mind, the jury doesn't know this, but keep in mind, just from a factual standpoint, because like I've said, I like the truth. Felicia is the one who reached out to police. And if you look at the timeline, the day she reached out to police is the day after that conversation, that big fight between Melly and Mariah on Snapchat, where he said something and she said, you're going to kill me and all that. It was the very next day that Felicia, Mariah's mom, reached out to police and said that she was in fear for her daughter's life. She's the one who told police about them, or about him FaceTiming her, saying he was just in a drive-by. He was scared. He was hiding in the bushes. He thought Juvie and Zach were dead. Mariah screamed or whatever. It woke her up. She saw his face. This all came directly from her reaching out to police because she was scared for her daughter's life. So, but that's part of what, now she has amnesia, so the jury will never know that. You think it will be not guilty? That's interesting. I don't know. I could see hung. Here, let's do this. We did, our last poll was, do you think he's guilty or not guilty? 83% are guilty. All right, let's do this one. What do you think that the verdict will come back as? We'll do guilty, hung, not guilty. Do that one. Scroll more. I can put this on the website later. I've heard this a lot, Trey, that people in the area say that they know he's not innocent. There's been a lot of people that we've had even in chat that are from that area saying that everybody in the area believes he's guilty. Yes, court is over for today. I was trying to let us have a little bit of talk about this. And then I was thinking, since we're over, have you heard about the trial from the fellow who's representing himself? I was thinking about showing some pieces of that, some clips of that we can watch, because it's a little bit off the chains, off the rails, train wreck. Yes, everyone has an opinion and it's a discussion. We don't have to disrespect each other if we don't agree. The only time that I will get mad is all of the being mean, or all of the stuff that's like just trying to cause arguments. I love hearing opposing views, but everybody in this chat, we all are respectful of each other. His phone shows that he was at the location, yes. They dismissed the jury for the day. So I think he's going to do jury instructions. From what I understand, he's going to do them Thursday. Because, they still have to go over jury instruction stuff, like the on how they're going to direct them. Is cell phone data really enough to convict? There have been a lot of convictions based on cell phone data. A lot. I agree. SAG and Juvies families need justice, and that means whatever. Look, if an innocent man goes to jail, then that's not justice. So they deserve justice for whatever the truth is. You had all that time, and that's what you came in here with? Come on now. Honestly, I thought that the defense team had done an amazing job up to this point. I am surprised the last 2 days it's like they just dropped the ball. I'm curious as to who's going to do the closing arguments. I would say their best option would be to let David do it. Yeah, closing arguments is where they generally will pull everything together. I think we'll find out a lot more when Portland's trial comes. Sorry, I'm behind on chat. I keep trying to make sure I'm seeing all the comments, but it's hard when there's this many. the red vehicle and the red vehicle arrived to the gate. You can see Travion in the passenger seat, but the back seat is too dark to see who's in there. That's probably my favorite. I don't even know who exactly you're addressing this to, but that is probably my favorite comment of all comments I've ever seen. All caps do not make what you're saying make sense. That is my that is my new favorite comment ever. Oh my God, I'm so behind on chat. I keep reading. I've got to have to skip a forward because I've been trying to read all this stuff, but I'm missing it. Oh, Alyssa K, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Track planned it with Bort to drive out there, pulled Melly out of the car to confront him, took the back seat, shot twice, then got out and left. Melly panicked and had them stage the drive-by. Track planned it with Bort to drive out there. Let's see if we can make this. Pulled Melly out. Track is definitely knows more than what he pretends to. Pulled Melly out of the car to confront him. The only thing about that is if Sack and Juvie were asleep when they were shot, or if, well, they said Sack, looked like he was asleep when he was shot. I would think that if they opened the car door, it would have woke him up. He would have to know that they left early. Left the studio early. And where to go. And he would have had to know before they left because he lived north of the studio. So he would have had to go first. And he wouldn't have been able to have a phone on him because of the geo fencing. But didn't they, one of the subpoenas was for his car location data for the Kia. That part. Let's look. Travion is telling him, you got to talk up because all of this is falling on me. So why would he have said, you have to talk up, as in you are one of the only ones who know what happened and you have to talk up because otherwise it's falling on me if he was at the house? B-Dash, you get a gold star. gold star for you. I mean, I'm going to have to because now I'm invested and I want to see what else comes out. So, yeah, I think his starts October 2nd. Track is 100% not innocent. Even without the testimony from Jacoby Mills about how they went the next day to look for the guns and all of that, he is 100% not innocent. Pam, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, we do need that on merch. That's literally my new favorite comment ever. Why? Oh, so for the other theory, so why did Track and Bort plan the drive-by? What would be the theory behind it? Look, if this is your first day watching, then don't even bother with your conspiracy stuff. I'm skipping all those. Well, they did the geofencing and it showed that there were no other cell phones there. And also, why would they pass their house to go way out to the Everglades to meet somebody? And there was no evidence of any other cars. And when they watched the surveillance stuff, there was nothing else that was seen. No evidence of another car. He got their names a while back because he was on interviews and stuff talking about it. I have not heard that at all. So I'm not sure. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Yeah, 0 other phones in the geofencing in the area. See, that's something I want to know too. Whose idea was it to take that particular road? Um, I think because when they started questioning everybody, like we heard yesterday how they were putting some pressure on people trying to get them to talk. So maybe that's what, because remember, there was more from Travion. Okay, this is another thing too. Okay, right here, Travion tells him, tell them F that if they think that, Melly is telling Travion, F that if they think I did something like that. We can go to war. You know I would never do nothing like that. I showed them more love than their parents did. So why would Melly need to be convincing somebody if he was there with them? Danielle Savoy, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This spreadsheet is so bad. I can't do it yet because we're 8 minutes under 2 hours. Do you realize how much success you could have doing trial? Oh, yes. I've heard this before. It's just a God-given talent because I'm nosy. I like to put everything together so I could try to get the truth, get the whole picture, which sucked for anybody who ever cheated on me. Because I find out. Board and Track planned this. Track has the most to gain financially with Melly free or behind bars. I get what you're saying. To me, I would think that he wouldn't want to. I mean, Melly was one of his cash cows. He wouldn't want to risk him being in jail where he can't make more music, I would think. My thing is, if you're under the influence and, you know, so much that you are only waking up at, I don't know. I mean, Ashley says if you're under the influence, you might not wake up. And what if he woke up when Melly left the car and didn't wake back up with the door open again because he thought it was Melly? I just think that reasonable doubt has to be reasonable. And to me, that just doesn't sound very reasonable. Oh, yeah. Let me pull up Twitter. Let's see what he has to say. The thing is, I've missed so much chat. I keep trying to read everything, but I get behind because there's so much. All right. My thing is, I get that a lot of the arguments are over one or two pieces of evidence. But I'm looking whole picture. I've told y'all from the beginning, I want the truth, which involves the entire story, not one little piece. And that's my biggest thing, is the entire story together, like all of the evidence, the entirety of it all is, to me, what's damning. It's not one thing. It's everything. I had a few White Claws and tequila the other night, and my boyfriend started stacking empty cans on my head without me waking up. Alyssa Kay, let's enter that into evidence. Who said the door of Melly was open while the car was in motion? They said his door was open when the drive-by happened, when they staged the drive-by. All right, let's see. He says, they're presenting their closing arguments. Here comes the post-trial scene after the short recess. It adjourns. Rested. He's not testifying. He said he did not. Davis said he did not shoot Sack and Juvie. Davis confirms that Melly's cell phone was conveniently missing the morning of the murder of Juvie and Sack Chaser to the prosecution. But yet he was using it, so that's cool. Prosecution continues to correct Davis's current answers with previous statements. Prosecution presented Davis with a May 5th document that showed he had a different statement. He appears to be getting agitated by the prosecution's questions about previous statements. About the rent. So there's really just the stuff that was happening. It's not really a lot of the... Are you 100% sure that Melly was looking for his phone while everyone was making calls? Yes. I mean, look, if we had any evidence that supported that, cool, but we don't. So, yeah, his stuff is always really funny. I watch him. His reactions to a lot of this stuff are really funny. No. And they mentioned this before, that there was no communication on any app, any text, any social media, nothing. There was nothing on anything anywhere that had any kind of communication about meeting at this time. And they left the studio early. So if there was a meeting, then it would have had to have been planned from the time they were at the studio, because they didn't know they were leaving the studio early yet, from the time they were at the studio until they, in between that time and the time they got to where they passed their house. All right, so let's see where our thing is, and then we're gonna move on. We're at 10:45, 11:45 now at my time. So 67% think that it will be a guilty verdict. 24% say hung jury, and 8% say not guilty. They got Track's phone. His location data, because his was showing that he was at his apartment from whatever it was, 8 something. It was like 10:45 to 8, whatever it was. It was there like all during the night. I've thought about that too. I know that on some of the downloads that they do, they can recover some of those, but there's no way to guarantee that they recover all of them. So I've thought about that, y'all. He is not an innocent bystander. He knows something. He knows a lot more than what he pretends to. All right, let's see. Okay, all right, let's see. The one that I was looking at, I'm about to end that poll, so I'm going to give y'all another second while I'm pulling this up. But if you are wanting to vote, do it now. All right. Oh, that one that I noticed that started yesterday that I made a note of but don't know anything about was a Timberview High School shooting trial. All right, let's see. Where is the one? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Videos. The trial is over. It didn't last very long. And I think he's already gotten a verdict. But yeah,
By 1 or 1 centimeter.
that got loud. Oh, that's a trial where you're at the school shooting one. I haven't seen really a whole lot about it. Very sad. All right, so I don't want to watch this whole thing, but this is a trial where this is day 1. So this fella right here, he is on trial for no, they're gone for today. They're out until Thursday. So this guy, he is on trial for robbing, home invasion, and sexually assaulting I think she was like 77 year old woman. Apparently it was him and like his girlfriend. Allegedly, it was him and his girlfriend. But here's the thing, and this gets triggering for anybody who's ever gone through this, like the sexual assault part. So I don't want to watch the whole thing. 77. So I don't want to watch the whole thing, but he represents himself, and carjacking, kidnapping. So this started just a few days ago. I mean, it's already over. Like he's already, like, they've done verdict and all that. But this, he's representing himself. So there were a few moments where he was that got like wild. And if you follow the 13th Juror page on Twitter, I know that she was tweeting some of the stuff, some of the copies of this and stuff. So he was wearing her. See, I haven't seen any of this other than a few of the clips. He was wearing her purse when they caught him. Yeah, I haven't watched any of it. I've only seen a few of the clips, whatever. So I figured we'd watch a few of those since we were done early. But I don't want to watch the whole thing. But it didn't last long. This was, because what was it? It was just 5 days ago was day 1. So, I mean, this didn't last long at all. They're not deliberating today because they haven't done closing arguments yet. They're going to do closing arguments on Thursday. His girlfriend took a plea deal and got 40 years. So it's not allegedly. See, y'all know more about this one than I do. I've only seen a few of the clips. He didn't have his phone, and phone data could be manipulated to make it. Okay, here's my thing. If you think that somebody went through all of this to change that data, but they didn't know that you can tell if a car is not in motion when you're shooting at a drive-by, then to me, again, we're back at reasonable doubt has to be reasonable. This part, I heard this part yesterday. He used carpet cleaner to wipe his DNA off of her mouth and in other intimate places. How brutal. Like, this guy just is awful. Okay, so for those of you who've watched it, help me out. Do you know when some of the clips are where he's where they're like, where he's being ridiculous? Yes, he had his phone in his hand when he left the studio. Yes, we see it in his hand. He had her rosary and tried to say it was his. Blonde Crime has clips. Let me see if... That's what I kept hearing, that he's... I watched his opening statement, and yeah. All right, let's see. Oh, did you see this one?
Your Honor, I object to a continuance that far off. As I said, I did not get the order last time I was here in court. It was not mailed to me. It was not given to me upon leaving the courtroom. I've had motions in since that time and after. I have motions filed from October 20th, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 motions from October 20th and 2 as of right now from November 16th. The motions from October 20th
Calls the judge a name.
were filed before that last court date, whereas I was told that we would come and do the motion, have the motion hearing today on the 30th. I actually sit right back there in the first pew and agreed to the hearing with Mr. Jones when he came and presented the order to me. He said, you obviously have no objection to that. I said, well, it's not as if I can object when I'm on the record. And I was told that the hearings would be today. That's why I'm here prepared with all these motions.
Mr. Young, reading from the order that I signed on October 26th of 2022, the final sentence says defendant's remaining motions will be continued for selection of a hearing date to November 30th of 2022, and that's exactly what we're doing today. Second point, you filed motions that the clerk have file stamped of November 28th. Motion to limiting, motion for disclosure and discovery, and motion for disclosure from the courts. The state has the right to receive those motions in time to prepare to respond to those. So thinking that's going to happen overnight is not realistic thinking. So we're going to set all motions that are pending as of today's date for December 14th at 2 o'clock. So we'll have you back here to argue those motions at that time.
Your Honor, may I ask whether it's not a stenographer here in the courtroom today?
The stenographer is appearing by Zoom and is taking the recording down as authorized by the Illinois Supreme Court rule.
Is there a reason for that?
It's just the way it's happening today.
It's natural that the stenographer is usually in the courtroom, right?
Mr. Yon, I've answered your question. There is a stenographer taking the proceedings down via Zoom.
I also would like to object to the media being in the courtroom while I've not been given notice of that 14 days prior, and I've not been given notice today. So I'd like to object to that, and this being filed under coverage of the news this afternoon, as it always is. Also, Your Honor,
Hold on, your objections noted for the record and overruled. I have nothing else to take up in your cases today, Mr. Yon, so I'm going to remand you to custody sheriff.
Your Honor, I am my own attorney. I have some issues to take up with the
If you
court.
file a written motion, notify the state of those issues, and then we can schedule those for a hearing.
It seems like things don't get filed, Your Honor. The clerk just does not file them. That's one of my reasons. Thank you, officer.
Mr. Yon, you're remanded to the custody of the sheriff.
You know, the clerk will start filing my stuff. The clerk will never file my stuff. That's why I'm sitting here.
You haven't moved myself.
Piece of shit.
Let's go.
No, he's done. I'm tired of this shit. Y'all just railroad the shit out of me here. Fucking ain't even no stenographer. Tired of this stupid ass shit. I don't fucking know what that is.
Go get that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Carey.
Well, all right. Isn't he a ball of joy? So that one was months ago. So he's the one who just did trial that we were talking about. Let me see if I can find some of the clips from him. Oh, here's the.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Young, care to make any closing arguments?
Yes, I do, most definitely, Your
Here's
Honor.
his closing argument.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today we're here on some sick, heinous matters. Matters that if I were that person, I wouldn't care if I was a prosecutor or not. I wouldn't sit here and call the defendant a man. I'd call him a piece of shit. Excuse my terminology, Your Honor. But I'd call him a piece of shit.
Watch their faces.
Because that's what he would have been. Mr. Jones has put on a great presentation today. Very great. Just like Ms. Keck did on Monday last week. She put on a great presentation. Very abnormal and not her normal voice. Not her normal voice at all. She come forward with a presentation that seems so unnatural just to try to persuade you people. Just to try to persuade you.
She's using her phone voice.
You
How
see the
dare she?
woman right here on the screen? That's from a video.
He just pointed to me.
Does it appear if she's hurt, battered, beat? Persuasion. You can persuade anybody to do anything with words. You can persuade them with actions. You can persuade them with evidence. Sometimes evidence isn't evidence.
We love you too.
In the beginning and during opening statement, I spoke on a limited amount of issues, things if you may. One of them was persuasion. Mr. Jones, he's good. He's got words. Being persuaded. People often in life persuade others, as I said, with words, actions, evidence. They also persuade people with lies, deceit, vindictiveness, falsities. They try to place theories together and put stories together and embed them in the minds of jurors such as yourself or people out here in the community. You see Mr. Jones here repeatedly stated raped, beat, battered, hijacked to try to embed that in your mind, violating this family here. What family wants to remember that if it's really true? What family wants to have that embedded in their minds?
Wait, hold the heck on. Hold on. I did not hear that right. Did he just say that the prosecutor is violating the family by using those words? Is that what I just heard? Is that really what he said? That the prosecutor is violating the family by using those words. But not him by doing it, but the prosecutor.
I spoke on being logical in the opening argument. I spoke on how
Logical.
being logical
Replay.
here. What family wants to remember that? Raped, beat, battered, hijacked to try to embed that in your mind, violating this family here. What family wants to remember that if it's really true? What family wants to have that embedded in their minds? I spoke on being logical in the opening argument. I spoke on how being logical is logical.
Being logical is
Correct
logical.
reasoning, cause and effect. I promise not to attempt to persuade you, to manipulate you. I'm still not going to. But one thing I'm going to tell you before I go any further is I'm not a creep. A person who does them things are creeps. They're sick. What I think they deserve is one of them pistols right there on the man's hips to be taken and having their heads blown off. And that's just being point blank honest. I've never been a creep. Never will I be a creep. Persuasion. Persuasion. The state has presented a case to you formed out of mostly false accusations. Accusations not produced by them. Accusations produced by a declarant. You didn't get to hear that. You heard it from the grapevine. Mr. Jones heard it from someone who heard it from another. And them others heard it from someone. I want to speak to you on some things that we've heard and saw in the last few days. As I've already stated, you heard Miss
Hi,
Kathy.
Kathy.
She put a heck of a presentation together. Husband Schmidt, you heard from a man who is led to believe from his wife that certain things happened to that certain things happened to her. You heard how their home was robbed, their car was stolen, his wife was raped, brutally beat, and thrown downstairs. You heard Mr. Schmidt say he left after 5 p.m. After 5 p.m. In the state's direct examination, you heard him state after 5 p.m., approximately 5 to 10 minutes. Upon cross-examination and recalling Mr. Schmidt, it changed to a little bit before 5, right around 5. It takes approximately 5 to 8 minutes to get to farm and home. 30, 40 minutes there. It puts you at 5:50, 5:55, 15, 20 minutes home.
That needs to go on a t-shirt.
All the way out to North Bottom
Logical.
Road, 4300 Bottom Road.
Being logical is logical.
Put you after the time of 911 call. And that's a fact. You didn't see that though. You heard Mr. Schmidt state that he was in his garage and he made this call by himself. By himself. At the opening of his garage. Is exactly what you heard. You heard that from Mr. Schmidt. But did you not hear the facts though? There was another person on that phone call. It wasn't by himself. It wasn't by himself at all. You heard him speak on entering the home, approaching his wife, talking to his wife, going and retrieving a firearm, bringing it back to his wife, and then going out and making that phone call. Puts us even further after 6:09 p.m. You saw the certificate or police notes of 911 call, CFS report they call it. Mr. Schmidt was specifically asked, did anyone else make that call with him? He said no, by himself out in the garage. Where was CL? Until deputies went in that home and helped her up.
No, I can't. I gotta do 1.25. He's too slow.
She was in the home.
I gotta
That's
do
where she was.
1.25.
Anybody can put a theory together, a story. I could, although I don't like telling stories. I don't like telling falsities. You did hear that a lot of persons were in Mr. Smith's home this night. A lot. We're talking upwards of 7 and 9 individuals in a home, in a crime scene, a very violent crime scene, an extremely violent crime scene. Deputies didn't secure that. You later on heard deputies talk of a crime scene in Springfield, scene of arrest where there was a major coincidence. You expect to be looking for 2 people for a heinous crime and you find a murder 43 feet. Didn't hear that. 43 feet from defendant on my best friend's property. My best friend, an elderly man, 60 plus years old. 43 feet. Major coincidence. Didn't have nothing to do with myself, the defendant, at all. You would expect right there, wanted for this heinous crime, them individuals, nothing. But what you also heard is they secured the scene. They secured the whole block over a murder.
This crime to me is worse than a murder. Way worse, by any means. Way worse than a murder. It isn't securities crimes, you know. There was a bunch of them. Some of them right here in the audience, just walking freely through the scene. There was some right over here, just walking freely through the scene, looking for clothes. You heard of blood producing, not just what you've seen by oblique lighting or special effects or flashes. You didn't see the original pictures. You heard of bleeding, blood producing claims, bone breaking claims.
This guy is all
And I
over us.
apologize for getting intense with y'all. This is my life on the line for bone breaking and blood producing, abrasion producing claims thrown downstairs. Exhibit number 77 was on the screen for quite some time a little while ago. It was a 77-year-old woman, 77 years old. 77 years old to be battered and brutally, heinously beat and raped. Not just once claimed to be raped, but several different times.
How long does he talk?
You heard about that woman CL being lifted off the floor to a couch. You saw blood by special effects on the floor. But was there any blood on that light gray suede couch? There was none. None at all. Not a bit. Was there any on that chair? Not a bit. That was an incontinence issue. And I apologize for talking about the woman's personal issues, but that was an incontinence issue. You heard Mr. Schmidt state that he relayed that the male had taken off CL's top. You did not hear that from CL. You had the opportunity to, though. All of you did. I object. Why? Because they didn't want you to hear that. They didn't want you to hear the discrepancies, the complete contradictions. Damn near everything has been placed forth. I apologize. Excuse me again for my language. Hip replacements thrown downstairs. You can take your inference from that. You heard Miss Oglesby state that an elderly female presented with sexual assault claims. The CL had tears of a centimeter value, 3 of them tears. The CL was grabbed and held down. Penetrated in the anus by penis, finger, and eyeball can, which is
he's a little bit
bigger than the
too
diameter
much
of that cup.
for me.
But you saw patient decline. These are all things from CL. A whole floor. She was thrown down, brutally thrown down floor from one level to another. Did it appear to be brutally thrown down a set of stairs, tumbled down a set of stairs in Exhibit 77? No. Why? Because they were lies. That's exactly what they were. Husband Schmidt, excuse me, I apologize. You heard Nurse Ogilvy's documentation.
He's annoying. I don't know that I can listen to him go on and on. Let's see I want to watch his reaction with the verdict, though. You know, I never watched the whole Dale Brooks trial. I want to. I haven't had time. I want to watch it.
For Deputy Clerk, please publish 3 verdicts.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Bradley Yawn, guilty of home invasion with a dangerous weapon. We, the jury, find the defendant, Bradley Yawn, guilty of home invasion, criminal sexual assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Bradley Yawn, guilty of aggravated kidnapping. We, the jury, find the defendant, Bradley Yawn, guilty of aggravated vehicular hijacking. We, the jury, find the defendant, Bradley Yawn, guilty of aggravated criminal sexual assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Bradley Yawn, guilty of residential burglary.
Thank you. Mr. Yawn, do you wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, please.
Clerk, would you please poll the jurors?
Juror number 33, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 15, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 50, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 84, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 78, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 46, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 87, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
I want to
Juror
watch
number
it.
58, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 72, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 2, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 43, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 80, were these then and are these now your verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. To the members of the jury, the court wishes to express appreciation for your services as jurors in this case. Other than military service, jury service is one of the highest duties of American citizenship. When this country won its independence, trial by jury became the keystone of our system of justice, the connecting link between the courts and the people. It is one of the blessings of a free society. There is no more sacred public trust than to be chosen as a juror.
This is what
to
I
try
hear
a
all the
case,
time.
to sit in
I wanna
judgment
see it.
on the acts and motives of one's fellow man. The law, which is the court's duty to declare, is
How long is
found
the Darrell
with
Brooks trial?
comparative
I'll look it up.
ease. But the facts of the cases of which you as jurors are the exclusive judges are nowhere written, are usually in dispute, and are found only after the jurors have determined the truth from evidence before them. No case is easily decided and considering that some 95% of all civil and criminal cases are settled before they reach a jury. Juries such as yours are called upon to serve on only those that were impossible to otherwise resolve. I make these remarks upon discharging you from further service in this case, not only in appreciation of your service here.
Do we need to hear all this? Is there anything else that happens after this? Or is it just, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it goes straight into. Um,
Have you seen it?
Jury having returned guilty verdicts on all 6 counts of the bill of indictment.
I think that was pretty much it. Yeah, no, I never watched Darrell Brooks. I can't remember what I was doing at the time, but I never watched it. But I've heard all about it, and I've wanted to watch it for a while, but I haven't had time. Let's see. Are we coming back at 1 for jury instruction arguments in the Melly trial? They let them go for the day, didn't they? I think they said that they were gone for the day. I don't think they're doing jury instructions until Thursday. Maybe we'll watch some of that one when we're looking at other stuff. Yeah, the school shooter one in Houston, I think. It started yesterday. It's going on. Okay. Oh, Dallas. Okay, so let's vote then, because we have the rest of today and we have tomorrow. So we'll do a vote right now on what we're going to use that time for. Okay, what do you want to watch? Rest of today, tomorrow. Wow, Melly is out. All right, the school shooter in Texas. Carol Brooks. Is there any others? All right, I'm doing a poll. So whichever one is a poll is the one we'll watch. Yeah, when I watch that one, I want to watch it in full. Yeah, they have to go over this stuff for how they're going to present the jury instructions, like what instructions they're going to give. Yeah, they're not doing it yet. When they do, we'll watch. But we've got all day tomorrow, and then we've got pieces here and there. We can look at, I haven't had time to put anything together for that yet. But I guess we'll find out Friday. So that's another thing. We've got, if show business starts Monday, my plan was to use Friday to do an introduction to that one, to all the information on it. But we've got a little while today. I don't know how long it's going to take them to do all of the, not arguments on jury instructions, but like the discussions on them, I guess. But I don't think it will be a full day. So we've got some time today, and then we've got tomorrow. All right, so it's pretty close, but right now Daryl Brooks is up by 56% to 44%. Yeah, if they are coming back on, I've got it pulled up on one screen. So if they come back on, then we're going to watch that. I don't see why they wouldn't come back on. That's normally something that, I mean, even when they file papers on jury instructions and stuff like that, I mean, all that's public record. So there shouldn't be any reason why it's not recorded. But I think we've still got like 35 minutes. But they haven't, I've got it pulled up on one screen to watch for them to come back, and they haven't come back yet. We can watch the business hearings to prepare. Okay, so let's do this. Let's watch for the next like half hour. We'll watch some of the should business hearings, and then we'll find out about if they're going to. They should be coming back on for us to hear everything, but we can watch some of these hearings and then when that finishes, then we can decide what we do with which one of these. It looks like Daryl Brooks is in the lead, so we can do that one after the discussions for jury instructions. Let me see if I can find. Let's see. Right. Here's the preliminary one. Let's see.
Nobody else is ready? Business? Yeah. That other one, you heard about that? Yeah. Right. I don't know if we can just reschedule it or. Okay, I'm going to call State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Business. Case number is 22 CF 363.
This isn't the one where she attacks. This is the preliminary.
Mr. Saunders is appearing for the state. Case scheduled today for a preliminary hearing. Are the parties prepared to proceed?
The state is. The state is.
All right. State calls first witness.
The state calls Detective David Groff.
I do.
State name and spell your last name for the record, please.
David Groff. G-R-A-F.
Can you state for the record how you're currently employed?
I'm the detective with the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I have 29 years of law enforcement experience, 25 with the Green Bay Police Department, 15 years as a detective.
And in the course of your duties as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, do you have prior experience investigating crimes of homicide?
Yes.
And have you previously had cause to assist in such investigations in the past?
Correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to February of this year. Were you involved in an investigation of a homicide around that time?
I was notified to respond to in the middle of the night to investigate a homicide. When the initial reports were that the mother of the victim had returned or actually had gone down into the basement of her residence and discovered the head of her son in the bucket. And so then she called the police. Initial officers responded, secured the scene, and then detectives were called in.
And the residence that was reported to have occurred at, are you familiar with where that residence is located?
It's located on the west side in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin.
And did you assist in that investigation?
I did.
What were some of your responsibilities?
My initial responsibilities were to interview several witnesses, including the victim's mother, as well then as the suspect herself.
The suspect that you referred to just now, who is that individual identified as?
Taylor Shabusiness.
In the course of this investigation, did you have cause to personally interview Ms. Shabusiness?
I did.
The person who you're referring to as Ms. Shabusiness, do you see him or her in court today?
I do. She's located at the defense counsel in the orange jumpsuit.
And as the record reflect, the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes, he has.
I've given you Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that exhibit?
This is the amended criminal complaint of State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Shabusiness.
Have you reviewed that document prior to today's hearing?
I did.
She killed her boyfriend when she
Directing your attention to the probable cause section of that document.
Dismembered him.
Are you familiar with the reports that are referenced in that section of that document?
Yes, I am.
Have you previously had cause to review those reports as well?
I did.
Those reports, are those purportedly from officers from within your department?
Correct, and detectives.
And are those of the type of reports that you've commonly relied upon in the course of your duties?
Yes.
As a detective, do you commonly sort of review all the reports that are part of a case?
Yes, especially as a case detective, which I am in this case.
Okay. So you are familiar with the information that's contained within those reports as well?
Yes.
Based upon your knowledge of those reports and your review of the probable cause section of Exhibit 1, do you believe the information in Exhibit 1 truly and accurately reflects those reports?
I do.
And are they consistent as well, specifically with your details that are referenced beginning on page 4? Are those consistent with your personal recollection of this investigation as well?
Yes, they do.
I'd move Exhibit 1.
Mr. Johnson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, receive it subject to cross.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Johnson?
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. We're all set. Do you have any other evidence to offer today?
No.
Yeah, she was 100% on drugs. They said she was on meth.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state's request.
State moves for bind over based on Detective Grouse testimony here, as well as the contents of Exhibit 1. I believe there's probable cause for the commission of a felony offense.
Mr. Jolly?
No argument at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, based on the information contained in Exhibit 1 and Detective Cross testimony here today, I do find that there's probable cause. I believe the defendant committed a felony offense within the jurisdiction of the court. I'll order that she be found over the trial schedule. Arraignment, branch 2.
June 20th at 9:30.
I note the office that we.
July 5th at 8:30.
That work.
Okay, if there's any victims present, is there any issue with those dates?
No, that date works.
Okay.
Sorry, July 5th. Thank you.
Anything else from either party?
No.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, that is adjourned. Thank you.
So that was the first one, the first hearing. Now, the second hearing, this was the preliminary hearing. The second hearing she did is the one where she attacked her attorney. That's the one we'll watch next. Let's look. Shit, it's hearing. Here's the. Preliminary. I want to find the full hearing, not just the part where she. Wait, here's one. What is this one? Who's she grinning at? It's scheduled to start Monday, but with them saying that she's not competent, who knows? But if it starts Monday, then yes, I will be covering it.
Circuit Court Branch 2 is now in session. The Honorable Thomas J. Wells presiding. Your silence is requested.
Be seated.
Same. She gives me Letitia vibes.
Okay, I'll call this case then. This is 20 CF 1393. Actually, pardon me, it's 22 CF 363. State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Business. State appears by the District Attorney of the state. The defendant is appearing via Zoom from the jail. And in court is the attorney that's representing her on the competency matter, Quinn Jolly. Also appearing is attorney Heather Richmond. We're on the court's calendar today for a review of the competency evaluation that this court ordered. I'm in receipt of the competency evaluation. Let me just check with the parties. Mr. Lizay, has the state received that evaluation?
Yes, we have.
And Mr. Jolly, have you and your client had an opportunity to receive that and review it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So that report has some specific findings indicating that according to this evaluator, Mr. Business is competent to proceed. Mr. Jolly, your client's position?
Your Honor, at this point, my client would be seeking a second examination. The court must appoint one examiner, but can appoint more. After review of the report and the examiner's comments to the court, that the court should remain sensitive in the event of any signs of fluctuations in her overall mental status and behavioral stability. Such changes may signal fluctuation in her capacity. Ms. Business has been receiving mental health treatment since the 7th grade. She's been psychiatrically hospitalized multiple times. She's been diagnosed with bipolar and psychotic. This may have been one of her better days. However, I'm very surprised at the result of it.
Okay, so you're asking the court to appoint another evaluator to essentially review what this report was. Is that what you're indicating?
Yeah, this isn't the one where she attacks him. Apparently, this is another one too. I didn't know she had.
I don't have a strong position on this, however, I would know Dr. Collins is highly respected.
I'm gonna try to find the one where she attacks him. I want to see the whole thing, not just the part where she attacks him.
There's a number of these evaluations. We've accepted her reports on countless occasions. I'm not sure that the county or the state should pay for a second evaluation. I know there's other alternatives. The defense is entitled to have an expert evaluate their client at any time under sub 2, sub G of the statute. So I won't take a strong position one way or the other. I just wanted to note that we highly respect Dr. Collins' opinions on these issues.
Yes, Mr. Jolly, maybe you can, because I'm aware of the fact that funding is available whereby you could select your own evaluator. And you're asking me to appoint someone else when I've already appointed this individual. Have you thought about pursuing that on your own and selecting your own evaluator, or you're specifically asking me to select another person to?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so.
I'm trying to find the entire
I guess here's the thing, counsel. I don't have any problem at all, really, if the defense is looking to get on to a second.
error occurred. Ah. I think this is it. I believe. Thank you. I've heard that from many attorneys. I could be anything I want to put my mind to. That is some aggressive typing. The episode sidebar comes out tonight. Is that the most aggressive typing you've ever heard? Listen to that. It gets worse. Great. Not me. My girl passed away. Sidebar is a video. It's put out on the channel. It's members only for the first. I can't remember how long. For the first few days, and then it goes public. But JT does them, and we put them out on this channel, and they're always really good. It's videos kind of about like details of one trial, kind of start to finish. Not yet.
I'll call State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Shabusiness, 20 CF 998 to 20 CF 1393, 22 CF 363. State appears by Deputy District Attorney Saunders. The defendant is here in person, and with her attorney, Mr. Jolly. We're on the court's calendar, excuse me, for an arraignment this morning. Mr. Jolly, have you and your client received a copy of the information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you asking that the information be read out formally in open court?
No, Your Honor, we waive the reading of the information. I've gone over it with my client. It does appear to mirror what is in the complaint. We enter not guilty pleas and outcomes.
Okay, not guilty pleas will be entered on behalf of the defendant. Then the next, actually, the other files that are on are simply those probationary counts. There's a revocation on the books waiting to be heard. I'm assuming the parties just simply want those to be brought along
with this case as opposed to address those now. Is that correct, Mr. Jolly?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Check out his
Have any
tie.
objection?
No, that's fine.
Very good. Those will just simply come along until such time as we're ready to address those. The next thing we need to deal with is scheduling. What I'd like to do is get the matter at least on the calendar for a trial at this point. Enough time to allow the parties to complete their discovery and give them time to do that, but at least get something on the books. Any objection to getting a trial scheduled at this point?
No, that's fine.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
I don't know precisely the status of all of the discovery issues. I do know that I've got some orders across my desk to sign regarding discovery issues in this case. But I'm looking at mid-October. Any problem with that time frame?
Your Honor, at this point, we haven't received any of the discovery yet. I mean, once I start reviewing it, I'll have a better picture of where we are.
Mr. Saunders, any idea when discovered? Because maybe in the sense that to get the matter on for trial doesn't quite add up.
Look at her. Look at her. Look at that face.
It's certainly available. I think perhaps maybe somebody from Attorney Jolly's office picked it up on Friday, but our notes reflect it was picked up on July 1st. So it's done and prepared.
Okay, so you're indicating the discovery is prepped, it's been picked up, at least the state believes it's been picked up. With the holiday, I suppose there's room for a little bit of confusion on that. How about if we, I'm going to stick with the idea that I'm scheduling the matter for trial, obviously.
You can't hear him.
Discovery of these dates are going to be problematic. But how about a trial starting on October 24th? Mr. Jolly, does that work?
That works.
That should work for the state at this point.
Okay. And did you check? I know we need to make sure that these dates work with victims. Have you checked there as well?
I did. I believe those dates work for the crime victims as well.
Okay. So October 24, that's a Monday. That'll be our trial date. I intend on scheduling 2 other dates. First date being a final pretrial, which is going to be a few days before this trial, but also a status date, just to confirm that we're still on track. Because if we're not on track, I don't want to hear about it.
Look, this guy has no idea he's about to tackle the
final pretrial
defendant.
on October 19th. Mr. Jolly, does that work?
That works.
Looking at 1 o'clock.
That'll work.
Okay.
And that works for the state and the crime victims as well.
Okay. So that'll be the final pretrial and then a status date. September 1st, 1 o'clock.
That works.
And that works for the state and crime victim as well.
So that'll be a status date, and hopefully on that date we'll get a good sense about remaining dates. Anything else for the calendar or for the court today, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, present bond continues then, and this matter is concluded.
So this isn't the same. This isn't the one either. We watched now 3 hearings. Zero attacks. Let's see if we can find it. I've seen the ones that are. I see a bunch of videos that are just the attack. Whatever. We'll just watch just the attack. All right.
Shocking video shows an accused murderer lash out at her defense attorney as a judge agrees to push.
Okay, so hold on. Look at Hold on, I want to put it in slow-mo. All right, let's watch. He didn't even get out of his chair.
You went off on your attorney, Taylor. You went crazy on your attorney.
Yeah, it was certainly an attack, and I've been in so many courtrooms and so many cases, and this is the first time I've really seen a defendant physically go after their own attorney.
Court video shows Taylor Shabiznis lunge at defense attorney Quinn Jolly before she's restrained by a sheriff's deputy. It happened in Green Bay, Wisconsin on February 14th. 25-year-old Shabiznis appeared in Brown County Court for a competency hearing. Shabiznis, who is accused of murdering and dismembering her lover, 24-year-old Shad Thyrion last year, was set to go to trial next month. But at the competency hearing, her attorney asked Judge Thomas
I don't
Walsh
think that they
for 2
said
more weeks, hoping
why.
a defense expert could testify about Shabiznis's mental status. When the judge ruled Shabiznis's trial could be pushed back to May, she physically attacked her attorney. And the judge was basically looking at a future date.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden, that's when she got up and attacked her attorney.
Video shows Shabiznis sitting with her hands in her lap before abruptly standing up and attacking her attorney. After that, a Brown County Sheriff's deputy breaks up the fight and works to restrain her. He continues to wrestle Shabiznis to the ground before the courtroom is evacuated. About 1 minute into the struggle, another sheriff's deputy rushes into the courtroom to help in the restraining of Shabiznis. A third sheriff's deputy rushes in seconds later as additional backup. Reporter and anchor Brittany Schmidt was inside the courtroom as all the chaos unfolded.
She is wearing a belt and her handcuffs are attached to that belt. So she didn't have a lot of range of motion, but you do see her leave.
See, this is something I wondered too. If, like, anytime somebody acts crazy, I always wonder if it's part of a show. Like, Letitia was obviously faking it when she was acting crazy. And I said it before, y'all. Look, Letitia, that heifer is nuts, but she's sane. And there's a difference. And so I always wonder that. But I mean, I don't know. This chick, I mean, the thing she did with but also I haven't had a chance to pull all the court docs yet, but y'all saw that her attorney said, didn't they file papers, I believe, that said that they wanted the sexual assault charges dropped because the thing she did with that part, he wasn't alive anymore, so it wasn't considered sexual assault. That's some nonsense. Oh, look at her peeking.
WBAY says she's followed the disturbing case for months, but has never seen the defendant act out.
I've covered Shabiznis in court, man, I would say a half a dozen times now. And every time I see her in court, she's silent. She is motionless. She's straightforward, very little emotion, in and out, no big deal. So this is not something that even I expected to see from her. I know that her defense has brought up questions about her competency and her actions in court, in jail at the time. But it was.
Let's look at court docs and see what they found. We've still got about 8 minutes.
It's definitely not.
For Melly speaks to that.
Go further.
That's loud. Alrighty. It's Brown County, Wisconsin, right? County, Wisconsin. Y'all think she's playing it up? I thought the last name was fake when I first heard it. I was like, I'd never heard that name before. All right, Brown County, Wisconsin. SCHABUS. Taylor Denise Shabusiness. Move this over here so I can keep an eye out. So, first degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, third degree sexual assault. Court activities. $718. Search warrant filed 2/25/2022. Oh, I heard that. Just recently I heard that. You like her? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. See how that works out for you. They don't have dockets on this one. I gotta find it. Yes, it kicks on every once in a while, and it is summertime in Florida, so I can't cut it off because then y'all will see me pass out. They don't have their This is not set up like the ones I'm used to. Let's see. Um, Wait, so she has previous. I'm gonna have to pull this up. Oh, wait, are we back?
I was provided a set of the proposed jury instructions, and you have those too. Is that correct? Who's handling this for the defendant?
Yeah, we do have them. I think there may have been some edits to that you received.
Like if I can approach, I'm going to provide the defense counsel as well. It should replace.
So yeah, the jury's gone home. This is just them going over. They're not doing jury instructions today. They're just talking about jury instructions to get it all worked out onto how they're going to instruct the jury.
This is going to replace everything from count one premeditated murder all the way to page 1 of manslaughter count 1.
So I'll insert those as we go, all right?
Yeah.
And, Tara, you have everything, yes?
Yes, I'm about to get the supplements.
So, first one I have is 2.7 closing argument. Your objection, state,
No, Your Honor.
defense?
No, sir.
The next one I have is the 3.1 introduction of final instructions. Any objection, state,
No, Your Honor.
defense?
No, Your Honor.
And I have 3.2 statement of the charge. Any objection, state,
No, Your Honor.
defense? Then it starts out with 7.1 introduction to homicide. Any objection?
Not from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Next one I have is 7.2 premeditated murder first degree. Now, this is the one that's been substituted, is that correct?
Correct.
Actually, Your Honor, back at 7.1, the second page of 7.1, at the very last paragraph, first line, where it says, I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Jamel Demons may be. We would like it to read, I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, as opposed to proved.
Thank you. And
Judge, if I can make another argument regarding this section. We would suggest that the actual superseding indictment in this case reads in pertinent parts. The defendant did unlawfully kill the victim, the defendant committed the offense for the purpose of benefiting or promoting the interest of the guy.
That's
Oh, we're not there yet.
We're going
Oh,
to.
I'm sorry.
We're going to.
As to that second page of 7.1, Your Honor, homicide instruction. It reads as.
And you don't disagree with that, you just want to word it a little different, is that correct, Mr. Allen?
Yeah, it says proven beyond a reasonable doubt is the standard of law. So we would ask that that be substituted for the word proved. I think that would be set away the jury needs to be reminded first.
Thank you. Objection, no, it's overruled. All right, we'll use the standard. Then comes up 7.2, premeditated murder, and this is the one that you've amended, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And it now has count 1, 7.2, premeditated murder, first degree. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you seen that, Mr. Howard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to this?
Ms. O'Shea is going to be here.
Judge, as I was saying, the superseding indictment is worded, I think, in a rather interesting way because it suggests that the proof needs to be the proof of premeditated murder. And the way that the indictment is worded, it says, and the state must prove that it was also for the purpose of benefiting or promoting the interest of the gang. It would suggest, Your Honor, what the superseding indictment does in effect is it adds 2 more elements to premeditated murder. And in order to prove premeditated murder, then the state would have to prove that the victim is dead, if the death was caused by a fatal act of defendants, if there was premeditated killing, and that as well, there'd be a 4th element that says he was a member of a criminal gang, and a 5th element saying that it was done in furtherance of that criminal gang.
That's not Raven's
We would
voice.
suggest that that is all part of the state's proof regarding conviction for premeditated murder. The way that it's charged in the indictment is obviously has to follow. This argument would continue and be charged with felony both these sections as well as in second-degree murder, manslaughter, and felony murder. So this objection would go to all the appropriate sections of the charge.
Thank you. And what's the state's position on all of this?
And the state would say this is an aggravation, not an element. In support thereof, the state would cite to Richardson v. State.
Listen, I don't think she's disagreeing with that. I think she's suggesting it's not, that it's it's not aggravation. She's saying that, well, I understand your argument, counsel, you're saying is how it's worded in this case is incorrect. And therefore it's more than an aggravation. It's something they're alleging should be basically creating a new element or something to prove.
That's correct, Your Honor. And if I can just add, it's really, although it's generally a gang enhancement, I mean, what can we really enhance here? We're talking about a first-degree murder charge. There is certainly an aggravator in the death penalty section of this for gang enhancement, but as far as first-degree murder, I mean, what can you possibly enhance that to?
Mr. Your Honor, in support thereof, the state would cite to Richardson v. State, 338 Southern 3rd, 1106. That's a 2022 case. It is a first-degree murder by a criminal gang member. So I figure on a copy of the affirmed opinion in that case, as well as the indictment, the jury instructions as to count 1, the first-degree murder, as well as the verdict form as to how it was written in that case. Those have already been provided to defense counsel.
And if I can just add, Judge, for the Richardson case, this was never brought up on the field. I don't know why it was a question, but it was never brought up on the field. So it really isn't addressed in the appellate opinion.
I apologize, but I don't know what I do with my copy. You got an extra one there?
Yes, sir. And I also sent 3.14, which is the discussion of score sheet findings for aggravators and things of that nature, which furthers the state's position that you cannot add an element to that. And there's actually a standard instruction for criminal gang as a criminal punishment code score sheet enhancement as part of 3.14. Which I'm handing a copy to the court and defense counsel.
Unfortunately, Judge, the indictment did exactly that. It added this as element. And the indictment is what we have to try.
Your Honor, for that to be a correct statement, and for defense counsel would then have to also argue that the actual possession or discharge of a firearm was an additional element of the homicide, of which it is not.
Thank you. And I understand what the argument is. They're suggesting that the way to word it's not an enhancement, it's actually making it part of the offense, the way the indictment is worded. And all right, so I understand what the argument is. Is there anything further?
Yeah.
No, that's your objection. No, it's overruled. I think we're going to follow the standard instruction and treat this as an enhancement, not as an actual element of the offense of first degree murder. So, in any event, objection notice overruled. So what else? What other arguments are there regarding premeditated murder, first degree murder?
Regarding 7.2, Your Honor, on the third page where it goes to criminal gang member, at the end where it has the enumerated or the alphabetized.
A through I or whatever?
Yes. The problem with this case, Your Honor, is twofold. One, we had a witness who testified as an expert in contravention of some of these statutory requirements. He indicated, now here it says that a criminal gang member is a person who meets two or more of the following criteria. But as the testimony was adduced from their gang expert, somebody who wears red and throws up gang signs is not necessarily a gang member. So we have a testimony from their expert, the state's own expert, that contradicts the statute in terms of what is required for the jury to make a finding of criminal gang membership. Beyond that, so we would object to Section B, which indicates one of the criteria being adopts the style of dress of a criminal gang. In other words, wears red. I think that is dangerously prejudicial to give to a jury. C, adopts the use of hand sign identified as used by a criminal gang, which we already saw. We have everybody from 10-year-olds doing it on YouTube all the time. So that is notwithstanding what the statute says. The evidence that's adduced in this case would make this jury instruction misleading. I think subsection E associates with one or more known criminal gang members, I think is constitutionally offensive to the extent that it kind of ignores the fact that people grow up in neighborhoods and have friends and what have you who take different paths in life. And the notion that unless you immediately dissociate with them, you are a member of whatever gang they join, I think has socioeconomic and racially, constitutionally offensive implications. And finally, with respect to Section H, which says has been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times. The evidence that the state put on, they denied that either of the 2 decedents were gang members. And they put on pictures of Mr. Demons at concerts, taking pictures with fans, who may or may not have been in the gang, may or not have been wearing red. But I'm in a fraternity myself. If I see Kevin Costner and I take a picture with him, it doesn't mean that he is therefore in my fraternity. So particularly where we have a situation where we have a celebrity who is prone to take pictures with fans of all walks of life, to invite this jury to conclude that the pictures that the state put up of him taking pictures at concerts with people is sufficient for them to find gang membership, I think, is misleading and improper. So we would object to subsections B, C, E, and H on those grounds.
Hey, what's the state?
Judge, the standard jury instructions essentially list a host of different options that the jury can find. The jury can agree or disagree with the defendant as to B, C, D, E, or F. These are all conform to the testimony extracted in Polo. So that's why the state left all those in subsections. Specifically, you recall the testimony where he spoke about the color that the gang members wear, different type of hand signs. He talked about different hand signs and displayed to the jury. He talked about the defendant's associations with known criminal gang members, including what was evident in the text messages and the 9807 phone number, and also again the observations of other individual gang members within the numerous photographs that were displayed throughout the Detective Polo's testimony.
Is there a standard instruction on? There's none.
No, Your Honor. We with the assistance of the Richardson case and the Florida statute 874.03, we created these instructions.
And, does this mirror the Florida statute 874?
Yes, Judge, it mirrors 874 subsection 3, which defines criminal gang membership, and it goes A through K, and we did remove, I think we removed K, which states, for instance, has authored any communication indicating responsibility for the commission of any crime by the criminal gang. We also removed is identified as a criminal gang member by a parent or guardian because that did not come forward with the testimony.
Anything else?
That's what I'm saying.
Gentlemen, argument, Judge.
Thank you. Objection, no, it's overruled. As long as this mirrors what the statute is, there's evidence from the detective regarding each one of these. Objection, no, it's overruled. That's as far as count 1, 7.2. Any additional issues with count 1?
No, sir.
So it's the same issue with count 2, correct?
Yes.
And you're preserving that, but it would be the same ruling. I'd allow it.
Understood.
All right. The next jury instruction you're looking to have the jury instructed on is 7.3 felony murder. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. The state gave you defense counsel the Pierce case this morning, as well as a memorandum of law that discusses the other times Pierce decided. Defense counsel specifically asked if I have any cases in which the felony murder was, or the murder of another human being was the underlying felony. So I'm providing Lynch, P State 2 Southern 3rd 47. It's a 2008 case with the Supreme Court of Florida, and it starts on page 14 of the printed copy and goes on to page 15, which discussed that specific scenario in which another murder was the basis of the underlying felony for that. And so, Your Honor, with regards to the Pierce case, well settled in Florida law. The Pierce case is, I believe, 1995 or 1997. That has cited that has been the state of the law in Florida, where as long as the defendant is charged with murder in the first degree and that is a limited number of felonies under which the state can proceed, that is sufficient notice. As well, it goes into the fact that Florida is a very liberal state when it comes to discovery. Defense counsel has been aware, as all parties are aware, that there are 2 individuals that were killed during the course of this homicide.
Yes, Your Honor, we're not arguing a lack of notice. What we're arguing is that the state's interpretation of during and in the course of another felony deviates from common understanding of those terms and the definition of those terms in the English language. If, for example, I attempt to shoot one person and I end up shooting another, then I have killed that second person during and in the course of my attempt to shoot the first. And that would be a felony murder. If I shot one person and the bullet went through that person and hit the other person and killed them, then the second person, I would be guilty of felony murder for that second person because it was committed during and in the course of my killing of the first person. If I tried to push somebody off a building and I ended up pushing them both off, then it would be a felony murder, or ended up pushing 2 people off. It'd be a felony murder because I have committed one murder in the course of my commission of the other. But what the state is suggesting is that if you kill more than one person at the same time, that in sequential order, that the killing of one of the first or the killing of the second is in the course of the killing of the first, which is nonsensical. And the Lynch case, the language that the state points to on pages 14 and 15, I think makes the case. Even though the state is relying on citation to a particular section, the language under first-degree murder on page 14 reads as follows. We find no deficiency with regard to the factual proffer as it addresses Lynch's 2 first-degree murder convictions. The proffer, upon which the trial court relied in accepting Lynch's plea, provided sufficient factual support for each first-degree murder conviction. It then goes on to describe the facts and says, according to the proffer, Lynch arrived at the victim's apartment, held the daughter victim, Leah Cadet, hostage. That's the felony. And then subsequently shot and killed both victims after the mother victim, Rosanna Morgan, arrived at the apartment. There were no deficiencies. Lynch's killing of Morgan was an intentional, premeditated first-degree murder, and his killing of Cadet was both first-degree felony murder and first-degree murder. If killing one person at the same time or in the same sequence of events as killing another person constitutes felony murder, then what the court would have said would be that the killing of both people was both premeditated and felony murder. But it only singled out one. And that's because the person was being held hostage. And that was the underlying felony. If, as the state says, the mere fact of killing someone else in sequence constitutes the underlying predicate felony for a felony murder charge as to the second person, then what the court would have said here in Lynch is that in each instance, both were both felony murder and premeditated murder. But it said it only as to one person. And that's because Kadej, who's the person who was being held hostage, is a person that was both killed pursuant to a first-degree felony murder and first-degree murder under the doctrine of transfer of intent is what it says. But Kadej is the person who was being held hostage, and that was the underlying felony. It's not the sequence of murders. Once a murder is done, it's complete. And if somebody turns the weapon to another person and shoots that person, they're not shooting that second person in the course of shooting the first person. That crime has been completed, and both common understanding of English language and common sense dictates that one is not being done in the course of commission of the other. They're separate and independent acts, and we would object to any felony murder instruction under that theory, under the theory that the state advances. Yeah.
They're going over, if they're talking about the way that things are worded, they're going over the case law. I can see that, Melissa, having the, because like, what else are they going to do? They don't have like family and stuff to, you know, go hang out with. So I could see that. If you're sequestered, then you're there anyway, so you might as well spend the time you're there going through everything and working it out. Right now, 57% of y'all think that we will have a verdict by the end of Friday.
Counsel, I haven't sufficiently read and digested the Lynch decision. I wasn't aware that this was going to be an issue. So as to this portion, my thought is I'm going to defer ruling right now. But my, before we go further, what my thought process is, I think the defense is right. So I don't know, I need to research it further and find out, but it seems to me that the way I read the case and what Mr. Howard indicated is correct.
So, Your Honor, you have the Pierce case as well, the state provided this morning.
Well, the Pierce case I'm familiar with. I've seen that case before and read it before. That's a little different.
So that one says that the state does not have to prosecute or does not have to allege in an indictment both premeditated murder and felony murder.
Correct.
And so that's the state's position, is that the state can then still go forward on both theories based on the Pierce case as well as Lynch. And the interesting part in the Lynch case, here in the state would point out, is in Lynch, the court specifically cites to 782.04 sub 1 sub A sub 2 sub O, murder of another human being, not kidnapping, as the predicate felony on that. And here in the state would submit that in this case, there is clear evidence that, especially with regards to the count 2, the victim Christopher Thomas, that it would be during the course of the murder of Anthony Williams, which was a premeditated homicide, that specifically with regards to Christopher Thomas, that was the individual in the back seat, that there was a defensive wound thrown in calls, that would be during the course of the murder of Anthony Williams, Christopher Thomas was injured.
Thank you. So anyway, I'm going to defer ruling on it. I want to read the cases. I haven't. I want to read the Lynch case over.
We understand that, and I appreciate that. Just to the extent that the court does process the information and comes back, we would have some retort to what the state said at that time. I think now would be premature, or if you wish to hear it now.
No, I wish to hear this.
Okay.
I'm just going to end up ruling on it and
Okay.
sending an email out.
Makes sense. Well, first of all, I'm not sure that the medical examiner, matter of fact, I am sure that the medical examiner did not establish which of the two decedents was shot first.
Here it is.
That's one. And this issue of a defensive wound that came out of the mouth of Christopher Williams, the sergeant, contradicts the testimony of their medical examiner that said the headshot was the first shot. And so the state is trying to ride both horses at the same time. If the state has receded to the position that at least the second person who was shot, there is a felony murder charge for that person, we would take the position that the state has not presented any evidence that would rise to the level of reliability, let alone proof beyond a reasonable doubt, as to which person was shot first. The medical examiner couldn't say, and Christopher Williams had his wild speculative theories that contradict the testimony of the medical examiner as to Christopher Thomas's first shot, which is inside the face versus the finger. And so I don't think the state has laid the factual predicate to establish which of the two was shot first, in which case, if it's position that they have now backed down to is, or as an alternative, I understand, is that, well, at least as to the second person, we would have a felony murder charge. Our contention is that you'd have to establish which one was, and they have not done so. Which of the two people was shot first. That's it, Your Honor. That's all I wanted to supplement with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Defer ruling, take under advisement, and you'll hear from me.
Help us get to
The
five
next,
memberships.
with which we take issue, or maybe we should just go in order, because I now have them all scrambled.
Found
Yes,
out.
I just keep an order.
Yes.
Kelly J.
What was the next?
But we had just completed, in both cases, count 1 and count 2, 7.2 premeditated murder, first degree.
Lucy J. Baker
I
Johnson.
can't figure out with the supplement, but with the next in order, the 3.9?
I think the next in order is the felony murder, which
Is it? Right.
I don't know, whether that's going to be
Welcome. Thank you.
given or not. I understand you object to it.
Okay.
And assuming that I deny your motion and I grant the felony murder, is there some language in 7.3 that you object to?
No. If it's, we object to it in total.
All right, so assuming that it's I disagree with you, there's no other objection as to the form of the order?
No.
The form of the instruction?
No.
All right.
Except for the cases that we previously argued as well.
With reason. Yeah, with reason. Yeah, the gang stuff, which we indicated goes through all of these instructions.
All right, and so, and that's for felony murder regarding both Mr. Thomas, the deceased Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Williams, correct?
Yes.
All right, so then the next issue that I have is 3.4, when there are lesser included crimes or attempts, are there?
Well, Judge, I know category 1 is second degree murder and manslaughter. The state's only requesting manslaughter, but I believe that's requesting second degree.
No, we're not.
So we would agree to take out second degree murder and leave with manslaughter.
All right, so as far as the manslaughter instruction, have you seen the form instruction, Mr. Howard?
I have seen what the state has proposed.
Is there any objection to that?
No,
No objection.
except for the gang stuff, to the extent that it exists.
All right, and I've already overruled the gang portion. That my understanding, the law, that gang issue also carries over to the other charges, the statute itself would apply.
Yes.
So your objections noted as to the manslaughter charge regarding the gang, but that objection is overruled, and the state's going to take out second degree murder.
Correct, and I'll make a new 3.4.
3.4.
All right, so after the 7.7 manslaughter instruction, there's going to be 2 of those, one for Mr. Williams, one for Mr. Thomas, right?
Correct.
And the only objection is to the gang language, and I'm overruling that that objection. So I'll allow that. So the next instruction I have is 3.5A principles. Is that what you have, Counsel?
Yes.
Any objection?
Not in the state.
It's a standard. We think that the instruction deviates from the evidence as proposed by the state and its theory, and for that reason we believe it will be confusing. But that's our only objection.
Judge, may I approach with a new 3.4?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just print them all for me. One shot. Or email.
So, say which be heard regarding 3.5A principles.
No, Judge, this is standard. We charged in the indictment, the principal statute, 777.011, for alleging that the defendant and Courtroom Henry are principals to the offenses, and the evidence supports as such.
Thank you.
So my only question was, I thought I saw the principal instruction actually in the body of prior instructions. Was that not the case? Did I miss something, or?
No, I think 3.5 is the, oh, yes, it's in the felony murder. Yes, it's in the felony murder because you have to allege the underlying felony, which is the argument. So essentially you have to allege what the underlying felony was. So the underlying felony would be premeditated murder.
Okay.
And with respect to that, Your Honor, further to our argument, they would have to name who that person is, and they can't just pick one or the other. So they have no evidence as to who was shot first. And so therefore, it actually underlies and addresses our point that the felony murder, even though they aren't put it in the indictment, the fact that they have to list it in their jury instructions and the underlying murder must be identified and they don't know which, it's a toss-up, is kind of further support for the fact that it should not be included.
Thank you. So the next one I have is 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? That's the standard, correct?
It's a standard, Judge.
No objection.
3.9, Wayne, the others took out one of the paragraphs I saw.
Yes, Judge, I took out the reputation, that there was no reputation, evidence, so we removed that.
Otherwise, it's the standard.
Only on this particular one, we removed, accessory or informants on that, so. I don't see one more.
I don't see Melly sitting there. I haven't really zoomed out enough, but I don't see him sitting there. I would assume he's not. Hello, hello, welcome. Ooh, he popped right in that thing. I blend.
So in the 1 to 10, I only removed the reputation. But on the second page of 3.9, accomplices.
I'm not hearing you, counsel, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was responding to counsel, but in 3.9,
Now I'm sitting
in the
beside
standard instructions, the only thing that was moved in the 1 through 10 was the reputation that I previously indicated. But on the second page, where it starts with expert witnesses, it's missing the paragraph regarding accomplices and informants, referring to Portland Henry.
What does that language say?
I'm gonna print it.
You had previously taken it out, you want to put it back in?
I missed it. Missed Bradley And it's the standard version.
Thank you.
My apologies.
No.
Like, I'm trying to be the judge's friend.
The big thick paragraph.
Yes. Regarding Portland Henry's statement that was read to the jury. And I just removed the second and third bracket, which says that he's been promised immunity or hopes to gain more favorable treatment, as those don't apply.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
With the inclusion of the language we believe to be appropriate. I think that it is entirely within the province of this jury to assume that Mr. Glass, Trayvon Fetty Glass, who testified behind the monitor and behind his dreadlocks, was here and was acting with a hope or expectation that he'll be favorably treated. So whereas we agree that it was not established that this state attorney offered him anything, his motivation for showing up because he thought he was going to go to jail if he didn't show up, and the manner in which he testified, his entire comportment suggests that he had some ulterior motive. And I think the jury should be instructed that if that is what they found, that it is relevant to their consideration. And they may well have gleaned that just from the entire totality of the manner in which he appeared here and the manner in which he testified.
David, you heard?
Judge, I have no objection if they want it in, so you want me to put and or between those three brackets? Or. So for instance, the claims that have helped the defendant commit a crime and or has been promised immunity from prosecution and or hopes to gain more frequency treatment.
Yes, that's fine.
Mr. Howard, any other objections to that instruction?
And to that instruction, no, sir.
So, Mr. Turner, in terms of fairness, I mean, you are saying the first one, that helped the defendant commit a crime would be applicable?
No.
Yeah.
No, we claim that is not.
So it should only be hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case. Would
Yes.
be the only one that applies. Okay, so we don't need to end or, we can just edit it to the third one. Sure. For example, this claims.
Who has
Who has?
been promised immunity from prosecution or hopes to gain more favorable treatment.
In terms of that there's no evidence of immunity from prosecution. So if hopes to gain more favorable treatment, we would agree that should stay in, but there is no promise of immunity.
We can look at it.
A witness who hopes to gain more favorable treatment. That's the only one that's, got it?
Mr. Howard, is that right?
Let me consult you. 1 second, please.
I need my evil plans notebook to hold up.
Yes, sir, that's it. We're good.
For the,
Thank you.
Yeah, but they just said prosecution didn't offer Travion anything.
The next one I have in my packet, 3.9, subsection A, defendant not testifying. That's the standard, correct?
yes, Judge.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Then I have 3.9, subsection B, defendant's statement. It's a standard, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
We object, Your Honor, because we believe that this, I don't know, do I have to make an argument?
No objection, and I only put it in as a defendant's request.
3.9. The parties agree that it should not be.
Both sides agreed to delete it.
Yes, Your Honor.
3.9B is deleted. Then I have 3.10, rules of deliberation. Any objection? That's a standard again, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to it?
No, Your Honor, we would just request that in subsection, paragraph number 5, that it says your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not. Instead of in accordance with law, that law is beyond a reasonable doubt. So we would ask that it read, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not beyond a reasonable doubt.
They wish to be heard.
Judge, this is the standard instruction. We object to any special amendments.
The objection is sustained. It's the standard. 3.11, cautionary instruction. That's the form of the standard, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
3.12, verdict. Any objection? It's the standard again, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to it?
It would only be, I believe, as to the third paragraph, and that is only as it relates to, because it
Depending on your rule, Your Honor's rule.
depends on your Honor's ruling concerning felony murder. But if the court rules in the defense's favor on that, then that would be a paragraph that would be excluded.
Yes. State agrees.
Yes, Judge, it would have to be modified, correct?
Then I have 3.12, A, subsection A, single defendant, multiple counts, 3.12, subsection A.
Objection.
No objection from the state.
All right, parties agree with, then I have the actual verdict form, and the problem with the verdict form is, again, second-degree murder has to come out right.
Yes.
And then the issue of felony was conceded in there.
No, because it would be an alternative.
All right. Can I ask you a question regarding the interrogatories? Any objection to those?
No, Your Honor, but before we get to the interrogatory, that's the first part. So B comes out because we're going to take out second-degree murder. And we also believe that subsection D should be subsection A. That is more consistent with the presumption of innocence. That the jury be offered the option to find him not guilty first and not last.
Any state have any position on it? They will be heard.
Yes, Judge, we might get to remain as standard in all the standard jury instruction verdict forms.
Thank you. Objection, no, it's overruled. Just leave the standard. Then I have 3.13, submitting the case to the jury. Is there any objection?
I think we're going to talk about these individual interrogatories first.
Oh, I thought you said you were okay.
No. Let me just,
understood.
sorry. Let me confirm.
We're doing the interrogatories on the verdict form.
No objection.
No objection?
Solid six.
All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4 interrogatories with no objection. So, 3.13, that's submitting the case to the jury. That's again the standard. Is that right?
Yes, Judge.
Is there any objection to that?
Which one is this, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
3.13, 3.13. Submitting the case to the jury.
The only thing the state may suggest is that would say that the exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you, with the exception of any that are biohazard or anything of that nature. Those will be available for review and open court.
And also the celebrate.
Yes. 64, yes. Well, and the state will provide a laptop for defense to review. It does not have access to the internet so that the jurors can review the items as they choose at their leisure, but I can tell you that the laptop the state will provide will not open the celebrate report. It's not.
Is that all right with the defense? Otherwise, you know, if they want to see something, we just bring them back in here into the jury room. And counsel would have to make it available and get it up and running. Otherwise, we can send the computer back. It's up to you guys.
What, could I have one thing?
Can we have a moment on this? Yes.
Oh, now I'm the judge. Lasted for a moment.
All right, so we'll just provide the computer, let them take a look at it before it goes back to the jury, make sure everybody agrees with that.
Yeah, last year on Thursday.
All right, so
What happened? What'd I
know
do?
you were ruling on felony murder. Is that it? Is that the only issue that I need to resolve?
I do believe in all related. Yes.
So I'll take care of that. I'll send out a letter, email to you today or tomorrow as soon as I resolve the issue in my own mind and finish reading the case. I mean, it's 38 pages. I haven't read it, so I'll read it and see if I can find any other cases on point. Oh, I trust you when you say these are the cases that are on point. That's it. So I'll look at that and see if I can come up with anything. And I intend to send an email out to all of you at the same time, just tell you what my ruling is. Is that all right with everybody?
That's fine. Will the state send us a finalized copy of the jury instructions?
We're going to get to that in 2 seconds. That's what I want to have happen. Whatever my ruling is, to send them a set of instructions. And I want to know if the instructions don't meet with, you're suggesting there's some issue that we need to resolve. I want everybody back here to resolve that issue tomorrow. All right? No ifs, ands, or buts. I don't want to be arguing about jury instructions before the jury comes in Thursday morning. So I'll get an answer to you today, and it's not going to take you much time to sort out whatever my ruling is, correct, Ms. Smith? So, and then you can get a set of instructions over to counsel, and how long would it take you to review those instructions?
Probably a half hour, an hour. And we will have Ms. Liberty respond to the court if we have no objections or if we have an objection. And assuming we have no objections, then we won't meet tomorrow.
Correct.
If we do have an objection, I understand that Ms. Bradley has a commitment in the morning, so I assume we'll meet sometime around 1:30, 2 o'clock.
Correct.
Fair enough.
Is that all right with everybody?
Yes,
So just plan on being here tomorrow at 1:30, unless counsel, did I see it right?
It doesn't matter, Judge. You can call me,
No, I apologize. Allison. Mr. Allison,
Yes,
if I hear from you and you send out an email to the state as well as the court, let us know, let's say by 1 o'clock, is that all right? Whether you're going to be here or not?
1 o'clock today?
No,
Tomorrow? Yeah, 1 o'clock tomorrow. If we have to be here, it's fine with us.
They say let's notify.
Oh, notify the court by tomorrow.
By tomorrow, 1 o'clock.
By 1 o'clock.
Otherwise, be here at 1:30.
Fair enough.
Is that good with everybody? Was there anything else?
I'm just going to approach with the amended verdict form.
All right, you're going to send assuming whatever the final version is, you're going to make copies, correct?
Correct.
And for the copies, though, I need one for each of the jurors.
Correct.
That's 14. I'm going to need one for the court reporter, is 15. How many does this defense need?
3.
18. And we need an extra one, right? 19. So let's say you make 20 just to keep a round number of it, so there's no issue if something gets wrong. Now, regarding the closing argument, I don't see how this is going to work in one day with a 4-hour closing, respectfully. I don't see how it's going to work. The jury, Gary, when I talked to Tom, he explained to me that the jury was instructed to be here on Thursday morning at what time?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Where at?
First parking garage.
The parking garage. And then you got to bring them over here?
Yes, we'll escort them here.
You'll escort them
They'll have
here?
a designated area. There'll be deputies there waiting for them, and then we'll escort them.
And how long does that take?
Assuming they get here at a reasonable time. And they're not.
Assuming they get here on time.
So,
I know we've never started on time because we
They'll
always
have to put everything through the scanner, their luggage and everything. So I would say 30 minutes.
So assuming we start at 9:30, and I think that's a big assumption. My guess is we start at 10, all right? Because we've told the jury to be here, and there's always somebody who's not showing up at 9 o'clock, always late, and by the time we resolve whatever issues we have, we start at 9:30. And that's, that's just the nature of the beast, so to speak. But assuming we start at 10 o'clock and you go 3 hours is the closing, you know, without taking any breaks, you know, you're gonna be into 12:30, 1:45, and your opening argument. We take an hour or so for lunch, come back, you know, at, let's say 2:00, and defense puts on their argument. There's no way we can finish all this. There's just no way. And we indicated, you all told me you wanted to do it in one day. It just, there's not enough time to do it because the first night they have to be out of here by 5. They come, they make arrangements to get them out of here by 5 o'clock. They've asked me to assure them, because they have to make arrangements over at the hotel where they're being sequestered at, and things like that. Friday, they'll pick them up. You know, they're working on all those arrangements, and they'll be over here to start their deliberations Friday morning, and they'll get them over here fairly early.
You missed
because they'll have them. They've all had breakfast arranged already. They're working on all of that. So my thought is, we can't have 4 hours. It's just not going to work. You can't have 4 hours. If you go 3 hours, put an opening 2 hours, rebuttal an hour, that gives Mr. Alcine 3 hours, and I don't know who's doing the closing. Who's doing the closing? So that gives him the time in the middle, 2 to 3 hours. Whatever I give you, I got to give him.
I understand.
And then you have an hour for rebuttal. I don't know if you really need an hour for rebuttal, but the problem is it's cutting really, really close to that 5 o'clock time. And that's the problem I have.
So you're saying even asking for 3 hours would be too much? Is that what you're?
No, I'm saying I think we can get it done in 3. And again, I have to hold out the same time for the defense as for you. But I you know, counsel's indicating to me he doesn't think he's going to need 3 hours. But you know, if things change, he's entitled to the same time that I give you. But if I give you 3, and we started, you know, be optimistic, we started at 9:30, all right? 9:30, 10:30, 11:30 is your opening argument. Okay, we've got to take a break in there someplace. It's going to take me a half hour to read the instructions. So you'll probably be done with your opening argument if you take 2 hours, somewhere around noontime, 12:15, 12:30, something like that.
So is it your honor's intention to read the instructions to the jury first and then closings?
That's what I typically do.
That's fine. Say there's no preference on that.
Because you're going to use the instructions I thought in closing.
Yes.
And, so I would.
I'm sorry. I have no problem with them using the instructions before you read the instructions, since we have them. So may I suggest considering starting closing arguments immediately, because at least if we run out of time, the court can instruct the jury Friday morning. This way, we're assured that closing arguments will in fact be complete on both sides. And if we agree to the jury instructions, then I see no harm in either side using those instructions.
My understanding from the rules are you can do it either way. So up to however you want to do it. So, you know, I leave it to the attorneys, basically. You tell me whether you want to read it first or last. I typically read it first, not my preference. That's just what the attorneys want me to do typically. So I don't really care one way or the other. You tell me how you want to handle it. That's number one. But if we do 3 hours, just talking about the time frame, if you do 2 hours and you get your closing done in the morning, let's say, we take an hour and 15 minutes or so. That's what we've been doing for lunch. Come back. Mr. Alcine can have his 3 hours thing. And then you come in for your 4th hour at the end. And it should be, you know, if he takes the time, he's telling me he's probably not going to use the time, but he's entitled to it. That brings us up right around 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I will, if you're instructing us to do 3 hours, I will do my best to get everything done in the 3 hours. I'm doing it 2 and 1. So if it might go over a little bit, it might be under a little bit, so I don't write it out word for word.
I would ask you to do the instructions last, since we agreed to it, and in the event that we're running late, then
Stop you for a second, Gary. What happens if we're running over a half hour on these things? Because Tom says you gotta get them out of here at 5 o'clock.
I don't
I've
think,
never had the issue come up.
yeah, I don't think it's such a big deal. I can check with him to see what's the latest. I know the first night is kind of lengthy because the things we have to do before we take them there.
All right, so we'll see how it goes. I'll get your a ruling hopefully today on the felony murder issue. And then we're gonna meet back here 1:30 tomorrow, unless I hear, and you hear from, defense counsel, but they're agreeing to the instructions, preserving your objection, but I mean, the form and substance of the changes that we made, they're, in essence, agreed to conform with my ruling. And,
Yes,
otherwise, everybody meets back here at 1:30. Okay?
the only thing I could think of to deal with or address prior to the closing is defense is going to object every single time I call the phone number of the defendant. If we have as opposed to having to argue that every single time. And so the state make sure, now argument in the state has proven that phone number belongs to the defendant.
I think she has the right to refer to it as the defendant. I also have the right to argue that if I so choose, that they haven't proven it. But I think at this point, that's fair comment on the testimony.
And that's what argument is. It's comment on testimony. You're the way you're perceiving it. So I doubt there would be an objection. But counsel's just telling you that that's it's a threshold question in the trial as to whose cell phone it is. And that's why you asked to let all those emails and text messages and all that kind of stuff in there.
But that was one of the reasons I was asking for 4 hours, because I anticipated a lot of objections on that specific area.
We're not gonna object to that, she's entitled to make that argument. Your Honor, there's just one thing remaining, and we're not sure that, we know we made a motion for judgment of acquittal at the conclusion of the state's case in chief, at the conclusion of the defense case. We are renewing it at the conclusion. I guess the state didn't put on the case, but just in case there was any procedural requirement that we do so in order to preserve our rights, we are renewing at the close of the state's non-rebuttal case, our motion for judgment.
I thought you did, and I thought you did that earlier today, but if I'm mistaken, I'm sorry. But you said, I thought the last time there's no other argument, you're standing on the arguments you previously made, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And the state have any additional arguments?
Just from the Lynch case, Your Honor, I would also cite as to the premeditation aspect, there's case law on that as to how premeditation can be proven.
I'll defer ruling on it, and I want to read the case over, and I intend to get you an answer today. If not, it'll be first thing in the morning. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, I spoke with Tom, 5:15 today.
All right?
So I would again, based on that, ask the court to instruct the jury last.
Well, I think the state has no objection to it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I missed that.
I'm going back and forth on that one. I'll think about that in tomorrow. I prefer the court to have to read the instructions first on that, so that that's the baseline and that's already been given from the court, so.
Typically, that's the way I do it, but it's discretionary. It can go either way. See what the issues are. And my only concern is making sure we get it done. But I don't want to, instruction to report, they're going to have a hard copy of the instruction, but I don't read these instructions really fast. I take my time reading it. I'm not going to just fly through it. I just don't do that.
And we're asking that it be read last. So we're clear on.
I understand. I want to hear what the state has to say. She says she's going back and forth. And I do understand that discretion is up to the state. Okay? All right, anything else to discuss?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
How about you, ma'am? Anything else to discuss?
Yeah.
See everybody back 1:30 tomorrow unless I hear from you.
You're going to hear from the designated person that Judge Siegel's appointed, and that is Miss Liberty. with all due respect.
With all due respect, I'm sure that Judge Seal didn't appoint any one of these.
Oh, yes, he did. He did. He did. He absolutely did.
I disagree with Mr. Allison, that is not my recollection of how that date is handled.
So, yeah, this is stew for 3 hours. All right, so while they were going over some of that stuff, I had been talking to Juvie's dad. And a couple things. Juvie's dad said that yesterday that he was shocked when they listed him as when Stu listed him as a suspect. He said he was shocked about that. And he said that the drama that Stu said that Juvie's dad and Sack had, he said he never knew anything about any issues between them. He said that he heard about that for the first time at the same time the rest of the world did, that he didn't know anything about it. He also said that when Stu said that he was, that they interviewed him at the funeral, at Sack's funeral, he said he didn't go to Sack's funeral. He only went to the wake. So, interesting. So he's going to come on the show when all of this is over. He said he's going to come on the show and give his thoughts about everything. So we'll hear what he has to say. But yeah, he didn't know anything about a beef between him and Sack. Yeah, so you're asking about him saying the openings. So oh yeah, here you go. Here's Melissa. So jury instruction discussions, 3 hours for closing, and jury instructions after the closing arguments. So they're doing 3 hours for each of the closings. Now, prosecution will go first, and then defense, and then prosecution has a chance to go again. So it's 3 hours total. So he was saying you can use 2 hours to do the main part, and then defense can do their 3 hours, and then you can do 1 hour for the last part or whatever. So 3 hours each. If that's the case, Jamie would be a suspect because her and Sack argued. Yeah. They argued worse than anybody. But yeah, he said he didn't know anything about the beef between him and Sack. He heard that yesterday for the first time with all the rest of us. All right, so, oh, my back. That one spot in my back that I said yesterday was hurting is still killing me. All right, so we have a couple different options. We looked at the let's see. Okay, so here's the thing. Do y'all want to yeah, I know. he is a victim in this, and so yeah, I know. Okay, so here's our options. We have tomorrow off from Melly Trial. So let me see if this, we had talked about the Daryl Brooks or the school shooter or yes, I know, but I see y'all, but that's what I'm saying. I know, but he's a victim in this, so I have kept victims out of the crossfires for everything. All right, let's see. So our options for thank you, Elizabeth Evans. Thank you. And yes, thank you to our mods. Lord knows this trial has been one for the books with our amazing mods. Let me see if the school shooter trial is copyrighted. If it's not, if it's copyrighted, I can't stream it. Let me double check. Oh God, my back. I don't see. Ugh. It's killing me. All right, let's see. High School. I don't see it copyrighted. All right, no, it's not copyrighted, so we can do that. So that's the options. We can either do, because we're done early today, so we can do a couple more hours today, and then we'll have today, the rest of today. We'll have tomorrow, and we'll have Friday. So the poll that I did last time was split 50-50. So I'm going to do it one more time because we're about to see what we're going to start. Also, if we'll be able to get through a lot of it quicker because we won't have to stop for like breaks, sidebars, lunches, that type of thing. So we're on, today is day 2 of the shooter trial. And I know the Derek Brooks trial lasts like 3 weeks, so we can get through it faster, but it would still be it would last longer. The other thing is if the business does not start on Monday, we'll be looking everybody saying Brooks is long. It is longer. We're on day 2 of the school shooting trial. But also, I don't know how long the no to DB. Okay, well then we're going to do the school shooter. So I do want to watch Joe Brooks, so maybe that'll be something that we do like on a, I don't know, at some time. All right. So we have I forgot how big I am right here. Let's see. Now a bunch of y'all are saying DB. I'm just going to do the poll. We'll do the poll. You have like 1 minute to vote, 2 minutes. Which one do you want to watch? We have today, tomorrow, and Friday. It was like 50-50 last time. Poll. 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 DB is Daryl Brooks. The school shooter is Timberview High School in Dallas, Fort Worth area. It's at 49 and 51 right now. I would start from the beginning because the beginning was only yesterday. And we would be able to catch up. Everybody keeps saying this, that they want me to watch that one so they could see my reactions. It's funny. All right, Daryl Brooks is 53% right now. 54%. That Lisa Pamplin is part of the defense team for who? For the shooter? I don't see anything about it. I'm not really sure. All right, last chance to vote. Right now we're at Daryl Brooks. All right. We're ending now. Daryl Brooks is the winner. All right. Then let's see. Oops. I can't see on that one. Daryl Brooks trial. Day 1. All right, I'm going to do it at 1.25, unless it seems like it's too much when we're doing it. Oh, this is the one with the really pretty judge. She's on our trial mama's calendar. Hi. We miss you. How do you feel?
All right, good morning, everyone. The court will call State of Wisconsin versus Daryl Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. Record should reflect that the state appears this morning by District Attorney Sue Opper, Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie, Assistant District Attorney Zach Wichow, and the defendant, Daryl Brooks, appears in person in custody. I'd also like the record to reflect that he is appearing in jail attire today. He's also wearing a mask.
What's he doing?
I'd like the opportunity to state that I'm here concerning this matter as third-party intervener in this matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value in return for value all the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments and would like to now reserve my rights if I may.
Mr. Brooks, you just interrupted me within a minute of us starting this case here today. I'm asking you to respectfully not interrupt me. That's the second time, so I can go through the list of things that I need to get through this morning. Mr. Brooks, it wasn't the proper time to do that. That's now the third interruption. So,
with all due respect, Your Honor,
Mr. Brooks, by saying all due respect doesn't change the fact that you're interrupting me. Your objection is noted, all right? But you need to stop interrupting me so I can get through what needs to be done. I have a number of documents that I need to discuss this morning. Mr. Brooks, you do not have a right to interrupt the court. I will remind you once again of the Supreme Court rule. It's on a yellow laminated, double-sided piece of paper that is before you. I checked, I verified, it is. Mr. Brooks, that's not another interruption. Let me get through this, please.
I just want.
You will have an opportunity when I give you an opportunity. No one else is speaking at the moment but me. You need to stop interrupting.
I don't identify by that name.
Mr. Brooks, I am going to keep going. You are warned. You need to follow the standards of courtesy and decorum for the courts of Wisconsin. Chapter 62, that's another interruption.
I intend to follow decorum.
This court comes with a history of Mr. Brooks interrupting now. This is day 4. And every day, Mr. Brooks has interrupted. It has resulted in Mr. Brooks being placed in a neighboring courtroom so that this court can efficiently, effectively, and with dignity preside over this case here today. I am well aware that's another interruption. I'm well aware. Stop talking.
I have the right to do.
I'm well aware, Mr. Brooks, that you object to the name that has identified on the information and all documents in this case. Your objection is noted. It does not need to be repeated. I will make a record right now. The court notes a continuing objection by Mr. Brooks of his name and that he objects to being here. I know he's filed a number of documents previously related to that. Those documents are of record. There's another document that's filed.
He's still going.
2 more interruptions just now. I believe I'm up to 8. Mr. Brooks, you're advised that continued interruptions will result in you forfeiting your right to be present in this courtroom, where you'll be taken to the courtroom next door to appear by video and audio means to participate.
From the courtroom,
That's another interruption.
You haven't shown me any lawful case law that I can be removed from the court proceedings in a trial and forced under coercion and duress to appear in the trial that I am needed, that I've tried to express that I have the right
Mr. Brooks, there's a proper manner in which you raise objections. You have not followed that proper procedure. You are unable or unwilling to abide by simple rules of civility. You interrupt, you don't wait for anyone to finish, and it will result with you being removed from the courtroom. So you are once again reminded of that. I'm going to give a little slack at the moment only because we are not in the presence of the jury. I'd like to go through a couple of things, the first of which is the jail attire. Mr. Brooks, we, meaning myself and the jail, have made arrangements by allowing folks to bring in street clothing for you. You've appeared previously in a suit and tie, very appropriate for a trial. If you no longer have those clothes available, the jail has a supply of clothes that they can also lend to an inmate. The reason we make those arrangements during trial, sir, is because this court has taken a number of steps to shield from this jury that you are in custody. Your hands are not shackled. Okay, there are skirts around each one of the tables. I'm aware of the feet shackles. That's yet another interruption. I'm aware of the shackles on your feet, and that's why the skirts are on your table and frankly all of the tables, right? So that it appears to be the same for anyone coming in and viewing. Again, their arrangements have been made for you to appear in street clothes or civilian clothes. I would like you to appear in street clothes, and the reason why, sir, is to reduce or even eliminate even the appearance that you are in custody. And it is your choice, though. Are you willing to go back to your cell and put on your suit?
It is my right to do so or to not do so. And at this point, Your Honor, who doesn't know that I'm in custody?
Mr. Brooks, I've had many trials with individuals who were in custody, and when I've talked to the jurors after the conclusion of the case, they had no idea. The whole point of allowing for street clothing is not only to shield jurors from the fact that you are in custody, but also you being in a suit and a tie or other street clothing, I think also lends to the dignity of the proceedings. This is a trial. Again, it is your choice. Are you willing to go back to your cell and be dressed in the street clothes that you previously appeared in?
With all due respect, I do not agree with that assessment whatsoever. There's no possible way that anybody will not know that I am in custody. I think that's a well-known fact because it's reported on every day in the media. It's shown every day on the news where I am, what jail I'm housed in, and that I'm in custody. It's virtually impossible for anybody to not know that I'm in custody.
Mr. Brooks, did you hear the question that I asked you?
And I respectfully keep the position that I just put on the record.
Mr. Brooks, I will ask you again. Are you willing to go back to your cell or into the jail and put on street clothes?
I do not consent or agree to anything that you just stated, Your Honor.
All right, he did not provide an answer to a very direct question. Let the record be very clear that Mr. Brooks was given multiple opportunities to answer that question. And go back, Mr. Brooks, that's yet another interruption. I will advise you, sir, that at any point in time, if you wish to put street clothes on, I would give you that opportunity to do so. You've already heard it is my preference. You've already heard me advise you regarding the steps that have been taken to shield the fact that you are in custody from the jurors. You refuse to answer my question about whether you would go back to the jail. That's another interruption. So based on his refusal and his choice to come in, that's another interruption. Based upon his failure to answer my question directly, I will take that as a non-response, but he came to court here today. That's another interruption. I will take that because he's come to court here today in his jail attire, that is a choice that he has made freely, voluntarily and intelligently. No one has forced him to come to jail in those clothes. This court is encouraging him not to. He's appeared previously in his street clothes in what I would describe as a very nice suit and tie, but it is his choice to not do that, and we will proceed accordingly.
So while we're on the record, may I challenge the subject matter jury?
No, you may not, sir. You need to file a motion in order to do that.
So
Mr. Brooks?
I filed haven't even been responded to. I gave
Mr. Brooks, you're interrupting me yet again.
You just weren't
All right,
speaking,
Mr. Brooks, you are now going to be removed to the other courtroom.
To that.
I have had a dozen or more interruptions. We'll be off the record while we do that. Thank you,
I don't agree to a stop. I move for a motion to dismiss for being under duress and being coerced into a contract that I did not consent or agree to. I have a right to be present for trial.
What? Let's skip forward. He's like this the whole time? Oh, that poor judge. Oh my God, that poor judge. Okay, wait, hold up. Who's that? Wait, he builds box forts? Watching what's happening here?
All audio, or he can.
She's really pretty.
Oh.
And so is he. This guy behind me.
All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. I need to make a record that at 8:42 a.m. this court ordered Mr. Brooks be removed from the courtroom due to repeated interruptions and disruption with the court. This, of course, comes on the recent history with Mr. Brooks. On every day that we have been in court since Monday, he has shown a complete and utter disrespect for the simple rules of civility. He has been removed from the courtroom multiple times. This morning alone, he started interrupting this court within a minute of the court calling the case. I should also make a record that at the moment he is muted because of the way that he was removed from the courtroom and his conduct since. I have been given just a bit of information about it. I will advise everyone that I have required that the Sheriff's Department file a written report with the court regarding Mr. Brooks's conduct. I'm told that he would not sit down while in this courtroom in order to have the shackles removed so that he could be taken to the other courtroom, that he was resisting, that at one point he took off a shoe and it appeared to the deputies that he was going to throw the shoe. You can see that he is seated with his back to the court or to the camera. He took his shirt off as well. I'm also told that he is threatening to throw and break items. I want to give him headphones since he has claimed in the past to be hard of hearing in one ear, but given his statement that he would throw and break things, unless he can pledge to this court that he will not do that, I'm not going to provide that information. I will advise that the audio in that courtroom should be turned up accordingly so that it is louder than it has been. I've also been advised that the audio and visual equipment is working in that courtroom. The deputies that are in there can see and hear the court through the Polycom system. Today is a little bit different in that there is no Zoom. And so, but this court, with the blessing of technology in this new building, have the ability to call in one room system to the other. That is why we're able to see and when appropriately.
So he's in the other court right now.
And then there are the 4 camera angles that are presently from this courtroom. I have the camera in the other courtroom on a single camera since he's the only individual in there. This court has, in essence, extended this courtroom to the neighboring courtroom. While there is ample evidence in the record, not only through the proceedings up to this point, but this morning alone, that through his conduct, he has forfeited his right to be present. I'd also make a finding that he is appearing from that courtroom and that because of the audio and visual equipment and system that we have in place, that it is the functional equivalent of being present in this courtroom. This court has relied repeatedly on Illinois versus Allen. I've read portions of that case into the record. I don't intend to go through that at length here today,
Why is he taking
other
his
than
shirt off?
to indicate that trial judges that are confronted with disruptive, contemptuous, stubbornly defiant defendants must be given sufficient discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. No one formula exists for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere will be best in all situations. And in that case, there were at least 3 constitutionally permissible ways for a trial judge to handle a stubbornly defiant defendant, which this court would find Mr. Brooks squarely has become and has demonstrated over the course of these last few days. One option is to bind and gag him. I've already talked about at a previous hearing why I choose not to do that. Cite him for contempt. I choose not to do that either. The third is to take him out of the courtroom until he promises to conduct himself properly. Mr. Brooks today, of course, showed up in court from the jail in his jail attire. He does that by his choice. I gave him the opportunity to go back to the jail to put on
I've got it
his
set up to
suit and tie
1.25.
or other street clothes. He refused to answer that question. This court will continue with this trial, as I have previously indicated. There are many resources that have been put into bringing this day to bear, and it is important for all involved that this trial continue. Again, Mr. Brooks is given the opportunity to appear from that other courtroom. At this point, I'm still in the final housekeeping matters, and so he clearly has forfeited his right to be present for that. I will advise Mr. Brooks, as I have advised him repeatedly, if at any point in time he wants to come back and he is willing to promise that he will abide by the rules of courtesy and decorum and be civil and show respect for the court proceedings for all individuals in this courtroom, including Mr. Brooks himself, then he may come back in. It's also my intention to give him that opportunity at each new stage. But again, we are in the preliminary stage prior to the jury being brought in. I would note it's a little after 9:06 a.m. At all times throughout the court's statements thus far, since going back on the record, Mr. Brooks still appears to be communicating, or at least attempting to communicate with someone else. I can see his hands moving. He has turned his back. I can tell that he can hear me because he shakes his head no at a point in time where it's clear he's disagreeing with something that I've said. I believe he can adequately hear, and that his statement earlier in the proceedings that he's hard of hearing is simply another tactic of his to disrupt, to delay, to create chaos. I will further advise Mr. Brooks that his continued behavior, whether it be appearing in court in jail attire.
Y'all, this is exactly what it sounds like. Like when Jacob was little and I would put him in timeout and I'm like, okay, now he's going to come out of timeout now because he's, said that he's going to be on his best behavior and he's going to do better. This is exactly what that sounds like.
All right, I've received a note. We need to reset the Polycom system, so I'm not sure what that means. I'll find out and if appropriate, make a record as to why and whether that impacted anything that was happening in the other room. But at this point, while I'm not going to get off the bench, we're going to take a short recess for that resetting to take place.
I would request an opportunity for then, Your Honor, when we go back on the record. Please.
Absolutely.
Okay, this guy right here is, he should be in the trial daddy's calendar. All right, let's see. Let's come back from recess. Oh, I love being able
and a duty to rate any concerns as to the competency of any defendant to proceed to trial. Any counsel representing Mr. Brooks would have that same obligation, and the court itself, if it had a concern as to the competency of any defendant to proceed, can request an evaluation that's pursuant to 971.14 of the Wisconsin statutes. At no time has anyone involved in this case had a competency concern. And I say that based on the fact that Mr. Brooks has made multiple court appearances, most of them before Your Honor, but at least initially he appeared before two court commissioners. He's had counsel representing him up until last week on this case. And you've made a record with Attorney Perry previously as to Mr. Brooks' ability to understand what's going on and his ability to participate in his own defense. You made a thorough record last week when you went through his waiver of right to an attorney and his absolute desire that he expressed multiple times to represent himself. I would also add.
Oh no, what did I do? Did I do something? Why is it doing that?
He is coherent, he is intelligent, he knows the issues in the courtroom, he discusses what happened in court that day with these individuals he's speaking to.
That wasn't me.
I am thoroughly convinced, Your Honor, that Mr. Brooks is 100% competent to proceed to trial, that his mental capacity is not reduced in any fashion. Anybody that thinks otherwise has no involvement with this case. I would reference the court to today's filing, which Mr. Brooks provided. It is extremely well written. His handwriting is immaculate. It's perfect. The punctuation, the grammar is 100% accurate. He drafted this himself in his jail cell last night, I presume. Maybe it was this morning. He has continued with the same objections that he has been making repeatedly in this case. So he clearly understands the issues. He understands the defense that he wants to pursue. He undertook the effort to have this form notarized by a jail employee so that it is a signed and sworn affidavit. Absolutely no concerns on the part of the state of Wisconsin that Mr. Brooks has any deficiency in his competency. We are 100% convinced that these actions of Mr. Brooks are deliberate and intentional, and they have escalated, and the court has seen this since August 25th or so, as the motions were decided by the court, most of them to his detriment. His behavior became more and more difficult in the courtroom. It started out less aggressive with him sleeping and asking to be able to leave the courtroom. Then we had a toothache. Then we had a situation where he didn't want to come to court, was refusing to come to court. The record will be clear, Your Honor, that each time, and the Sheriff's Department has done an absolutely fantastic job dealing with Mr. Brooks fairly, professionally, respectfully at all times. We concur 100% with the record you just made as to what happened after the recess at about 8:42 this morning as to Mr. Brooks' conduct. These are deliberate actions on his part as we get closer and closer and closer to actually presenting this case to a jury, that he is attempting to derail these proceedings and avoid the inevitable. And I want to make that record. I tell this court as an officer of the court, we have zero concerns as to the mental competency of Darrell Brooks to proceed. And we have had many, many dealings with him on the record and off the record that I base that on. I also wanted to add one other comment as to the court's record as to the need to proceed with this trial. We concur 100%. We would also note it's not just a matter of resources. It's the need to proceed to justice. It's the need to get justice for the crime victims who have patiently attended every one of these hearings. They have a constitutional right to trial. They have a constitutional 100%. Right to a speedy disposition of this case. And that doesn't mean hasty. That doesn't mean reckless. It means efficient administration of justice. And this court has provided that to the crime victims. And we think that's another reason that Mr. Brooks' antics, which is all they are, clearly speak for themselves. This is not his inability to understand what's going on by any stretch.
He's talking back to her. That's what he's doing.
And I do appreciate you raising that with the court because I share your observations that you just noted on the record. I would adopt them fully as if they were my own and make them part of the findings that I've already made on the record. Obviously, I personally haven't listened to the jail phone calls that you referenced, but I do take your statements as an officer of the court. I look forward to further reviewing them, if need be, changing any conclusions that I've reached here today, and I would require you to file that exhibit so that that can be part of the record as well. I would also add to what you have just stated. This court has read through not one, not two, not three, but 4 evaluations related to the special plea that was withdrawn. And those are very recent evaluations where the examiners met face-to-face in the jail or in an appropriate visitation room with Mr. Brooks, either in July or August of this year. And every single one of those individuals did a mental status
exam that's noted in their reports. Frankly, the behavior that we're starting to see here is no different than some of the behavior that was noted by those examiners as well. This behavior is frankly more in line with someone who's defiant, deliberate, and in line with the conclusions related to whether he suffers from a mental disease or defect that would qualify for a special plea. I've not gone into much detail, and I won't. Those documents are part of the record, but it's very clear to this court that everything that he has done, as outlined by the state and as made evident in the record of these proceedings, that it is the sole intent of Mr. Brooks to make a mockery of this process. And I've stated, and I'll state it again, I'm not going to tolerate it, but there is, I believe this trial needs to continue, should continue, not only for Mr. Brooks as the accused, who also has the right to a speedy disposition. He hasn't exercised it. The victims have a right to a speedy disposition. And it's important for the justice system to go forward with this proceeding. We are at the stage where we are at with Mr. Brooks muted in another courtroom because of his defiant actions.
He pled not guilty, right?
And I appreciate everyone's patience as the court goes through these things, frankly, gives Mr. Brooks time after time after time.
Kind of like going into a trial not knowing anything about it, not researching.
But he just simply flat out refuses to do so. So what I'd like to do is finish with the approval of the jury instructions, the preliminary jury instructions. I will make a record that Mr. Brooks did not file anything in writing regarding a proposed jury instruction, as he was advised to do yesterday if he wanted me to consider something. I believe we had a very clear discussion on the record about that. He was given a full copy of the draft preliminary jury instructions. He was part of that conference that we held yesterday. There was even a discussion regarding where he could find jury instructions with the legal materials that he has access to.
It looks like he's waiting to get into the
jail. Although he didn't take it to his cell yesterday, he has had the selected statutes that I referenced yesterday that also have the rules of evidence. And so I wanted to make that record. I don't have anything from him this morning regarding any additional jury instructions. Has the state had an opportunity to now review the preliminary jury instructions with all the changes that were made yesterday?
We have.
Any objection to those?
No.
All right. Mr. Brooks, I'm going to unmute and ask you if you have any objection to the jury instructions that were provided to you yesterday. I'm specifically looking for a yes or no answer, and I'll address further if need be based upon that yes or no. The microphone is unmuted. Actually, we'll need to turn him up. It's not very loud on our end. Mr. Brooks, did you say one more time? Yeah, but you know what? Your volume's a little low, so we're gonna have them adjusted over there and in here. So give us a second. Where is the microphone? It looks like it's in front of the monitor.
He's like pacing.
Mr. Brooks? Try again.
Am I on the record?
You are on the record. Ooh, that's loud now. We'll turn ours down. Mr. Brooks, yes or no question, do you have any objection to the preliminary jury instructions that were provided to you yesterday?
What?
Go ahead, answer please. All right, your objection is noted for the record, and I'm just putting the mute back on. He provided that objection without any legal basis. I muted him just so I could ask this question. I'll be right with you, Captain. Mr. Brooks, you have a legal basis to object to those preliminary jury instructions. I'm unmuting you. Hold on, it's the volume is not being appropriate at the moment. Try it again, sir. I apologize for the technical issue. All right, the technical, we're gonna have to figure that out. It's not appropriately working. I do appreciate that he was able to hear me because he leaned in to answer. So I just wanna make that record. I'm gonna go take a recess. I'll just mute while we're doing that, just so I can figure out what the audio issue is, and then we'll go from there.
Um,
But at this point, given your conduct from before, I'm going to require, after we take the next break, that the sheriff's department put you in the chair face forward and with shackles on your ankle as you are in custody, and that is appropriate. Now, I want to turn back to the issue with the jury instructions, Mr. Brooks. You indicated you had an objection. My next question to you is, what is the legal basis for the objection? I'm going to unmute so you can answer. Go ahead, sir. You need to turn around so I can hear you. Part of the issue is he's also not facing the microphone, and so I need to hear him, and he needs to turn around. Mr. Brooks, I'll ask you once again, what is the legal basis for your objection to the jury instructions?
it don't even seem real.
I'll ask a third and final time, sir. What is the legal basis for your objection to the jury instructions?
She has patience.
Well, I can't even hear what she's saying all the way. Too low.
You want your headset?
Mr. Brooks, I can hear the deputies over there. I know they can hear me. That's been confirmed. There is the headset available to you should you wish to use it. If you can't hear, I would ask that you put them on.
OMG.
I'm able to hear. He said to the deputy, put them down. I don't want them. All right, I'm going to mute once again so I continue with my record. He did not answer the question, what is the legal basis for the objection? I asked that question 3 times based upon that non-response. His objection is noted for the record, and I will approve the preliminary jury instructions that are on file with the court. Obviously, they'll be uploaded once I read them, but all parties have been given copies of those. Before I turn to the motion for reconsideration, you raised this earlier, at least the topic of it. Mr. Brooks presented a filing to the court this morning. I asked the bailiffs before the case was called at 8:30 if Mr. Brooks had any paperwork and to ask him if he had any filings. He then provided this piece of paper and it was photocopied. Actually, it was date stamped, then photocopied for the parties. It may have already been scanned in, I'm not sure, but it certainly will be. I've had an opportunity to review this document. Based upon my review, I don't believe any response is even required.
Hey, real boring housewife.
It's his affidavit. He's providing certain disclosures, but there's nothing about that that requests any relief from the court. Certainly no legal statutes or constitutional provisions are referenced. To me, it just looks like an objection that he's filing, and that will be, of course, noted for the record. Attorney Opper, anything you would want to add to the record on this, any position you are taking?
No, I also viewed this as, because he labeled it objection by affidavit, I think my interpretation is he was trying to make a record for appeal that he objects to the court's previous ruling. I don't think there's anything the court needs to do with this document at this time.
All right, thank you. Then we'll move on to the motion for reconsideration. And again, I'm keeping Mr. Brooks muted so that I can get through this process orderly, efficiently. When necessary, I will unmute him if the court has questions. All right, Attorney Opper, I have read through the motion. Is there anything you want to add to what you have put in your filing?
Only one other observation, Your Honor, that since I filed at the events of the last couple of days, I think further support my request, not that the defendant's behavior in the courtroom has anything to do with the broadcasting of victims and witnesses, but I think the stress that is going to be placed upon them potentially by Mr. Brooks' behavior will be additional challenge to them as they testify. And so not having their faces displayed, I think, would help ease some of that tension for those individuals.
Mr. Brooks, my first question to you is, do you have a position on the state's request in their motion for reconsideration? I'm looking for a yes or no answer. I'll unmute and provide that to me. Go ahead.
I didn't hear what they said. I just put the headphones on, so I didn't even hear what she said.
Sir, it's a written document that was filed, and you were provided a copy of that yesterday. We took a recess yesterday, so it could be served upon you. If you haven't read it, that's your choice. What I'm asking you is, do you have any position on their request for this court to reconsider the denial of the denial of the state's request to prohibit the photography and video recording of victims and witnesses, and specifically their faces.
Who could have?
A ruling was already, we already talked about that. You already ruled that the victims and witnesses will be shown. That was already ruled on.
You are correct, but they filed a motion for reconsideration. That's the
handled him for
document
that
that was provided to you yesterday. I'm asking if you have any position on the request that I reconsider my ruling.
Yeah, it was everything's supposed to be public. This is a public trial. I don't understand why there would be even a need to reconsider what you already ruled on at this point, as far as to that particular issue.
I take
It's a public trial. It's a public trial. Anybody can essentially watch the trial. And like I said, as far as with the technology that we're in now, if they have to be sworn in by name, that in itself makes them easy to, if somebody wanted to pull them up or find them or find out who was testifying at any given time testimony is given, it'd be pretty easy for them to be found and to be seen. So, I mean, that's just the age we're in anyway, as far as with social media and Google and all these different things. We got all this technology basically at our fingertips. So I don't understand how it needs to be changed at this point when it was already ruled that this is a public trial. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be shown. Why not keep everything public the way that it's intended to be? And because of the fact that you've already ruled on it, made that on a record, let's keep it the way it is.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brooks. I appreciate your legal analysis of that and your factual analysis of the prior ruling that this court gave. I thought you did an excellent job making some very good points, many of which I relied upon previously. There is a mechanism in the law for a party to bring a motion for reconsideration.
What is that?
Essentially, it requires that the
What was
party
that?
bringing the motion provide some new information or rely on an argument that the court aired as a matter of law in its prior ruling. The decision that I made previously and the decision that I make here today is one that is vested with the sound discretion of the court. I would note the state does rely upon a case. The case is not new, so it's clearly something that was in existence.
Aren't I watching this
on the prior motion? That's Estes versus State of Texas. It's 380.
I am so confused. Okay.
1 U.S. 532, but I would note it's from 1965.
I don't
in
know.
1965, I would say even in the
I don't even know how
1980s
to
here
do
in
that.
Waukesha County, there was really a presumption that cameras not be allowed in courtrooms at all. We have moved vastly away from that over the course of the last couple decades, and certainly since 1965. I am certainly mindful of the potential stress that it may cause for victims and other witnesses to come into court and testify and to have their images broadcast as this trial is broadcast, not just locally, but nationally, and frankly, anywhere in the world anyone with a computer would want to watch. I would note, though,
I don't
that
have
prior
Discord
to the
open.
point in time when this case came to trial, this court took significant efforts to keep victims' names private. There's a victim key that is on file. This court signed an order and even required Mr. Brooks to not disclose that information. That was one of the conditions set when bond was initially set. Now, that was by a court commissioner, of course, but that's still a ruling that this court adopts.
Can we fast forward
In
to this part
addition,
some? Is this just
could preserve their privacy? I don't state split trial.
I appreciate
all
her
of the names
going through all
are
of
a
this,
matter
but-
of public record. This court obviously went through all of the names of the witnesses during the jury selection process. It is in this case. This court, because of the case, has a special category as minors, and you're interrupting me, sir. I wasn't looking for a response. I'm happy to ask you the question myself on the record for you to answer it. I will give you the opportunity to come back into this courtroom. You have demonstrated that you can make cogent, coherent, articulate arguments on the record. You just did that. You've been respectful for the time being. I will ask you, sir, do you want to come back into this courtroom? You've been unmuted to answer that question.
Not until I can receive medical treatment for the bruise that I have on my arm and the cut. You just said a while ago on the record that you cannot see blood. That's because I wiped it on my pants and you can still see the blood in the cut and a big bruise right here on my arm. I was told that the nurse would be coming in to see me. And then I was told, no, she's going to come at the next recess, which we just took. I know it was technical difficulties why you called the recess, but that was more than enough time for me to at least be seen, at least get the cut cleaned out and get it bandaged, at least at minimum that.
He
And
wants
somebody to
medical
look at
attention
this
for a bruise?
That was my position on why I was not yet ready to come back into the court, because I feel like this needs to be addressed.
All right, Mr. Brooks, I understand your request. I'm denying the request to take an adjournment, or I'm sorry, to take a break at this time.
I'm not asking for a break. I didn't ask for a break. I was just saying that at the time that there was the technical difficulty recess, before you even called that, Your Honor, I was told that a nurse was coming in at that time. But then when you called the recess for the technical difficulty, I was then told that I would have to wait until another recess to be able to be seen by the nurse, which my thing was,
Mr. Brooks, you've made your record, okay? I don't need you to go further with that. You've made your record. I'm going to mute you for the time being. I want you to be aware, sir, I was advised regarding the cut. The bruise is new information. I made a determination that you would be seen at the next appropriate break. From my perspective, a small cut and a bruise is not going to hold up the start of bringing the jurors in and advising them of the preliminary jury instructions. If that means the next break we take is for lunch, and that's when you are
like a
seen,
child.
then that's what will happen. So I don't think I've overlooked anything, Attorney Opper, but anything you had on your list?
Nothing else on my list, but I want to give Mr. Brooks one more opportunity to change out of his orange jail uniform. Excuse me.
That I would give him an opportunity to do. Mr. Brooks, would you like to go back and change into your suit?
My position has not changed whatsoever, and it will not change, as it is my right to come into court how I would like to. Just like I should be awarded the right to be present for every proceedings in this trial.
All right, I'm muting him again. I note your objection.
Just
I will
muting
take
him
that
again.
as a clear indication you do not want to go back to the jail to change into street or civilian clothing, that you are exercising your right to dress in the jail attire. All right, then with that, I am going to just take a short recess just to have the jurors brought in.
Okay, so they bring jurors
Do not
in.
permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by other means. If anyone does so despite you telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it's tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report it to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to take notes during that it's the trial attendance and testimony introduced at trial. During the course of a trial, the parties may refer to or use police reports with witnesses. Normally, these police reports will not be provided to you. If you are not provided with a police report, you should use your collective memory regarding any reference to police reports. The defendant has a constitutional right to represent himself. I have advised the defendant that the same rules apply whether a lawyer acts for him or he acts for himself. The defendant has decided to represent himself, and his decision must not influence your verdict in any manner. This court is tasked with ensuring the orderly administration of the case. My job includes making sure that the defendant's rights are protected, making sure that the state and the defendant can present their respective
Oh my God, he really
charges
does.
that. Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Virginia Sorensen with intent to kill that person and while using a dangerous weapon. contrary to sections 940.01 sub 1 sub
Shut
A,
up.
939.50 sub 3 sub A, and 939.63 sub 1 sub B of the Wisconsin statutes. The second count of the information
Shut
in
up.
this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main
He
Street
has a
in the city
sign.
of Waukesha,
He has a
Waukesha
sign.
County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Leanna Owen with intent to kill that person and while using a dangerous weapon.
Shut up.
contrary
He has
to
a sign.
Sections 940.01 sub 1 sub A, 939.50 sub 3 sub A, and 939.63 sub 1 sub B of the Wisconsin
What?
statutes. The third count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about
He has a
Sunday,
sign.
November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the
Tell us
city
a
of
sign.
Waukesha,
He has a
Waukesha
sign.
County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Tamara Durand with intent to kill that person and while using a dangerous weapon, contrary to sections 940.01 sub 1 sub A, 939.50 sub 3 sub A,
Found
and
out gifted a membership.
939.63 sub 1 sub B
It
of
went
the
to
Wisconsin
Heather
statutes.
W. Thank you.
The
Thank
fourth
you.
count
Thank
of the
you.
information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or
Objection.
about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha
He-
County, Wisconsin, did cause the death
He's
of James
just going to
Hewitt
hold his
with
sign.
intent
Okay,
to
I'm
kill
fast
that
forwarding.
person
He's still got
and
his
will use
sign.
Sub B of the
He's
Wisconsin
still got his. Oh, he's
statutes.
putting his sign in his pants. He's
The
putting his
10th
sign in
count
his
of the
pants.
information in this
What?
case
What is
charges that
happening?
Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the
What
city
is
of
it? He's
Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did recklessly endanger the
Shut
safety of
up.
Laura
This is not real.
Gilchrist under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life
This is not
and
real.
while using a dangerous weapon.
This is
contrary
not
to
real.
Section 941.30 sub 1,
He's got his sign as a belt buckle.
939.50 sub 3 sub F, and
He's got
939.63
his
sub
sign
1
as a
sub
belt
B
buckle.
of the Wisconsin statutes. The 11th count
my
of
God.
the information in this case charges that the 40th count of the information in this case, the 48th count of the information in this case, Leah, under circumstances which show
He's still
utter
going.
disregard for human life and while
I'm
using a
fast-forwarding.
dangerous weapon. Contrary to sections 941.30 sub 1, 939.50 sub.
Is he back now?
Now I could just get confirmation from the bailiffs. I know the audio was tested. I was under the impression it was working, both audio and visual.
Okay,
Filed
wait.
on the 3rd.
I'm not.
About
I will consider whether that's being done for disruption. If you have an objection, write it down on a piece of paper, pass it to the bailiff, and I'll
Thank you,
take it up
James.
outside the presence of the jury.
Or write it down and put it in your
about,
britches.
objections to strictly jury instructions or the filings that I filed on the 3rd.
I'm not addressing those at this point,
I
sir.
was just asking for clarification. I didn't know which one you were speaking on as far as the objections.
I'm talking about objections during this court hearing to the court going through the preliminary jury instructions.
Okay, I was just asking for clarification.
I'm not addressing any of those filings. I previously addressed those. It may not be to your satisfaction, but,
Remember what you said, to be honest about those.
and I'm not going to repeat myself. So
Ew,
the
who had to
record
pick up
speaks
that
for
sign at
itself.
the end of the day?
Your objections in those filings to the extent,
Ew.
whatever they are noted. They're part of the record, and they will be available for you at a later point in time, should you be convicted and on appeal to make whatever arguments that you need to or want to regarding those. But from my perspective, that is something I'm not going to take up any further. And any attempt by you to do that, I will have to consider whether that's being done to disrupt the proceedings and not for legitimate reasons.
The reason for bringing it up was to make sure that they are offered into evidence.
Sir, we're not at the evidentiary phase. They're part of the record. They've been received. So at this point, there's no evidence to be taken. We're not at that stage of the proceedings. So you will have an opportunity after the state presents their case in chief and they rest to then present your case and to present evidence that's relevant to the issues before the court and the jury. So I'm not going to go through any further on what that means. That would be for me to provide you with an explanation of the law or procedure, but I expect you to not bring that up at this point in time or going forward.
And no, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I've already addressed them. I'm going to bring the jury out. Please do not disrupt as the jury comes in and as I complete reading the preliminary instructions. I am, just for reference for everyone, I've read through 44 pages of 69 And so I still have a ways to go. My intention would be to finish with the preliminary jury instructions, take a short break for all, including the jurors, and then come back with opening statements. And that's, you have a choice, sir, at that point, whether you want to give one, but the state goes
All right,
first
so
because
can
they
I miss anything?
obviously
Can we
have the burden
fast
of
forward
proof,
to
and then you would have an opportunity to give an opening statement
opening
as well.
statement?
That's my plan, at least for the afternoon.
I would like to go back over there, Your Honor.
I'll let you go back
You
over
would
there.
like to, you're asking that to voluntarily be taken to that courtroom.
Do I miss anything else if I go to opening
Understand
statements?
How the testimony evidence that was given could be
Mr.
considered
Brooks, I've already
evidence.
dealt with that. I'm not going to deal with it. If you want to go to that courtroom, are you waiving?
He's got to sign
The
it.
documents he refers to in this particular, deny the request to address those filings without any further discussion or hearing on them, even without giving Mr. Brooks an opportunity to further respond. The second statement, and I note he's raising the objection, and I'll indicate for the record, he's objecting to what's being ruled upon.
Permanent scar.
Oh, hello.
Okay. He's glued to the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road in front of him with a silent rage on his face. He hit the gas with his red Ford Escape and used it as a battering ram over and over again, striking men, women, and kids. In the end, Mr. Brooks killed 6 people. He injured dozens more and left a permanent scar.
Do I need to listen to this part or go straight to his opening?
We are going to present evidence to you over the next several days in chronological phases, in order of events, from start to end.
He's a cutie.
I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to lay out for you the table of contents of this story. We're going to set the scene with Sergeant Dave Warner from the City of Waukesha Police Department. Sergeant Warner was the highest ranking police official working at the parade that day. He was the incident commander for the Waukesha Christmas Parade, and we are going to, with Sergeant Warner's help, take you through this, which is the first of 3 portion of the map. It's just south of Frame Park. And Corey is going to talk about how she found Erica and the defendant at this location, and she got into both a physical and a verbal altercation with Mr. Brooks. That altercation is captured on surveillance video, 2 surveillance videos actually. You're going to see both of them. You're going to see how the defendant was reacting that day. You're going to see what he looked like, what he was wearing.
How long were his?
The red.
To streamline what will be presented at trial versus what is in discovery, so you've had ample opportunity to review those. I'm happy to bring you back. I need you to pledge to me that you will follow the rules of procedure and evidence, and then you need to indicate it will take.
From what you explained yesterday, the objections you said have to be like, I think you said like 3 words is the way to actually object. So I don't recall you
I can
saying
give you up to a sentence. What I am trying to avoid, sir, are what are called speaking objections.
Wait, where is his?
The idea behind that is that you give me just a little bit of information so that I can either make a determination or, if appropriate, send the jury back out so that I can then hear arguments from the parties. Some objections really are 1 word, hearsay, maybe 3 words, calls for speculation, things of that nature. So if you're willing to abide by that procedure, then you can come back to this courtroom.
Yeah, this is day 1.
I can't really definitively give an answer right now to that.
So you're not willing to follow the rules of courtesy and decorum and procedure and evidence?
That's not what I said.
That's why I'm asking the clarification question, sir.
I was clear in what I said. I don't think I can.
So is he not in there for the
right now
first witness?
At that time, we were still focused on opening up the roadway, and I made my way back toward my unmarked police vehicle, and I looked to my right or to the north down White Rock Avenue, and I saw a red SUV traveling toward me at a high rate of speed.
What do you mean by high rate of speed, sir?
Objection, that's hearsay.
Overruled, he may answer.
I believe the vehicle was traveling in excess of 40 miles per hour.
What's the posted speed limit there on White Rock Avenue?
It's a 25 mile per hour zone.
What about Main Street in downtown Waukesha? What's the posted speed limit
Makes
there,
me
sir?
proud.
The speed limit
Overruled, it's relevant.
the speed limit throughout the parade route is 25 miles per hour.
What did you do when you saw this red SUV traveling at a high rate of speed?
So do we need to watch the director go straight to the crosses? Y'all are the ones who are kind of running this show.
When I saw the red
It's like a
SUV
choose your
traveling
own
toward me at a high
adventure.
rate of speed, I used both hands and waved them overhead like this in an attempt to catch the attention of the driver.
Were you dressed in a police uniform, sir?
Yes.
And just put on the record when the witness, so that's clear, place both hands over his head and what I would
Crosses,
describe
okay.
as a waving
Got it.
kind of back and forth at a
I
diagonal.
like this, the choose your own adventure trial.
Gesture. Thank you, go ahead.
Did the car continue in your direction?
Not have been at work today.
So did you feel the testimony that you would be given?
What do you mean by high rate of speed, sir?
Objection, that's hearsay.
Overruled.
From where you were standing there, were you? Sergeant Warner, is that consistent with the vehicle you saw traveling away from you past the parade floats that were about to enter the route?
Be over.
And you would like to be. First, my first question is, I noticed that you are in uniform today. Is it fair to say that if you weren't here testifying that you would have been on duty today? Is it fair to ask that or say that?
Not have been at work today.
So did you feel the testimony that you would be given at the trial today warranted you to be in uniform?
I'll definitely watch it all at some point, but since we only have 3 days to.
Next question, Mr. Brooks.
2 days and
You said
a couple hours. We'll just watch some of the highlights together.
Duty for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
In any of those 18 years, have you ever
His is so quiet.
come across or had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, vague.
Sustained. You do not need to answer that, sir.
They can sense that.
Next question, Mr. Brooks.
How long have you known the plaintiff?
Objection, vague and irrelevant.
Sustained. You do not need to answer that, sir. Next question, Mr. Brooks.
Do you see the plaintiff in court today?
Objection, vague and irrelevant.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you have any knowledge of the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever even seen the plaintiff in this matter?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I want to go to the clip that was just shown.
Would you like it shown to the witness again and published to the jury?
I'm sure would he prefer for it to be shown again?
I just wanted to know if that's what you were asking. You can certainly question him about it, and if need be, it can be shown again.
Okay, can you show the witness the video clip again?
Sure.
He looks
On
pissed.
my monitor and the witness monitor, it is up, but it's not being projected to the courtroom. Other than that, you can go ahead and play it. All right, your question, sir.
In that clip, is it fair to say that you can see that there are people walking in the street and on the sidewalk? Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I could see that in the video clip.
Do you see anybody being targeted or being in a panic to get away from the vehicle?
What?
No.
Do you see the said driver of that vehicle intentionally trying to hit anyone in that video?
No.
So again, I would ask, were you brought here today to testify on behalf of the plaintiff?
Objection has been answered.
Sustained. He already answered that he was, why he's here.
Again, I would ask just one more time for the record. Do you see the plaintiff in court today?
Objection.
Sustained. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Brooks?
Do you know of the plaintiff at all whatsoever?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. Is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. He's released.
Really quick on the record.
I don't want to watch
The basis
that.
for your objection, you said objection, right?
Is hearsay and irrelevant.
Well, is it being offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
Well, it's a statement by a party opponent, so it's not hearsay.
Oh, it's his statement, sorry. I think I misheard what she said. All right. The objection is overruled. If it's, she may testify as to words that you spoke on this occasion.
He told Erica that he was gonna find her and he was gonna kill her.
Can we pull up Exhibit 5 for the witness, please?
Is he laughing at that? Did he just laugh at that?
While we're waiting on that, did you at any point come into contact with police or a police officer after Mr. Brooks left the scene that we just watched?
I forgot what that guy was at, the little stoppers, like where it stopped everybody. But we came in contact with him, and then he called the police officer, and then we had contact with the police officer.
Okay. At any point while Mr. Brooks was still present for the scuffle, did you or anybody else in your group call the police?
Scruffle.
No.
So this girl was there with his ex-girlfriend Erica that day.
For preview mode.
And he told Erica he would kill her, and he just laughed at that.
I will confirm it's in front of mine and the witnesses monitor or on our monitor.
All right, Ms. Runkle, I'm showing you on your monitor a photograph that's been marked as State Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Who's in that photograph?
Erica.
Erica Patterson? Is that an accurate representation of how Erica looked the night of November 21st, so after the Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes.
Remove Exhibit 5 into evidence and ask to publish.
The objection?
Yep, on the grounds of that is hearsay.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 5 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Were you with Erica Patterson the day before the parade, so November 20th?
Yes.
Did she have a swollen left eye on November 20th?
No.
I want to go back to the issue of police and whether or not you had contact with them. Can you describe in a little bit more detail what exactly happened with law enforcement after the defendant left the scene that we just watched?
I'm not sure where we walked, but like I think we walked straight down to the parade. I'm not sure, but we stopped at these like stoppers where there was this I don't know what he's called. It's not a cop, but he was like a guard, and we ended up telling him that what happened, that Erica almost got ran over. I had to pull her away from the car, and he ended up calling the cops. He told us, hold on, let me call the cops, and a cop came, and we started talking to him.
Okay, but you don't, or do you remember the name of the officer that you spoke with?
I do not.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
I sure do.
Look at her face.
My first question would be, you seem to be unclear about when you met Erica. Would you say it was roughly October or November because you wasn't sure which one?
Roughly in between.
Roughly in between.
Yeah. I know it was before Christmas.
Well, you just said that you had never seen her quote unquote boyfriend or whoever she was referring to as that before the Christmas parade. Is that correct?
That was, the Christmas parade was November, right?
He's asking you if you had seen.
Not before, but the Christmas parade was November. I'm just asking, right? Okay, so no.
Did you wanted to restate her answer? She answered, she confirmed her question.
I wanted to be direct.
Okay, no, I have not.
So you just testified that you can identify who was driving the said vehicle as soon as you saw the video played. If you've never seen the driver before that day, how would you even know who it was?
I'll object. That is not a clear question. This is just going to confuse the witness. It's confused me.
Also state that Mr. Brooks rephrase the question, please.
Would you play the video again, the first 10 seconds? I'm guessing that it was.
Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3? You want us to put, you want the first 10 seconds of exhibit played?
Show the witness the first couple of seconds of the.
All right, it's up.
Now, you just said, you just testified.
Hold on, it's playing. You want it to stop now?
Stop.
Okay,
You
Play the
just,
first 13 seconds for the witness.
thank you.
you just testified that as soon as you saw the vehicle come into the camera view, you said, "Oh, there's his car." How would you know whose car it was if you've never seen this person before that day?
Do you understand the question?
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer.
Because I was told that she was going to meet up with Darrell Brooks.
So you were told this directly from Erica.
Yes.
Did at any time she ever tell you what kind of car he had and what kind of car he would be meeting up with her with, quote unquote?
No.
So how can you identify that it was the said person's car if you had no knowledge of what vehicle this said person would be driving, or who the person even was, or who what the person even looked like? How would you know?
Because I was told it was Darrell Brooks.
And so you were told that it was this name, but you were able to identify the vehicle and the person on the first day that you ever saw them.
Objection
Is that
asked and answered.
Let him finish his question.
again? As soon as the car came into camera view, you immediately said on the record just a few minutes ago, "Oh, there's his car." Who is his? Who were you referring to?
Darrell Brooks.
And you would be able to know that that was quote unquote Darrell Brooks just by seeing the car come into the view of the camera?
I'll object based on an asked and answered question.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, are you trying to ask her whether at the moment in time she first saw the SUV, did she know who was driving? That would be a relevant question.
Did you know who was driving the SUV that you saw when you saw it?
Not in court, but when you first saw it on that date.
Yes, because I don't see why Erica would be talking to anybody else and getting yelled at by somebody else.
But did you know at that moment who was driving the car?
Yes.
And how would you know that? You just said that you had no knowledge of the vehicle that whoever Erica was meeting up with would be driving. So how would you know that?
Objection asked and answered and argumentative.
Yeah. Her answer previously, Mr. Brooks, was she's basing that on what someone told her, not based on what she saw at that point. That's at least how I took it.
So Erica told you the vehicle and how the vehicle would look?
You understand the question?
Say that again.
Mr. Brooks?
Erica,
Restate
I'm sorry,
the
Your
question.
Honor.
No, that's okay. Restate the question, sir.
So let's back up a little bit. Erica told you that she was meeting up with this Darrell Brooks, correct? That's what you said, right?
Correct.
With this Darrell Brooks.
And did she at any time tell you what vehicle this person would be driving and how the vehicle looked?
She did not.
So the first time you saw the vehicle, did you know who was driving the vehicle?
Yes, when she told me. When she told
What
me.
he's asking you those, did you know based on personal observation?
Oh, no, not
based on what
personal
someone told you?
observation. Wait. So personal observation? Oh, no, never mind. Okay, yeah.
So let's just make sure the record's clear what your answer is.
It's based on what I was told when I met her up with her.
So it was told.
That's been established. It's been established what was told. So next question.
No, I was going to a different question. I didn't get to it.
All right, well then ask it, please.
I'm trying to. So you were told after the vehicle drove away and you and Erica were alone? Is that when you were told?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that before you were told this, after the vehicle drove away, you did not know who was driving the vehicle, correct? Would that be fair to say?
Oh, I had a suspicion it was Daryl.
You had a suspicion, or did you know?
Had a suspicion until I
So
asked
you
her.
didn't know.
Okay, argumentative.
Yeah, so we've kind of been a little bit circular here. So the objection is sustained. I think we need to be clear, Mr. Brooks, when you ask your questions about what point in time. It's one thing to talk about when she first sees the vehicle because there's been no contact between her and the vehicle, but it's a different point in time when it's later. So you need to make clear at what point in time you're referring to so that your question is clear.
Gotcha. You identified the alleged defendant in court.
Alleged defendant.
That'd be fair to say.
Yes.
And the alleged defendant that you identified was the same person that you saw driving the vehicle that day.
Yes.
The video also shows that, well, let me back up. As a matter of fact, let me ask a different question. You made reference to hanging out with Erica in the park, correct?
Yes.
With maybe one other person
Yeah.
present?
Yes.
Hanging out, what were you guys actually doing?
Drinking?
So would it be fair to say that because of alcohol being involved, that there may have been a misinterpretation of what you saw?
No.
Or what you thought you saw?
Objection calls for speculation.
The question, the way it's asked, calls for speculation. If you could please rephrase it.
The way she's looking at him, like she just wants to.
Oh, I actually different. How much were you drinking? Was it a few beers, a bottle?
Half a
Something to that
pint.
effect? Half a pint. Do you remember what you were drinking?
Vodka.
Do you remember if Erica was drinking?
She was.
And you said that you separated at one point to go hang with another person. I can't remember the name, but would that be fair to say that you separated from Erica to go hang out with another person?
I did say that.
Was that person also drinking that day?
No.
Did that person overhear any conversation between you and Erica?
No.
Would that be the same person that was saw in the video?
Yes.
So that would be Nick. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that fair to say? He says that a lot. Is that fair to say?
Is it true that you did give a statement about what you saw and heard that day?
Yes.
Fair to say? Would it be fair to say that in this statement that you gave, you never mentioned the person that you saw driving make any threats? Would that be fair to say?
I never mentioned.
Well, I have the statement right here in front of me. Would it be fair to say that the statement that you gave that day, that you do not say in your statement that you heard any threats being made or yelled towards Erica? Would that be fair to say?
Possibly.
So do you remember giving a statement?
I remember giving a statement.
Do you remember what you said in your statement?
I do.
So I'm gonna ask you again because I just asked. I have your statement in front of me. You did not mention any threats being yelled or made towards Erica. Would that be fair to say?
I did mention some.
What exactly did you mention?
That you were yelling at her, saying that you were gonna kill her and to get in the car.
And that's in your statement.
Yes.
Would you like me to read your statement to you?
Yes.
You sure?
Yeah, sure.
So I'll object based on the procedure that the defendant is employing at this point.
Sure. Mr. Brooks, there's a procedure. I can have the state bring up her statement, I hope electronically, to show her. It would, and then, all right.
Bring it up first.
Just takes a moment.
I'm skipping forward a little bit.
Do you want me to mute you for a second so you can?
Oh, no, no, it's fine, it's fine. When will I be allowed to come back into the court so I can see everything?
You have earned your right to come back, sir. I mean, I can bring you back if you want to finish your questioning here.
I do.
All right, we'll take a short break for you to do that. All right, I'll have to excuse the jury.
So he's back in the court. What is happening?
Oh, actually, I think we were talking about, he doesn't need to refresh. I don't think it's been established he would need to refresh her recollection yet. She's testified from her memory. So you can use what's in this statement, sir, to formulate questions on cross-examination. And you can use leading questions. So at this point, I don't need to show it to her, but you can ask questions. We'll bring the jury back out and you can continue.
Would this be left up for me to see though? Wow.
We can leave it up.
Okay.
Is the part that's up sufficient, or do you need to scroll up? Does the state need to scroll up a little bit for you?
I would only,
How about that? You should be able to see both parts now. It starts with in summary near the top.
yeah,
And then that's page 2 of 5. And then down below, presumably it says 3 of 5, but I'd like to bring the jury out, so let me know when you're ready.
okay, I'm ready.
All right, let's have the jury brought back in. Mr. Brooks, you're doing a good job at coming up with questions and following the process, and I appreciate you asking to come back over here.
Wait, he read a Reddit and thought people were on his side. Trying to fast forward.
You also stated that you guys separated and you went to go hang out with someone else.
With Nick, yes.
With Nick. You did state that Nick wasn't drinking, right?
Yes.
So I want to ask earlier when I asked, well, I think you were asked by Attorney Whitchild if you heard any yelling or anything being yelled at Erica, or I'll forget how you phrased the question, but did you hear any yelling or anything directed towards you guys? And do you remember what you said?
I heard that you were yelling at Erica, telling her to get in the car, and that you were going to kill her. That was that you were going to kill her was after the fact that you headed out, but that's probably not what you're asking. The fact of you were yelling at her, telling her to get in the car, was the time when you were around. Oh, I mean, sorry, Brooks was around.
Brooks or you? You said you, and then you said
Brooks.
Brooks. But you did state that you had never seen Brooks before November 21st of 2021. Would that be fair to say?
Right.
And you also did say that you had only heard of him through Erica, correct?
Right.
At any time, did you ever observe any phone conversations or interactions between Erica and Brooks?
I'm allowed to answer that.
He's just asking you whether you have, not the content of any of those.
I have.
Would it be fair to say that you knew a lot of details about their relationship? Would that be fair to say?
I did.
What is specifically
This is my first time too.
did you
We're watching
know
some of the highlights.
before November 21st, 2021?
Kind of skipping through some of it.
Sure you want to ask that question? Think about some of the pretrial rulings I've made.
Let me rephrase that.
Okay, good idea.
I'm sorry, I'm new.
I'm new.
Um,
I'm new.
So
Oh,
in your statement that I'm looking at right here on the screen, it says, it is Runkle, right?
Yes.
I don't want to mispronounce your name. It says, Runkle further stated that she heard Brooks telling Erica he was going to smash her face in and that he was going to kill her.
Yes.
I didn't
I'm sorry.
Is that what you heard?
Yes.
So you didn't hear what you just testified to hearing?
No.
Or did you hear what I just read to you?
I heard that after you were leaving.
After
Not that what you just read. I heard that after you were leaving.
you do know that this is your statement that I'm reading from, right?
I do.
And this is our
Sustained. Rephrase.
I'm trying to figure out which one did you hear?
objection vague.
Did you hear the I'm going to smash your face in, or did you hear what you previously said?
Well, I heard when you were sitting there arguing with her, I heard that.
Who is the you you're referring to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Brooks said that when he was arguing with Erica.
so wait.
And you claim that
She has to say Brooks.
it says right here, but through knowing Patterson, she did know that Brooks was Erica Patterson's boyfriend. Did she ever tell you that Brooks was her boyfriend?
She said you were, I'm sorry. She said Brooks was her ex.
I'm a little confused by the statement and then the testimony right now.
Objection, that's not a question.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, you need to formulate a question for the witness.
Did you
okay?
ever hear, now this is coming from your statement, Runkle stated that after a short dispute between her, Kirby, I guess that would be referring to Nick.
Yes.
After a short dispute between her, Kirby, and Brooks, she saw Brooks get back into the red SUV and heard him saying something to the effect of, I don't swear, so F you, effing bees, you're dead. Did you at any time hear anything like that?
Yes.
So when you just testified, why did that part of your statement never come up? Why did you never say that?
Because it probably wasn't brought up at that time, but it's in my memory.
So what all exactly did you hear?
I heard what you
Hold
were
on,
saying.
heard you say at this time? Like the question's not clear to me. Like, what time frame? Who are we talking about?
When, because in the video it's clear that
Hold on, go back to your question. I didn't mean for you to not ask it. I just want to make sure I understand specifically who you're asking this witness about statements that were made.
I'm asking about who she said was the individual driving the vehicle.
Well, it's different than what you just asked. So if
Well,
you want to change
because
it, that's
you
fine.
just clarified it a little bit. So what exactly did you hear coming from the individual who was driving the vehicle?
I'm sorry, can we just clarify at what point we're talking about?
Exactly.
At the point that I would refer back to the video at that point that we saw on the video.
So what point of the video? There's lots of points. It was many minutes long.
Roughly, I'm not sure, I think it was
Can you describe what part of the video you want?
the part of the
to talk about?
video when that she testified to where she said she had the green gloves and she was
In the beginning of the video?
no, it was like towards the middle. She was standing in the street and she said she had the green gloves because I think somebody asked her which one was she,
Right.
and she
I
said
remember
the
that.
one with the green gloves.
I remember that.
At that point, did you
Look at this guy.
observe anything being said out of
He's like,
out of
is it time to go
said
yet?
vehicle? Did you hear anything being yelled or screamed or anything like that at that point?
Well, before I showed up, I heard yelling.
He peeks through a fort.
You heard yelling before you showed up.
Yeah, because like before I showed up into the video.
So how far were you down the street that you were able to hear what was being said?
Objection.
Not.
Calls for effect, not in evidence. She didn't say what she heard. She didn't say she could understand what was said.
She can answer the question. I'm going to overrule it. I understand what the state is saying, but I think he's trying to establish where she was at that point in time. So go ahead and answer.
Now, okay. I was right where you pulled up the second time.
You.
Are you sure you know what I was asking?
It was not entirely clear to maybe all of us, but I was trying to give you some leeway. So
I knew you understood where I was going with that. Were you at a, let me say it like this, were you at a distance before you came into that video? Like approximately how far away were you from the vehicle and from Erica? Before you heard anything being yelled or screamed, as you say?
I was at a distance.
So would it be fair to say that it would be hard to hear the conversation that was being had?
Not really. Brooks was yelling pretty loud.
So you were able to hear the gist of the conversation from the distance that you were at?
Yes.
Even with a parade going on and a street full of people, you were able to hear from a distance, which you just said you were at a distance, you were able to hear the gist of the conversation?
The parade was nowhere close.
answer the question. Were you able to hear?
Oh, yes, sorry.
You were able to hear even testifying that you were drinking vodka?
Yes.
What else did you hear?
At what point and by whom?
At the same point, what did you hear from Erica at that point?
I don't remember.
But you remember hearing something from the driver of the vehicle who was inside of the car?
Yep.
But you don't remember what you heard from Erica, who was outside of the car and would be more easier to hear?
Okay, thank you for being specific at that. I remember Erica sitting there telling me that she wanted to go.
So she was telling you that from you being at a distance?
No, she was right next to me. That was when she was walking towards, she said, come on, let's go.
At what point was that? Because you just testified that you were at a distance.
Objection argumentative. I'm also going to object to the manner in which this defendant is asking this witness these questions. He's intentionally misleading. He's trying to confuse her.
Does this one
Mr.
kind of
Brooks,
go on
the
like
purpose of
this?
cross-examination is to ask questions that are relevant, test her credibility, other things like that.
Do you want to go to the next one?
It gets to be a little confusing.
What is the box?
At times maybe a little argumentative. I don't have all the reports in front of me, so I can't say whether it's misleading or not. But ask a direct question. You're able to ask leading questions so that she can answer directly. Be as specific as you can, time, place, circumstances. It's helpful for all.
I mean, the video is very clear that
But you can't testify right now, right? You can't make an argument about the video. So your opinion about it right now, that's not appropriate.
I want to
Keep going. For the record, the objection was the same.
you made a reference to being a reference to chesting up with the driver of the vehicle. What was said at that point between you and who you were chesting up with?
Well, I'm not gonna go back to that. I was
up. Okay. This is day 2.
State for the record, and would like the record to reflect that I personally don't identify by that name. I'm here as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as an authorized representative for my client. I accept for value, in return for value, all the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments.
Your statements are noted for the record, sir. All right, as to the issue of the juror.
As far as the issue of the juror, I was maybe briefly present when the first wave of jurors were brought in. I didn't recall really being in here long enough to really get a look at the jurors coming in because I was removed at that time. Actually, either they were coming in or shortly after they were brought in, I was removed. I definitely was not present for the second and third wave. I was in the other courtroom, so I can't see from the other courtroom on the monitor, so it wouldn't possibly that I would have seen the juror that I was referring to yesterday.
Understanding that that may very well be true, my recollection is you were removed pretty quickly due to an interruption early on. I don't have my notes in front of me as to when you were.
Is this Erica?
In what state did you meet Mr. Brooks?
Reno, Nevada.
And when did you come to Wisconsin?
Last year, 2021, June 13th.
Why did you come to Wisconsin?
We were coming out here. I was going to be out here for 2 weeks and go back, and never been back.
Do you recall what kind of shoes he was wearing?
I do not.
I don't really want to watch him re-victimize his girlfriend. I'm going to go to the next one. They have a granddaughter? Oh, somebody had said that he was like re-victimizing her and stuff. I didn't want to. Why is this doing this? So do y'all want to watch that? Y'all tell me. This is the Choose Your Own Adventure. We have about another hour. Witness who is children with dark hair is great. Is that... Here's... What is happening?
What are you doing now?
I wanted to ride in the car with her since she was unfamiliar with the geography of the city, and so that she could point out to me specific directions on where she went with Mr. Brooks.
Can we have Exhibit 1 up on the screen for the jury, please, and for the witness?
Permission to publish Exhibit 1. Granted, I'll go here for a moment.
I'll look at them.
Yep.
Is that who y'all are wanting to watch? You want to watch the cross-examination of her? I see you saying her. I can go back.
It is.
All right. It is a great idea. That's what. You can grab it.
Do you remember approximately when that timeline was?
November 2nd, 2000.
Where was he sitting?
Driver's side. Girl Brooks.
Was there anybody else in the vehicle at that point, to your knowledge?
Published again, Dennis.
Correct. When I say permission to publish granted, that means it will be shown to the courtroom and to the jury.
I didn't understand.
That's okay.
Ms. Patterson, who's that in the picture?
That's me.
And that photograph was taken
The parade.
November 21st,
Yes.
the night.
Yes.
And what injuries do we see in that video, in that photograph?
That is
Get to the cross-examination.
me and Mr. Brooks were arguing throughout the day.
In the texts and phone calls?
Yes, we were.
She said me and Mr. Brooks were arguing that day. Oops, I keep pausing it. I don't know why this is doing this. Oh.
You stated that you were engaging in a conversation with the alleged defendant via the telephone. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
The alleged defendant.
Texts, phone calls?
Yes.
Were those texts and phone calls of what nature were they of?
Me and Mr. Brooks were arguing throughout the day.
In the texts and phone calls?
Yes, we were.
If there were, if the conversation was argumentative, why would you agree to meet up with the alleged defendant?
I do not know.
Do you recall how the meetup was supposed to be set up?
I don't recall.
Did you at any time ask the alleged defendant to meet up with you?
Well, I told Mr. Brooks where I was.
Did you at any time ask to meet up with the alleged defendant?
No, I did not.
Alleged defendant.
So it would be fair to
How
say
old was
that
he?
the alleged defendant just came where you were?
Yes, I told you where we were. And obviously, we were going to hang out. I never told Mr. Brooks to hang out with me. I told him where we were.
So why would, if there was an argumentative conversation prior to you meeting up with the alleged defendant, why would you tell the alleged defendant where you were?
Sustained.
You just stated that you really don't know the city of Waukesha. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
So how would you know exactly where you were?
because I was with Corey and she's familiar with this area.
Would it be fair to say that Corey overheard these conversations between you and the alleged defendant?
Yes, she was my roommate. She heard every conversation on
Oh, wow.
When you say every conversation, what would that
When
refer to?
when she was in the room with me, when I was always talking to her.
So it would be fair to say that you were engaged in conversation with the alleged defendant before you even left the women's shelter?
Yes,
And those argumentative conversations continue into your hanging out?
yes,
Would it be fair to say that that's what led you to drink?
no,
Would it be fair to say
She's
you
pretty.
were drinking because that's what you wanted to do?
yes,
Is it true that one of the rules and requirements of being at the women's shelter is no drugs and no alcohol? Would that be fair to say?
yes, but when I was drinking was at Frame Park. I was not at the women's shelter.
Would it be fair to say that you knew you had to come back into the women's shelter at some point that day, that they have a curfew?
Yes, and I made it before curfew.
Let me back up a little bit.
She-
You did state that
She's
part
annoyed.
of the rules and requirements for being in the women's shelter is no drugs and no alcohol, correct?
Yes, it was not in the women's shelter.
That's not what I'm asking. It's part of the requirement and rules of the women's shelter, no drugs, no alcohol.
Yes,
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Brooks.
Is there any type of drug and alcohol testing at the women's shelter?
I don't know. No,
No, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that if it was found that you were engaging in drugs and alcohol, that you might have lost your place at the women's shelter?
I'll object. I don't see us.
Sustained. Next question.
So around what time were you hanging out with Miss Corey, you said?
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you were at?
Frame Park.
Do you remember where in Frame Park?
No,
And approximately at what time did you meet up with the alleged defendant?
I don't remember.
Alleged defendant.
How long were you with the alleged defendant? Do you remember that?
Approximately 35 minutes.
Do you recall what, well, you said that during this time you were with the alleged defendant that there was a argument going on. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
Do you remember what that argument was about?
he was arguing with me about money because I did not bail him out.
Oh,
You also said that, well, let me
arguing
back
about money
up
because
on that.
because she didn't bail him out.
If you knew that the conversation was becoming volatile, why did you still meet up with the alleged defendant?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, did the alleged defendant know anything about the city of Waukesha?
Yes,
And what did the alleged defendant know about Waukesha?
he told me, Mr. Brooks told me that his first child's mother lives in Waukesha.
Do you know that to be a fact?
No, that's just what Mr. Brooks told me.
Are you aware that the alleged defendant in fact has no mother of any child that lives in the city of Waukesha?
Objection. If Mr. Brooks wants to testify, he should do so with a formal statement of fact.
Sustained. You don't need to answer that.
Other than what you can recall about what the alleged defendant told you that they knew about Waukesha, how did the alleged defendant meet up with you in the location that you gave?
Mr. Brooks already knew where Frame Park was. Mr. Brooks previously had been to Waukesha plenty of times before. He's told me that.
And when was that told to you, and what conversation? Was it that day?
Before that, I'm not sure which day it was. I just know he knows about Waukesha.
So would it be fair to say that when you told the alleged defendant where you were, that the alleged defendant knew exactly where you were?
Yes,
And how would the alleged defendant know that?
because Mr. Brooks already knew Waukesha. He knew exactly where to go.
Did you at any time give directions where you may have been?
How could I give directions when I barely knew Waukesha myself?
Is that a no?
That's a no, sorry.
So if you barely knew Waukesha yourself, where did you get the information of where you were from, where you were at the time of the conversation via telephone?
I left the women's shelter with Corey, and she knows that location. She told me what Frame Park was. I didn't know the name.
And would it be fair to say, assuming from what you just said, that you were with the alleged defendant for approximately around 30 minutes or so?
Yes,
And during that time, did you make any disparaging remarks or anything to entice the argument to escalate?
no,
So you didn't say anything at all during your 30 minutes with the alleged defendant?
no, because I was crying the whole time because Mr. Brooks was yelling at me, arguing with me.
So you said absolutely nothing at all?
I was crying the whole time.
Did you say anything?
No,
A few more things.
no,
I like her sass, her little bite back.
A few more questions.
She's a really pretty girl.
You said that during this, well, once you had got out of the vehicle, as you say, you stated that your friend Miss Corey pulled you away from the vehicle because it swerved.
yes, it was in the video.
You do know that we just saw the video. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, but there's two angles of the video.
Well, we only saw one, so I'm referring to the
Yes,
video that we saw.
Corey pulled me out the way when Mr. Brooks made a U-turn, and you almost swerved into Miss Patterson, which is me.
Would it be fair to say that the video does not show that?
There's different angles, but the video does not show that, the video we watched.
So the video that we just watched, that the jury just saw, there is no swerving of the vehicle and you being pulled back. Would that be fair to
From
say?
that far angle, you can kind of see it. Yes.
Would that be fair to say? If
You
there's-
answered the question, Mr. Brooks. Next question. Number 906.11, sub 1, sub C, I direct your attention to that next question.
Do you recall what was said during the altercation between is it Miss Corey and the alleged defendant?
No, I don't remember.
Would it be fair to say that you were standing right there?
Yes, I just don't remember what was being said.
Do you recall reporting anything that may have been said during that incident?
No,
Did you give a statement to anything that may have been said during that incident?
no,
Was anything directed towards you verbally in that incident?
yes. Corey told Mr. Brooks, don't ever hit my effing friend again. I remember that part. That was in the beginning.
Do you remember anything else that may have been said?
No,
Do you recall anything being said by Nick to the alleged defendant?
no,
Do you recall the alleged defendant saying anything to Nick?
no. I don't remember.
You also stated that right after this incident, you talked to law enforcement. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
At any time, did you report any abuse?
yes.
And what did you report?
That you hit me?
And you gave a statement to that effect?
No, not to that police officer, but the detectives at the women's shelter.
Well, I'm referring to right during, well,
Oh, I don't
directly
remember.
after the incident.
I don't remember what I told that police officer.
Just one quick second, I'm reading from the statement, if I may.
You may.
He
Do you
also
remember
calls her
what was
back after
said
the
by
arrest.
the alleged defendant when that incident ended?
No, I do not remember.
Do you remember reporting in your statement that the last thing he said to me was FUB, erase my number? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Would it be fair to say that you reported that this was said?
I don't remember.
Do you remember giving a statement to that effect?
No,
Would it be fair to say that you gave a statement?
no, I don't remember. I gave a statement to the detectives at the Women's Center.
So
That's
would
what
it be
I
fair? I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I wonder how many times he says, would it be fair?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say?
Would it be fair to say that your memory is kind of cloudy of that day because you were intoxicated?
No.
He had all the notes.
There's a lot of things in this statement that you don't seem to remember. Is that fair to say?
Sustained. Next question.
Would it be fair to say that you reported 2 different incidents?
Yes.
Do you remember the dates of those incidents that you
The
reported?
20th and the 21st.
Who is this? The one who
Would it
said
be
that?
fair to say that there was no incident on the 20th?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were initially not truthful with law enforcement?
No.
Do you recall making a statement to law enforcement on November the 22nd of 2021?
I don't remember. I made the statement on the 21st of the day of the parade when I met the detectives that night.
Do you recall making a second statement the next day, or the next morning rather, which would have been the 22nd of November 2021?
Yes, I did actually. Yes, I did.
Do you recall what you reported that day?
I told them about the 20th when I met with Mr. Brooks, and all we did was argue. And you hit me then too.
So you reported incidents for 2 days in a row.
Yes.
Do you recall at any time telling law enforcement that you were not truthful and wanted to be truthful at that point?
No.
So you never made a statement to your knowledge that you fabricated a reported abuse incident?
No.
1 second here, I'm reading from you.
If we
To
can,
the best of your knowledge, do you remember talking with a detective? I don't want to butcher this name, Your Honor. I don't know how to pronounce it.
You can spell it.
Detective BEHRENDT.
Detective Barron? Is it a detective or an officer?
It says detective, Your Honor.
Okay, ask your question.
Do you remember speaking with that detective?
Yes.
Do you remember what you reported to that detective?
I don't remember.
I'm reading directly from the statement, Your Honor, if I may.
Ask your question.
Do you remember reporting to that detective saying you were not completely forthright with all of the information that you had given because you were afraid to get other people involved in your drama or your business?
I don't remember that.
At all, based on the fact that I think I'm safe in saying that that is not from the report which the defendant is referring to.
The objection is sustained. I'll grant.
I'm pulling up to see. There's a few clips on here. Like this one says, Daryl Brooks flips out when prosecutor reveals he's a sex offender.
At the motion to strike by the state of the question and any response that may have been elicited before I address the objection.
Your Honor, quick question on that. I'm reading directly from the report.
Okay, we'll do I don't know what happened. We'll do that one and we'll do Bruce and then we'll call it a day until tomorrow. I can't see when it's on that screen. Watch later. Okay, you can do Bruce or you want to do or Bryce. Sorry, Bryce, whatever it is. Sorry, my bad. Bryce or the flipping out first. We'll do the flipping out because it's only
Without having that letter.
So
the state has the ability to question you about that, or question this witness, and to look at the veracity of what your claims are here. So when I may take an early lunch. If that's in your cell, then you can go get it and bring it. But without that letter, I'm not allowing this line of questioning. Do you have the letter with you in court?
I just said no. How many
Okay.
times I got to say the same thing on record?
You know, sometimes, sir, I don't hear what you say because you interrupt me so much or you answer quietly. And I'm taking notes and I'm focused on probably a dozen things at the same time.
But if I say something under my breath, everybody seems to hear it. Everybody seems to hear
In
that
a
just
quiet
fine.
courtroom, yes, we can hear it very
and
clearly.
everybody assumes that it has to be disparaging.
Once again, you're doing this tactic.
Because
try to
it's
go
not a tactic,
off
it's
of what
facts.
we're talking
It's
about
facts.
to some other reason.
It's facts.
to
Because
some
I
other
find it
thing.
hard to believe that
I'm going to
all
let
of
the
a sudden
state.
nobody hears what I say.
I'm going to let the
Come on,
state
man,
make
stop.
a record of why they
Stop.
believe it's objectionable because I haven't let them do that. I've given you multiple opportunities to tell me why you
So
believe
I
it's.
didn't get these pictures from nobody else. Why was
The
somebody
record will
else
reflect you have 2 pictures that you believe were from this witness.
that I know is from?
No, that you believe.
That I know.
All right, I'll ask the state their position on all of this.
My position, Your Honor, is that these pictures, first of all, should not be admissible. 1, because of the discovery violation. We've never seen them before. 2, because we have reason to believe that he did not get them from Erica Patterson. He is on a jail phone call talking to his mother, Dawn Woods, about Dawn Woods sending these photographs to him. Now,
that's a lie. I object to
Let the
that.
state make their argument without interruption, sir.
That's a lie, though.
3, I believe that these photographs are designed to make a suggestion to the jury that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. I think that is what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that claim. First of all, it doesn't make her an incredible witness, if it's even true. And second of all, if we go down that road, we would be forced to counter that claim by pointing out that not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada. And for doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
Furthermore,
I object to that.
I'm not
because
gonna-
that's a lie.
Let
Because
him
at the end of
finish.
the day,
Let him
if
finish,
we're gonna open the door
Mr.
on that, no,
Brooks.
since you want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate all on the record since you think you know so much.
Once
So
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on
being
we can open the
loud,
door on how old she told me she
disrespectful,
was when we met.
interrupting.
We can ask that question
He is
too then.
over the
Did
top
you ask that?
animated
Did you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state
No, let's
finish.
start. I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the
All
record.
right, under Illinois versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter, then he can show it is inadmissible. She will not be questioned. And under 906.11, I will declare the cross-examination closed. Thank you. We're in recess 1 hour.
Get your facts straight. So let's open the door on all of it then so we can get all of it on the record. since you think you know so much. Did you know she said she was 18 when I met her? Did you know that?
What? Oh, this went to Timberwolf. Hold on, I wanted to see. I can't see. I wanted to see.
Without having that letter.
So
The state has the ability to.
Dang it! It did it again.
Without having that letter.
Your Honor, with all due respect, did the state have to put their witnesses in order and tell me?
It's irrelevant what the state did.
Did they have to do that?
They didn't need your assistance to do that.
Did they have to do it?
No, they did
I
not.
didn't have to be provided with, we're going to call this witness at this time,
But they're
this
able
witness at this
to
time.
contact
They
their
didn't have to do that, so why should I have to
and
do that?
accommodate their schedules. This is not about you. It's not about the state. It's about the witnesses.
It's about what's fair.
availability.
It's about what's fair.
No, frankly, sir, it's about you trying to control what's happening in this.
How am I controlling what's I'm the one shackled to the table with
So
a
here's the
with a shock
situation.
device
It is
on my ankles.
9:52.
So how's I'm trying to control anything?
I'm
I just want this
I'm
to be
going
fair, and it hasn't been fair.
Mr. Brooks, it's fair.
No, it's not. If I have to do something that they don't have to do, how's that fair?
It's fair.
Explain to me
because
how
of
that's
the
fair.
process that it has been set up to frankly help you.
No, it's not helping me by it's helping the state
And no.
by being able to say if we know the time and we know
You
the
did
person
not-
and
I
we know this,
asked you-
then we can be prepared. So we'll already be ready.
Mr. Brooks,
That was
I
the
asked you
whole aim of that.
yesterday, and I would have had her come in later. You didn't want to answer that question.
There was no
And
question. There was no question to answer.
That's not
I
true.
did what you asked me to do, Your Honor. You
No, you
said
didn't.
yes, you did. You did. You asked me to give them my witness
Mr.
list.
Brooks,
I gave them my witness list. It's
Yesterday,
not my fault.
I very
It's not my fault. They
expressly-
weren't going to be prepared to
Mr.
do
Brooks,
their
here's the
to
deal.
do
The
their
jury's
cross.
coming out, and I'm going to stand my ground on this.
I'm going to
Okay?
stand my
It
ground
is-
too, but I'm
if
not
you
going
don't
to be
call
disrespectful or
her-
disruptive.
If you
I'm just
don't
stating I
call
wanted to be
her
fair.
When the jury comes back out, I'm releasing her from the subpoena.
You can't do that.
For your
Where's
lack
the
of
lawful law?
cooperation.
Where's the lawful law? I have the right to
You have to
witnesses,
cooperate with this process.
but I
sir.
also have the Sixth Amendment right.
We have a witness available for you to call. I can require
It's
you
not
to
the
call
witness
her
that
right
should have
now.
been called at this time, Your Honor.
It is based on the list that you provided and
That
in
didn't
the
have a
order.
time. That didn't have a time or
I'm not going to
or
play
order.
this game with you.
It's
sir.
not no game.
It
That's what
was-
you don't
it
seem
is
to
a game to
understand.
you. I believe that fully.
I don't care what you believe fully.
All right.
It's not a game.
We.
I don't take
I
this as a
asked-
game. That's what
Let me explain
nobody.
this to you
That's what
once
nobody.
again.
You don't got to explain nothing to me.
Do you want?
That's what you don't understand. You think
you
that
want
this
the
is a whole
opportunity
game
to
to me.
question?
This is not a game to me, Your Honor. Nothing about this is a joke.
I never
That's
said
what
it
y'all
was a
don't
joke.
understand.
But there's
And it's
some things in the
unfair.
ship
It's
that's going on.
unfair and it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game.
I never said it was a
What
joke.
type of statement is that?
Mr.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is. And you think that I think this is funny?
I don't think it's funny whatsoever.
So
And
I
understand.
think, Your Honor, with all due respect, I think you
So
should
we're
show some
gonna take a
respect.
5-minute break, and when we come back, the jury's coming out, and you need to call your next witness. Thank you. We are in
No,
recess.
you're not rushing.
Now we're at the end of the 3rd week of
We
trial.
did not
These are you.
tell the judge that she needed to show some respect. Well, he's got some balls on him. What the heck?
If you don't make a record,
So
then
what?
I can't make a
It
ruling.
threw people off a loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
Mr. Brooks.
Come on, man. Stop.
When you
Stop
are
it.
you aren't
Stop
even
it. You're a
letting me
public
ask a
servant, Your
question.
Honor.
It is a full recap of the
Oh, wait,
incredible
servant.
trial of Darrell
Where's
Brooks
the-
Jr. from odd beginnings to an intense end.
Oh, he looks so different.
Yes, I do. For the record, I don't consent to that name. Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
The written decision that I previously entered is what I will stand on. I'm not going to address it any further.
Is that verified proof? Can we address subject matter jurisdiction and still has to be proven for the record?
I decline to do so.
Ah, yes, the infamous subject matter jurisdiction argument that he made throughout the trial, even till the very end. And it's an issue. So we're going to get more into Brooks's behavior in a minute, but
Tell us about
If you
that,
ever
please.
heard a car hit another car or an abutment or a deer, if anybody's ever hit a deer with their car, you've heard it. I watched the body fly up onto the hood and her head snapped back and the body remained on the hood as it passed the side of my vehicle to where I thought I could have just reached out and grabbed her.
So this happened that close to you?
Yes,
You saw all this with your own two eyes?
yes,
Did the car continue past you?
yes.
Where did it go?
The car veered kind of in front of me. I saw brake lights and saw what was Jane fall off the hood. He proceeded to, and she was basically on the right side of his vehicle, and he proceeded to run her over with the right front tire, then the right rear tire. And at that point, I was just focused on the body on the ground, but I remember hearing the roar of the engine again.
Did you see the red SUV strike any people in the Catholic community group?
Several.
Can you estimate how many?
At least 15.
Okay. And did, Officer Schneider, is the driver of the red SUV that you've just described for this jury present in this courtroom today?
Objection, hearsay.
Can you please point him out by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He is seated over here at the table wearing a gray suit.
That's the man you saw driving the red SUV as it sped past you?
Yes, it is.
And as strong as that was, it's not even the only evidence the prosecution laid out.
Where's the
They
part
also
where-
showed the defendant's police interrogation tape. You see, after Brooks,
because they're upset and they're trying to get past you.
Do you know that for sure?
You asked me my opinion.
Yes, I did ask your opinion. Now I'm asking you, do you know for sure if the driver of the vehicle you observed was in fact angry?
I assume that he was.
You thought because of that sound that there had to be some mechanical problems going on with the engine.
I thought that there could be.
But it was your first initial thought, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to hear that sound and come to a conclusion that possibly there were mechanical issues all in a few seconds.
A lot runs through your mind at that point in time, yes.
and you can see Brooks seemed to suggest a few things here. One, maybe it wasn't the intention of the driver to hit anyone. Maybe he was honking to get people out of the way.
For the top animated right now. Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down until
This
next
is where he
month.
was just sitting there.
Just sit here and let somebody get accurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under Illinois versus Allen, I warned him.
Did you know she said she was 18 when I met her? Did you know that?
And if you thought that was bad, the worst of the worst is when at one point the judge had to stop court proceedings because she was actually scared of Brooks.
So as long as the jury's out, we should probably discuss that. I would like to provide the defendant and the court with.
So that had to be said. The defendant.
That's not how it was said.
That was how I said. You want to run the record back?
Mr. Brooks.
So I'm the only one. I got one.
Mr.
I got one
Brooks.
ear that work, and I heard that.
This
Come on,
is
man.
to benefit you so
No,
that
it's
you
not.
understand
Ain't none of
your
this to benefit
witness
me, so let's
has
be
a
clear about
prior
that.
record.
Your Honor, when I leave the table, I'm away from the courtroom and I have to elevate my voice. This is the
So she got to
alleged
elevate her
record
voice
of
just for
ableist.
that.
Stop talking.
Oh man, like I don't know who y'all think y'all fooling. I'll set the value in terms of value this document.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opper.
So can
Your Honor,
so
I
can you
believe he
please-
has 7 prior criminal convictions via OWI 2nd from 1997 and OWI 3rd.
Was
from
that him banging?
1997, and OWI 4th from 2003, criminal trespass.
Oh my gosh.
From 2006.
Right, I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared.
Now,
That
despite
was him.
all
That
of
was
these
him
outbursts,
pounding his
the
fist.
judge
What the that noise?
herself, she didn't kick him out of the court all the time, although it happened a lot. And I've said it before because a lot of people have asked, why did she do that? Well, a common theory is that she did this because she wanted to preserve the record for appeal. That if he gets convicted, an appellate court can't say that the judge acted unfairly to Brooks, that she gave him every warning, every admonishment. Again, she's really focusing on the intent here. She's focusing on the 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide in particular, and that if you had any question about what he was doing, just look at his actions. But Brooks had a response. Defendant or defense attorney can present a closing argument. Obviously, he's representing himself, and he presented the closing argument, and he went into areas that he really wasn't allowed to go, though.
You should be informed that you have the power to nullify any law that you don't agree with.
Objection, move to strike the statement.
Sustained.
Objection.
I will strike from the record the last statement made by the defendant. The jury will disregard it.
Which is clearly what I've been saying. I believe that not only is it fair, but it's essential that you be privy to all knowledge, not knowledge that certain people feel that you should hear and shouldn't hear, disguised under the color of law. But the fact of the matter is, the vehicle in question, make and model of 2010, Ford Escape. The vehicle in question, actually 2008, 2009, and 2010 of that model was in fact recalled.
Objection, misstatement of the facts, facts not in evidence.
Was in fact
Sustained.
was in fact recalled. Was in fact a class action lawsuit against Ford
Objection,
for those
facts not in
model
evidence,
for
Your
those
Honor.
model vehicles.
Sustained, the jury will disregard.
Information that you should have been privy to, that you weren't allowed to be privy to. Why? I don't know. That information, malfunctioning throttle bodies.
Mr. Brooks, move on.
Okay, so first, a defendant can't argue jury nullification. Jury nullification is when a jury decides a case not based on the facts and the law, but some other reason, political, emotional. They're not allowed to do that. And that's what Brooks is basically advocating for here. He's basically saying, even if the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty, you, jury, have the power to say otherwise. Ended the case, and after about 3 hours and 15 minutes, the jury came back with their verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information, dated this 26th day of October 2022, signed by the foreperson. Hey, you are to be removed right now. You will not do that.
There you have it. They found him guilty across the board of all.
Wow. He is a psychopath.
Police officer for the city of Waukesha.
How long have you been a Waukesha police officer?
7.5 years.
What's your current assignment?
Currently, I'm a specialist assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division.
What about back in November of 2021? What was your assignment back then?
I was a police officer.
Were you working as a police officer on November 21st?
So do this one, do we need to watch
Yes,
the
I was.
beginning or just do
Were
the
you assigned to
cross-examination?
work at the Waukesha Christmas parade?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall where you were posted during the parade?
My assignment was traffic control at the intersection of Northwest Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue.
Will you please put up for the jury exhibit number 1, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
Do choose your own adventure. Go to cross.
Could you circle for us the intersection where you were posted on
Yes.
this map?
Oh, cross
Actually,
looks like
use
it
your
last.
Just use a finger.
I may want to take that away.
Most of it is cross.
Thank you.
Okay, so does this video accurately depict the scene as used? With volume, please. I'd like to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 170.
Go ahead. Made by parties and lawyers are not evidence and should thus not be considered as such.
I would like to show for the witness and ask to publish.
Point of view from that same intersection.
Is this an accurate video depicting?
You stated initially that you had heard some radio calls about a possible altercation at Frame Park.
That is correct.
Do you recall what the initial report of that was?
My recollection of that was that there was a call for service, is either a domestic or some sort of physical altercation along the riverfront in Frame Park, and that there was a male with armed with a knife, and that he was fleeing from the area.
So it was reported it was a possible knife involved, and there was a male running from the scene.
That is correct.
And were you ever given any further information about the male with the knife that was running from the scene?
No.
Any information that the male with a knife running from the scene was in a vehicle at any time?
No.
Do you know if any investigation was done looking into that supposed fight at the park?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I did not learn anything of it. I just know that squads were responding there to investigate it. I was not updated on their findings or what they had investigated. I just know that they were dispatched there for that investigation.
Do you recall if there was ever a knife recovered or a suspect recovered in that supposed incident?
Do you mean like
Suspect recovered.
how much later do I know? Like what I know now?
At any time, do you know if there was a suspect, I guess I would say, apprehended or anything that was found with a knife, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I do not know if the suspect from that incident, which was you, was located with a knife.
What do you mean?
You, Daryl Brooks. I know you were the suspect in that incident, and I know you were taken into custody approximately 30 to 40 minutes later. I do not know if you were armed when you were taken into custody.
I'll let the record reflect that I do not identify by that name, nor do I know any individual by that name. I'm hearing third party.
Records noted, although the jury will disregard the comments, they are
keep
not
saying-
evidence in this case. Next question, please.
At the time, you said, did you respond to that incident at the park?
No.
So how can you know who was involved with it if you didn't respond yourself?
Because you stated at any time this investigation took a long time to complete, and from this investigation, we determined that you were the suspect in that investigation.
You determined that?
I did not, no.
Okay. So basically, you're just going off what you were told, because you just stated that you didn't make any determination, nor did you investigate. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
You also gave, and when you were asked the question of, were there any other officers along the route, or I don't know if that was referring to side exits or anything of that nature, but I recall you stating that you gave an estimate, stating that you weren't sure where other officers were stationed, but you gave an approximate estimate. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And would that have been officers stationed at different cross streets?
That's correct.
Do you know if those cross streets were barricaded?
I know that there were barricades across numerous intersections for the parade route. That's how we shut down traffic in the downtown area for parades.
So pretty much every side street is barricaded?
I can't give you specifics on what streets were barricaded, but yes, the vast majority of streets are barricaded to stop traffic for the parade route.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1? And
Not fair to say. That's the new sidebar.
The state would please do that. Thank you.
The red lines on this map that we're looking at?
Yes.
And what do those red lines constitute?
Barricades.
So would it be fair to say that there's a red line at every cross street that we can see on this map? That would be
You mean along the parade route or the entire
along
map?
along the parade route, starting at East Main Street. There's a red mark. Oh, I didn't mean to put that arrow. Can we clear that? I was trying to put like a little dot. Starting there, there's a red line there. There's 2 at Buckley.
Hold on, just so the record is clear, he put a mark at near the intersection of East Main and White Rock Avenue. So from that location to where?
That's true.
There's 2 at Buckley.
Well, hold on, you're testifying now. You gotta ask a question. So the jury will disregard that
Are
statement.
there 2 at Buckley?
Yes.
Is there one at Martin Street?
Yes.
Is there one at is there 2 at Barstow Street?
Yes.
1 at Gaspar?
Yes.
1 at North Grand and 1 at West Broadway?
There's 2 at West Broadway.
Well, this one is on the closer to where it says North Grand, and one is on the other side of the star right there. This is what I'm referring to.
Okay. Yes, there are 2
Can you
right
clear
there.
that?
Please clear that, Madam
So
Question.
there's 2 there. There's 2 at Clinton Street. Can you see those 2?
Yes.
There's 1 at Maple Avenue. Can you see that one?
Yes.
And there's 1 at right here at West Avenue. Can you see that?
Correct. Yes.
So it would be fair to say that there's pretty much barriers at every single street from White Rock and East Main to West Main and Northwest Avenue.
Yes.
Barricades at all those streets.
Yes.
Do you know if there were officers stationed at those barricades?
Yes, this map shows, it appears, where everyone was for their assignments that day.
So would it be fair to say if someone wanted to exit the parade route, they would essentially be blocked in by the officers and barricades?
No.
There are barricades at these streets we can see. Would that be fair to say?
No.
So it's not fair to say that there's barricades at these streets?
It's fair to say that there's barricades at the streets.
So essentially, if someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go right through the barricades?
Based on the previous videos that we just were shown.
Not based on the previous videos. If someone was
His
leaving
face.
the parade route, can they just go down these streets that are barricaded? Can they just drive right out of there?
Yes, the video showed that.
How when it's barricaded?
As the video were shown earlier, the vehicle went right through the barricade.
Well, you asked the question, you have to let him answer that. He's giving you the reason. You asked him how. He's explaining it.
There's plenty of ways to get off the parade route. You can stop after being given lawful orders by officers, and they could have directed you off the parade route in a safe manner. You could have stopped the vehicle at any point, or you could have driven through plastic barricades like you did at Northwest Avenue, where I was located. So yes, you can drive through plastic barricades.
You refer to as who?
Daryl Brooks, you, the person that's talking.
To you? And how did you come to the conclusion of that name, as you stated that you couldn't see past this building here, which you said is the Wisconsin house? Would that be fair to say?
Well, that's a compound question, so you need to rephrase that, sir.
You state clear this right there.
Please? Is that a please?
Can you clear this circle and arrow right here? That's.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You stated that from where you were positioned that you couldn't see around that building. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
So it would be fair to say you also couldn't see what was happening along the parade route on Main Street. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
So it'd be also fair to say that everything that you knew up until that point came over the radio and you didn't have firsthand knowledge.
That is correct.
He takes
Notice something
like
was going on. Do you recall from the reports how long this vehicle traveled along the parade route? An estimate of the time that it traveled down the parade route?
I do not know how long the vehicle was on the parade route for. If I had to estimate, I would estimate approximately 1 to 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes, maybe.
Would you say it's fair to say that that's relatively a short amount of time?
I would agree with that.
So what do you mean by after a few minutes, you noticed something was going on?
Because after a few minutes, what I meant by that was the initial call for service at the boat launch, or for that domestic fight in Frame Park. From that time frame, from when squads were responding to there to the time that I had shots fired, that is what I mean by a few minutes. So you have to take into account the time for squads responding to that call.
I don't know police protocol, so just asking.
Mr. Brooks, please ask your next question.
Look, they're all like, get to
Do
it.
you need that? We're gonna turn it off.
Yeah, you can take that down. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you.
I believe it's Exhibit 57. Can you pull up Exhibit 57? 17 seconds. One more second, if you could.
I'm doing 10 seconds trying to get forward to because he waits too long in
Would it
between.
be fair to say that those are barricades that are laying in the street there?
Correct.
Any idea why they were not standing up?
Yes, I do.
What would be the reason?
It was very windy that day. So when they were standing up how they normally are, they kept on blowing across the street. So we tilted them on their sides so they wouldn't get blown across the road, and they would still stay up there and block traffic.
They would be able to block traffic by laying down?
Yes, they serve the same purpose.
But they would be able to block traffic by laying down?
I guess I don't understand what your question is here.
Would it be much more easier to see them if they were facing upright than laying down?
I think the height difference between them laying down and being upright is probably quite minuscule, because as you see, the legs that are now up in the air are approximately the same height as what the bar would be if they were standing up how they normally are.
And you come to that conclusion how?
Based on my training experience after deploying barricades on numerous events and working several parades in my work history.
So you would estimate that a barricade facing upright and a barricade laying down would be the same height?
Approximately.
Look at all them, like,
10
like,
seconds.
is this really happening? Are we still here? Is this going on?
Hard to see. You can see the vehicle, you can see where you identified you were, but it's a little bit hard to see everything. Would that be fair to say? Because of the person with the black coat and the gray hoodie and Nike black pants is directly in the middle of the screen? That's fair to say it's a little hard to see from this.
Where it is paused now, yes.
Yes, that's what I meant, where it's paused now.
Yes.
It looks like this would be you right here. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
It looks like you're firing your weapon right there. Would that be fair to say?
I do not know if I have pulled the trigger yet or not. I don't believe I have.
You were ready to fire at that point.
That's correct.
Do you recall what you were aiming for?
Yes, I do.
You stay for the record and for the jury?
You, Daryl Brooks.
Again, you make reference to the you and the name. How did you come to that? Seeing as how you just testified to that you couldn't see anything before what you call the Wisconsin house. Would that be fair to say that you testified to that?
That's correct.
And you also stated that you learned additional information later on. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So how could you determine at this time right now where we're looking at that you knew the suspect's name and the driver? Because you keep referring to you and then you saying the name. How did you have that information at this point that's paused right here that we're looking at?
I didn't say at that time I knew your name.
You referred to the name. Did you not?
That is correct.
So how were you able to obtain the information about a name?
I did not know your name at the time I shot at you.
Who's the you were referring to?
Daryl Brooks.
Again, you say a name that you haven't answered how you came to that information. Were you told this?
Yes.
By whom?
I do not know who told me. Ultimately, I just know that throughout the course of the investigation, your name, you were arrested within 30 or 40 minutes, and you were identified as Daryl Brooks, who was the suspect in this incident.
So you either had to hear that name from either a report that you heard or someone told you. How did you come to the conclusion of the name?
I'm assuming someone at the police department told me your name.
And you don't recall who that was?
No.
Even though you can cite the name so clearly and identify it and keep stressing it and stressing it, and you don't recall how you learned the information of the name?
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that you're just using the name based off what you're told and not what you were aware of?
What?
What are you asking me?
Is it fair to say that you're identifying this name based off of what you told and not what you knew?
I'm saying the name based on the fact that you were arrested for this incident. You were identified during this incident. And because of that investigation, that is how we know your name.
Well, there you go.
Would it be fair to say, and obviously you said you've been in law enforcement for 7.5 years, correct?
Correct.
I'm sure you've done a lot of investigations in that 7.5 years. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So you do understand that during a police investigation, any suspect is innocent until proven guilty. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And so with that knowledge, why are you so adamant about the name of the suspect that you just testified to not being aware of at the time, that you testified to, in fact, being told?
Sorry, I'm confused by your question. You say it again.
I think it was clear, but I'll say it again.
Thank you.
Well, I'll say it this way. You testified to not being aware of the suspect's name at the time.
Correct.
You also testified to being told of the name, correct?
Correct. I don't know how I came about your name. I would assume it was through the investigation at the police department.
And were you, in fact, part of that investigation?
No, I was not.
So it would be fair to say that by you using a name, you would not be sure. How can you be sure?
Oh my God. It is the phone conversation. Was it his phone?
Answered.
Is it his phone?
Argumentative. The objection is sustained. Please ask your next question.
Is this his phone? Is this his name? Who else has this name? Could anybody else have this name? Can anybody else use this phone?
When asked about what you were aiming at when you fired, you didn't give a definitive answer. You were aiming for the driver?
I felt like I gave a pretty definitive answer. My answer was you.
You were aiming for the driver?
Yes. It's pretty definitive. I identified the person I was shooting at.
What part of the driver's body could you see when the vehicle passed you?
When the vehicle was approaching me, I could see the silhouette of his face and upper portion of his body.
Can you describe what you mean by silhouette?
The upper portion of a person's body, I would say, from maybe chest, shoulders, and head and face.
You said silhouette, though. What is a silhouette?
The outer portions of what would be like your shoulder down, your arms to your chest. The silhouette would be the outer portion of it.
That would be the upper half, not the silhouette. What do you mean by silhouette?
The objection is sustained. Mr. Brooks is not asking a question. It was argumentative. The jury can certainly decide what that means, but he's answered the question.
Would it be fair to say that that would be equivalent to a profile?
What do you mean by a profile?
A profile would be sort of like a side angle view. Would it be fair to say that a silhouette would be more of an outline that would be kind of similar to a profile?
I don't know exactly what you're asking here, but I can tell you when the vehicle was driving towards me, I could see your face. And then as the vehicle drove to my right, yes, then I saw the side of your face. And so then, yes, as a vehicle passes you, you see different portions of the driver, I guess you could say.
And so you aim towards what you can see?
Correct.
So that would be the upper part, as you say,
Oh my gosh, he's still going over this.
I think it was your left hand pointing to your right shoulder, shoulder and up. Silhouette, as you say.
That is what I could see when you were driving at me. You asked me what I could see of you, and that is what I could see of you in the vehicle when you were approaching me.
The question now, though, is that what you aim for?
I was aiming at you, yes.
At what you can see?
I was aiming at you in the driver's seat, yes.
Shoulder, as you pointed to, and up, correct? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Firing a weapon of your caliber, would any of those shots be kill shots?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that firing a kill shot at anyone would terrify you?
What?
I'm sure being shot at is terrifying. Yes, it is.
So it'd be fair to say you were shooting to kill?
No.
So would it be fair to say that, judging based on what you see, that you testified to, a silhouette from about here that you pointed to, from the shoulder, using your left hand, you pointed at your right shoulder from here up, and you just acknowledged that any one of those three shots could have been kill shots. Would it be fair to say that you were aiming to kill? Shooting to kill, rather, not aiming to kill, but shooting to kill?
No.
So in your estimate, what do you think you would have hit if you just testified to saying that you aimed at the driver? What were you estimating to hit?
Well, my intention was to shoot you in the upper portion of the body. However, my intention was not to kill you. My intention was to stop the threat that you were posing to everyone in the downtown area at the Christmas parade.
Keep referring to the you again. Well, that's not a question. So, by your estimation, acknowledging that those were kill shots, if you connected with any of those shots, is it possible the driver could have been killed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that that's deadly force?
Yes.
Do you think it would have been possible to aim at the tire of the vehicle?
No.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
Why not? With shooting the tire of the vehicle not stop the vehicle?
Are you joking?
No, it would not have.
So a blown tire would, to your estimation, a blown tire would not stop a vehicle from moving?
No, it will not.
So it'll just keep on and won't even slow down?
Are you
That is correct.
kidding me?
I'm trained to stop the threat. You were the threat. The vehicle was not. The vehicle was the weapon in which you used. So that is why I shot at you.
There's the you again.
No. There's the you again. He has so much nerve.
Could you
So
have,
much
well, you testify that you're trained to stop the threat. And so would it be fair to say that that training constitutes shooting kill shots?
Well, we are trained in deadly force. And when we are presented with a deadly force incident, yes, we have to sometimes make that difficult decision and use deadly force.
Have you ever used deadly force before that incident?
Objection.
Right.
Sustained.
He's literally trying to give this officer a hard time because he's mad that he shot at him. After
Says
he
you're trained to
ran
use
through
deadly
the
force.
dang parade. Are you freaking kidding
So would it be
me?
fair to say that anytime you shoot your weapon, it would be deadly force?
When it is directed at a person, yes.
Were you injured in any way during the incident?
No, I was not.
And at the time, being where you were positioned at, you've already testified that you could not see what was going on during the parade route from your position. So why did you feel the need at the time, not knowing the full extent of what was happening, to use deadly force?
Because as I previously stated, based on the fact that the radio traffic for people screaming for ambulances, and as different officers were getting on the radio and it was progressively moving further and further westbound towards me on the parade route, and then officers saying someone was hit, which I initially thought was a physical altercation, someone being hit, but it was a vehicle versus person hit. Based on that, the vehicle speed at which, yes, I could not see it down Main Street. I only had a couple seconds at most until the vehicle from where I saw it was to my location. So based on the amount of vehicle damage, I knew the vehicle had been striking pedestrians in the roadway. And because of that, that's a deadly force incident. So that is why I deployed deadly force.
So you said you knew what the vehicle had, and you said it multiple times, you knew.
Yes.
How could you know if you could not see around the position that you were positioned in? How do you know that?
Because based on the speed of a vehicle on a closed roadway during a parade, and people running out of the way so they did not get run over right in front of me, between all of those things, I knew what had just happened, and that is why I had to take action.
And you knew based on the radio reports?
I would say everything that I had just previously described, all of that encompassing, yes, that led up to my decision making into, yes, now I knew what had happened. I did not know previous to that what was going on. I did not know there was a vehicle on the roadway until I saw it. And it all made sense when I put everything together.
When you saw it, by the time you saw it, as you said, it was a couple of seconds. So at that point, did you observe the vehicle strike anyone from the time that you saw it?
No, I did not. I was focused on the vehicle. So I just remember that there were a ton of little kids and adults on the sidewalks. I knew there were a lot of children right in the roadway right there. And I remember seeing people like running, but I wasn't really paying attention to the people. I was just focused on the vehicle. So that was really all I was focused on at that point.
You weren't paying attention to any other people?
That was not my primary focus.
Look at the way he stands.
But you do recall that no one was struck from the time you saw the vehicle?
Yes, after looking back, after videos later on throughout the investigation.
No. From what you saw from which you observed with your own eyes?
No, I can't recall ever seeing someone hit right in front of me. No, I do not recall that.
Does the exhibit videos that you saw here today, does anyone get struck in those videos that you saw today?
No, not that I saw today.
And you still make the decision to shoot to kill?
That's correct. Actually, correction, I shot to stop the threat. If ultimately you would have been killed from that, that is a possible outcome.
Bam.
But you did testify that there were kill shots, did you not?
Sustained. It's also been asked and answered in multiple ways.
Do you recall what your shots hit, if anything?
Yes, later on throughout the investigation when I
No, at the time, not later on, at the time where you fired the shots.
Mr. Brooks, you asked a question. He was attempting to answer it. So you have to
I
let
was trying to give a clarification on what I mean.
but you have to let him answer the question that you asked. And if you feel the need for follow-up, then you can do that or ask a very specific question. But I'm allowing him to answer. He was interrupted. Go ahead.
I believe it was 3 days after the incident. That is when I gave my voluntary statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey. And upon completion of that statement, I asked them if they could share any information with me. And during that conversation, I was shown a picture of the vehicle and where my round struck the vehicle.
You stated you asked them for any additional information that they can give you. So it would be fair to say at that time, you still didn't have a lot of information. Would it be fair to say that?
That is correct. I didn't know where my rounds had struck previous to that.
Did you ask them in the statement that you just testified to, saying you asked them if they could provide you with any more information? Did you at any time specifically ask about the shots that you fired when you requested if they could give you any more information?
I do not remember the specifics of what questions I asked in pertaining to what information they could share with me. I think it was sort of a generalization of what can you share with me at this point.
So would it be fair to say at that point that there's a possibility that you did not know the name of the suspect, nor did you know if you had shot the suspect at that time?
At that time, I knew I had not shot the suspect because the night of the incident, when he was taken into custody, it was relayed to me that he was uninjured and he had not been struck by any of my rounds that were fired.
You do recall just testifying to requesting more information from the detectives when you had the conversation with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you said that you don't recall asking them about if your bullet struck someone. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the day I met with Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, that was, I believe, 2 or 3 days after the incident, Mr. Brooks was taken into custody the night of. So when I was still at the police department, I knew that he had not been struck. So I think we're dealing with the questions I asked of the detectives. That was not the same night of the incident.
I'm sure you asked, you didn't say it, but you said you don't recall the information that you requested. Would that be fair to say?
No, I don't recall specifically what questions I asked I don't know specifically what questions I asked of them a year ago. I know it was a generalized, what information can you share with me at this point? Because I didn't know what was going on in the investigation or what leads they had, or essentially what had happened after my involvement, I guess.
So it would be fair to say there was a lot of information that you still was unsure about at that point. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So if there was information that you're acknowledging that you had no knowledge of, which would be essentially the reason why you would ask if they can volunteer more information to you, then how would there be any way of knowing
How does he think
if you struck the suspect?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's sustained. It's a compound, confusing question.
He said grounds.
I also think it mischaracterizes the testimony.
He said grounds. Oh my God. This guy. He is so offended that he was shot at. He is so offended. Bro, you drove through a parade, killing people.
And you said you made a statement during your testimony that you had learned that the suspect was not injured. Do you recall who you learned that information from?
I believe when I was back at the police department after the incident, so after using deadly force, you're ultimately removed from the scene. When I was at the police department, I was with a support officer and another detective. And at that point, I was still answering questions for investigating officers for what I saw, what I knew, what I saw in the vehicle. And I believe Detective Stern was at our substation with Daryl Brooks after taking him into custody. And I was shown a photo at that point. And I know I had asked if he sustained any injuries or if anyone else had sustained any injuries from my use of force. And at that point, I was not told that anyone had been struck by my gunfire.
So you just said you asked if the suspect or if anyone else was struck by the gunfire.
That's correct.
So you weren't sure at that point? You weren't
No,
sure?
I was not certain at that point. It was, I can't describe it any more than it was just pure chaos. And at that point, I did not know if anyone else was injured from my rounds or up until I was confirmed that you were not injured. At that point, no, I did not know if anyone was hurt until I was told that.
So would it be fair to say that, and as you just stated, you were unsure if the suspect or anyone else was injured? Would it be fair to say that there was a possibility because you did not know for certain?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Asked and answered. Next question.
Is it
After
fair
the
to
vehicle
say that
passed
I
you,
should
did you
not have
observe it strike
represented
anyone?
himself?
I did not observe it strike anyone after it passed me.
Grounds for the sustain. That's the first time I've heard that. The
Do
sustain.
you recall who you, well, I think you did. I think you said you gave your report to Officer Kirby. Is that correct?
Detective Kirby, yes.
I'm sorry, Detective. Do you recall telling Detective Kirby that you were unaware of a vehicle on the parade road and you were unaware of people being injured?
Yes, I previously stated that.
Grounds for the sustain. How have I never watched this?
Were you able to make out license plates from the vehicle when it passed you?
I later learned that I must have, but I do not recall that.
So from what you recall at the time that the vehicle was passed, you don't recall getting a license plate?
At this time, I do not recall the license plate, but after I shot at the vehicle, I then responded up Main Street and started triaging victims. And after doing that, I met with officers and because I couldn't get on the radio and give out as much information as I wanted to. So when I spoke with other officers, that's when I explained to them that I was the one that had shot, that was not a suspect shooting, it was me. And that the vehicle in question was a red Ford Escape. And I believe I was talking to Detective Casey, Specialist Moss. I believe there might have been another officer there as well. And I must have provided a license plate to Detective Casey during that debrief on scene. I did not know about that until about 2 days later when I gave my statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, because that is when I was informed by Detective Casey that I had actually provided him a correct license plate, but I don't remember that.
Any reason why you didn't mention the license plate in your report?
Because like I stated, I don't remember it.
So it'd be fair to say if you don't remember it, then it's a possibility that you didn't get the license plate number.
I would say that if Detective Casey is telling me that I told him on scene during a traumatic incident that I provided him the license plate of the vehicle, I'd have to believe that Detective Casey is correct. There's many things that you do not remember during a traumatic incident, and I believe that's because your brain prevents you from remembering everything.
So you would describe it as a traumatic incident, but you do recall using deadly force and recalling what you was aiming for, but not the license plates or anything else like that.
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that because you described it as a traumatic event, that there was a lot of things that you probably don't recall about the incident?
I would agree with that. I would think that there's a lot of things when I started going up West Main Street and started seeing the absolute destruction. I know there's things that I did and saw that I don't really remember and I don't really want to remember.
Will one of those possibly be the suspect that you keep naming?
The suspect you keep naming.
And how did you come to the knowledge of the make and model of the vehicle when on the exhibit that was shown, you only had interaction with it for a few seconds? How were you able to make out the make and the model of the vehicle?
Because that vehicle model has been out for quite some time and I'm halfway decent with vehicles and I readily recognize that it was a Ford Escape.
So you've seen many Ford Escapes?
Yes.
And you said the model has been out for some time. So what do you mean by that? Do you mean
it's 2022 now, and that Ford model was approximately a 2008-ish to maybe a 2011, 2010-ish. So yeah, they've been out for over a decade.
And how did you come to that knowledge of the estimate of the years that the model could have been? Would you agree that that's pretty difficult to know just off the bat?
No.
Would that be fair to say?
No.
So it would be pretty easy to tell the make and model and year of a vehicle just by looking at it?
That is correct.
So it'd be fair to say if someone had a vehicle right here in front of you, you'd be able to tell just by looking at it for a couple of seconds the make, the model, and the year?
Depending on what vehicle it is, yeah, quite likely. I'm decent with vehicles.
What do you mean by decent?
I can recognize many vehicles that are manufactured. Part of being a police officer is dealing with vehicles. We run a lot of vehicle registration plates. So when you match the registration to a vehicle on a response, you become very well accustomed to the many different vehicles that are manufactured.
Did you at any time see the registration of the vehicle that passed you?
Like I stated previous, I debriefed with Detective Casey during the incident, and he stated that I gave him a registration number, a registration plate for it. I do not recall giving him that registration plate, but Detective Casey informed me that I provided him a correct license plate for that vehicle.
Would it be fair to say that
Would it be fair to say
registration could, would it be fair to say that that automatically links to the make and model and the year of the car? Would it be fair to say that? That if you ran, or if we're judging by the license plates, if you were conducting a stop, and to do that, you will have to run the license plates. Would it be fair to say that all that information would come up in your computer when you run the license plate? That'd be fair to say?
You had a lot of questions right there. So
okay, let me back up then. So if you were conducting a traffic stop,
okay,
and you pulled up the license plates of the vehicle that you were stopping,
okay,
would the information registered to that vehicle show in your computer?
If the license plate is actually accurate and current to that actual vehicle, yes.
Just so we're clear, the information would come up though.
That is correct. It should, as long as the system is working.
And did you have a system or any equipment that could have assisted you in learning the make and the model and year of the vehicle at the time of the incident?
No, I was on foot with no other equipment.
So is it fair to say that you did not know that information until later when you were told by Detective Casey or another detective?
No, because like I previously stated, I can recognize vehicles pretty well, and I knew it was a Ford Escape, and I knew the approximate year of it.
You did testify that, and you can also see from the exhibit video that the front end of the vehicle was damaged. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And you can still make out the make and model and year of the vehicle with extensive damage.
That is correct.
Could you see the emblem of the vehicle at that point?
I don't
Emblem?
recall if I saw an emblem or not. I know the body style of the vehicle, and I knew it was a Ford Escape.
Would it be fair to say that many SUVs have the same type of body build?
I'm sure some vehicles do look similar.
So that would it be fair to say that there's a possibility that you could not make out the make and model and year of the vehicle, especially with it being extensively damaged to the front?
No, I was confident that it was a Ford Escape.
Did you notice any tints on that vehicle?
Tints?
The front windshield that I looked through, I know was not tinted, or it was not tinted enough to not make me recognize you.
Did you see any tints on the side of the vehicle?
Not that I recall. And if they were, they weren't that dark.
Tints.
You don't recall, though, for sure, if there were any tints to any windows of the vehicle you saw?
Well, all windows are tinted to some extent. It just depends on to what percentage of tint that they come with. So I'm sure there is tint on the windows because vehicles come from the factory with some level of window tint. So I guess to your question, was there any window tint? I'm sure there was, but not to a degree that would prevent me from seeing who was driving it.
He's very confident in his answers. He gives
Explain what you mean
clear
by
answers.
tint percentage.
So there's different varying degrees of tint that you can put on vehicles.
Can you elaborate for the jury? Grounds.
Grounds?
I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Brooks, please ask your question again.
You stated that all cars come from the manufacturer with some level of tint, but you made a reference to percentage.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on percentage? What would constitute a darker tint versus a lighter tint?
Well, you've asked two questions now, so which one do you want him to answer first?
The last one, I'm sorry.
So you're asking about lighter
About the tint
versus darker.
percentage. About the tint percentage.
So like a 50% tint would be a lighter tint than like a 35% tint.
So the lower the percentage, the darker the tint.
That is correct.
Okay. You stated that you're pretty decent with making out make and model and years of vehicles based on your line of work. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Would you know of the make and model of the vehicle that you saw that day? Would you know if those model vehicles come from the manufacturer with any tint?
To be honest with you, I don't work for Ford, so I don't know if they come with tint, but I would assume as most vehicles, when they come from the factory, they come with some sort of tint. I believe usually the front is approximately 50% tint and the rears are usually, I think, 25 or 30 or something like that.
So from your knowledge, the backer windows are usually coming from the manufacturer, maybe a little bit darker than the front?
Correct.
No further questions.
Very briefly, thank you. So the barricades that we saw at the intersection where you were posted, was it been blown over by the wind?
Yes. So when I deployed the barricades initially, standing upright, they kept on blowing directly, like right off the street. So I tipped them down on their sides so they wouldn't, I guess, catch as much wind and they wouldn't blow all over the place.
Did those barricades appear to slow down the SUV as it drove through them?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, he may answer, given all of the cross.
No, it did not slow the vehicle down at all.
You discharged your firearm 3 times toward the vehicle?
That is correct.
Did all 3 rounds strike the vehicle?
Yes, they did.
Will we please put up for the jury exhibit number 3, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
We're going to start at the 2-minute and 59-second mark if we can, and we'll work on that. Can we please clear the screen down?
What exhibit is that?
3. We're at the 2:58-second mark.
Wait, this isn't about to show him like hitting people, is it? Because I don't want to end the day on that note. I want to skip that just in case. I don't want to.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Can we please put up for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been received and published?
Go ahead.
Okay. You see the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a vehicle consistent with the one you saw driving through your
Okay, good.
intersection?
I'm glad they don't show that.
Yes.
The person seated in the driver's seat, does that look like the same person you saw driving that red SUV?
Yes.
We put up for everybody, please, exhibit number 9.
Go ahead.
You see the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle that you saw driving through the intersection of Wisconsin and Maine?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same driver of that same vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Would you please put up for everybody exhibit number 169, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
See the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle that you saw drive through the intersection of Wisconsin and Maine?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same driver?
Yes.
What's going on with that front passenger window?
Looks like
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
it looks like it's rolled down.
So if someone had, before this incident, painted that window black, covered it in a black paper bag, and taped it up with duct tape, and then rolled the window down, would that have prevented you from seeing through the front passenger window?
Objection, speculation.
No.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Who was the person depicted in exhibits number 120, number 9, and number 169?
Daryl Brooks.
Thank you.
Objection, I do not consent to being called that name.
Discrepancies noted. However, the jury is
You already-
advised to disregard as it's not testimony. It's a comment. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And I appreciate the patience of everyone as we concluded with that witness. We will now take our lunch break. It's 12:58.
Goodness gracious. Well, that
I'll give-
is a interesting trial. Wow, how have I never seen this? And I've always heard about it. I'm always like, yeah, I need to go back and watch that. And then I'm always so busy that I never do. This. So, oh, my thing started echoing. Yeah, that's a little bit insane. So whoever asked, if he's going to be a trial daddy, he can be. You just have to email it to me. If you go on our website, 13thjuror.live, and send it in, then I can add it to the calendar, and we can introduce him on night court. Wow, what a circus. Very interesting. All right, so we are going to end everything for today. So let's do this for tomorrow. Let's do another choose your own adventure for tomorrow, because I kind of like y'all being in charge and me not having to do anything. Y'all just kind of lead the way. So we'll do another choose your adventure tomorrow. So if you have any of like your favorite clips from Daryl Brooks or from any of the other trials that we've watched recently, or any of the trials that are like classic trials, any of your favorite moments, like absurd trial moments, we'll watch them tomorrow. We'll do a choose your own adventure, so we can, if you have specific witnesses you want to watch in this trial, we can watch them. If you want to, we can do it where we, decide. Y'all can decide if we skip forward or keep going or whatever. We'll do a like the old choose your own adventure books. We'll do a choose your own adventure day tomorrow. So y'all get to pick everything we do. So since we have the time, any of the clips that y'all have, if you have the links, keep them handy, and we'll look at them tomorrow, whatever. But we'll do that tomorrow. That'll be fun. I definitely want to see some more of the Brooks. I want to see the box fort that y'all are talking about. So we'll take a look. Melly is off tomorrow. Nobody is going to be. They're not there tomorrow. They're going to be coming back on Thursday to do closing arguments and then jury instructions, and then they go into jury deliberation. So tomorrow we have everything free. I'd say let's just stick with our time that we're used to, just to keep it easy. I get up at 5 in the morning anyway, so I'm going to be up anyway. But let's do we'll do 8:45 again tomorrow, and then we'll look for some more of the ridiculous stuff from Daryl Brooks, and then if y'all have any of the other stuff that you want to rewatch from other trials, we'll just do a choose your own adventure day. That'll be easier on me too, because there's no research involved. Y'all get to pick everything. I don't have to do any graphics. I'll actually get to relax when I log off in a minute. And that to me just sounds incredible after the time I've had. Oh yes. There are some Depp and Heard ones that could definitely make our choose your own adventure stuff tomorrow. I tell you what, I will post on, I'll do one on Twitter, one on in the 13th Juror group on Facebook, and then one on YouTube, and we'll do the choose your own adventure. And y'all mention, like, y'all say your favorite clips or your favorite witnesses or whatever, and we can we'll pick some tomorrow. We'll do votes as we go, and we'll do choose your own adventure. That'll be fun. So, all righty, that is all we have for today. It has been a day after getting shut down this morning because of what they were playing in court, and then having to start over real quick, and then waiting all day, and then going back and listening, and all this. It has been quite a day. All the hot cop moments. Yes. Love those. Yeah, y'all can send them to me. Send them to me, Brandi at brandychurchwell.com, and we can look at them tomorrow. So that'll be fun. They were playing that documentary in court, and so like ours got shut. It wasn't just mine. Like mine got shut down. Even Law and Crime got shut down. Basically, everybody on YouTube who was streaming the trial got shut down because you could hear that documentary, and they have the settings on that nobody can show it. So they closed us all off. So Law and Crime had to start a new trial or start a new stream. I started a new stream. It was a whole big mess. So, so that's it. All right. So we're going to call it a day for today. Mods, y'all are incredible. You're the absolute best. I could not make it through all of this nonsense without y'all. I appreciate you so much. So thank you to the mods. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Be thinking about your clips, because tomorrow is y'all's day. Tomorrow is 13th Juror Day. It is Choose Your Own Adventure. You get to pick what we watch and how things go. So it's going to be a chill day. It'll be fun. So get all your clips ready. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. I will see y'all tomorrow.